Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Hold on. Is it live? I think it should be right now. Right there. Hello? Can you test? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. If you ever miss anything, we are going to recap it. And given what we got this week, I'm sure you're going to want to stay involved. But to open up the day here, looks like we got a couple of things on our hand here. Really just a bounce from yesterday. A lot of people digesting what you saw here, so we had a nice little gap up about 1%. You're still up about 0.5%, even though we sold off pre-market. So today is going to have a lot of traders are going to be looking at where we're at. We have some key technical levels. We have key data. Ooh, the UN General Assembly start. There's a lot of different things. So the real question is, how does the story continue from yesterday? And there's going to be a lot of eyes on it, but I hope you're ready. Good morning. Good morning. I needed to say good morning. How do you feel today? Good morning. Oh, Mr. Ray Alexander, chest to the sun. He said, Uber. Oh, you believe in Smile Direct. A lot of people believe. A lot of belief goes a long way nowadays, huh? How are you? Good morning. Oh, you mad. Good morning. Top of the day. Top of the morning. Oh, Gilgamesh, good morning. Malcolm, good morning, my friend. Oh, you feel beaten up, Mr. Bono. Don't worry, that's what creates a warrior. Stretch a little bit. Oh, get ready. Mr. Figueroa, good morning. Big Dog, Big Jaws, Axel, oh, Rosa, Uncle Murph. Dead Cat Balance Breakdown tomorrow. We got Powell on Wednesday. Don't forget, Young Powell on Wednesday. Oh, good morning, Chad. Good morning, Dean. I'm good. Jordan, I'm good. I'm excited. I mean, I like volatility. You know, I like volatility. I love the volatility. That's it. 0.5%. We're up just 1%. Oh, then we dropped like 2% yesterday. That's the market's waking up. You know when you wake up, right? And, oh, yo, shout out to you, man. You guys woke up, but, like, imagine how you're going to wake up, like, 2-3 hours from now. That's what I feel about the market. So I'm excited. Shout out if you did wake up this early, especially if you woke up this early to like the video. That's even amazinger, if that's a word. But, yeah, you guys ready? Oh, Bradley Frizzle on his way. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, man, I love to see. Oh, yeah, you woke up, baby. Good morning. Oh, let's go. Wipe the boogers out your eye. Let's go. Get ready. Come on. Do a little shadow boxing in the morning. You know, just wake you. Let's go, baby. Woo! So, let's see what we got here. Futures rose with European shares, while treasuries and the dollar fell as investors look toward the 2-day Fed meeting that starts today. Oil pushed higher and gold nudged up. The Bloomberg Galaxy Crypto Index was little change. Bitcoin traded around 43,000. Evergrande missed their interest payments that were due yesterday to at least 2 of the largest creditors. As expected, it's unclear whether the banks will be formally declare a default. Some are waiting for the firm to propose a loan extension plan before deciding on next steps. People familiar said Evergrande's next closely watched debt limit deadline comes on Thursday, when it's due to pay interest on 2 bonds. So if you watched on the watch list, we went over them. We could probably go over a couple here today. I'm sure a lot of people have questions. And again, in the last 24 hours regarding Evergrande, there has been a lot of back and forth. So I hope you guys watch the watch list, because there was 3 or 4 different things at play in the market. And what a lot of people are saying is, how in the world is China real estate affecting, random name? Why would Chinese real estate affect a stock like AMC per se, or Kroger is what I heard already on CNBC. Yesterday they were saying, why would it be affecting Amazon or Apple? So this question is coming up a lot as people are kind of determining the real risk of everything. You're watching that play out. So That was key. The OECD predicted faster inflation and slower growth in its new forecast. Now expects inflation in the G20 at 3.7 in 2021 and 3.9 in 2022. Pressures will gradually soften in the U.S., but the group sees the rate above 3% for the next year. The OECD trimmed its global growth forecast for 2021 to 5.7 from 5.8. U.S. Bancorp will buy MUFG Union Bank for about $8 billion, including $5 billion in cash and 44 billion shares of Bancorp stock. Why'd he go out? Well, good morning. Good morning. Do you feel what I feel? Oh, ho, ho. Just sitting back waiting for Powell. It's going to be good. Young Buffett. Good morning. Good morning. Where are we? Google will buy Manhattan office building for $2.1 billion. The Wall Street Journal reported the deal is the most expensive sale of a single office building since the start of the pandemic. Robinhood is testing a new crypto transfer and wallet feature on a beta version of its app. Long-awaited move that'll make it easier for customers to send and receive digital currencies. Uber rose pre-market after saying it's tracking towards adjusted EBITDA break-even ahead of its prior view. Shell shareholders will get $7 billion payout after they were promised 3/4 of the proceeds from the sale of Permian share oil fields to Conoco. Credit Suisse may move its Asian investment banking operations into its global securities and advisory business. Let me see here. Credit, at least 10 issuers are looking to sell U.S. high-grade credit today. Justin Trudeau's gamble failed. His Liberal Party fell short of a parliamentary majority and lost popular vote to the Conservatives for a second election in a row. Only a strong showing in Toronto, Montreal, and other cities delivered enough seats to give him a lead over the opposition. Trudeau remained in power because his left-leaning agenda is backed by some smaller parties in Parliament. J&J booster was 94% effective preventing symptomatic infections in the U.S. and 75 overall when given if it was given 56 days after initial dose. Next big commodities boom, metals like lithium, cobalt, and rare earths will become essential in the shift to clean energy from fossil fuels, delivering a huge opportunity for investors. The metals are on the brink of an explosion in demand as EVs supplant gas guzzlers and solar panels and wind turbines replace coal and oil. A smattering of hedge funds are making the most of Europe's energy crisis, using algos to bet on niche markets like Dutch and British natural gas or Spanish and German power. The Gresham Quant ACAR strategy had a record 38% gain through August, an investor update showed. Interesting. And then now the chart of the day is coming down to the 50-day moving average. Some people are looking at the 200-day moving average, but the index is about 6% above the 200-day and 9% above the first line of Fibonacci support. Oh, that's crazy. But again, the close below the 50-day moving average, people are going to see the level of conviction here, because depending on how it plays out, that will say a lot about the market here. Again, if there is conviction below 50-day moving average, we may see more downside, but the market has to decide. 10 a.m., Biden is going to address the U.S. General Assembly, 20-year bond offering at 1 p.m., Fed to offer $5 billion in SRF, and then that's it. Fed meeting begins today, but you're not going to hear anything. Earnings, Adobe and FedEx. That's going to happen here today, I believe. B of A breaking custom may widen spread over treasuries. They want to raise faster than the Fed, which is kind of uncommon. Democrats and Republicans must work together to raise and repair the debt ceiling. Steve Munchkin's new investment fund is flush. There you go. Steve Munchkin, bro. He's back in the game. Back in the game. Biden reacted with horror to a video of Border Patrol agents on horseback intimidating Haitian migrants seeking asylum. California firefighters are racing to save sequoia trees from catching flame after the KMP complex fire burned to the edge of the giant forest. How many fires are there, man? I'm in California. This is crazy. Democrats set limit to executive power. The Riksbank held its key rate at 0. The EU is discussing a delay in trade talks with the U.S. following French outrage to the deal. Germany cut planned debt sales in fourth quarter. The government will raise 1 billion euros and trim the sales. RBA expects progress towards inflation goals and will take longer following the Delta outbreak. Economic activity next year in Malaysia and India is expected to recover faster than earlier. The IEA called on Russia to supply more gas to Europe and said the energy crunch was an opportunity to show it's a reliable seller. The market may suffer more stress over the winter. Oil rose after a 2-day drop. OPEC's Mohamed Barkindo said Europe's gas crunch underscored that more investment in fossil fuels is needed. Pernod Ricard will buy one of the leading online whiskey stores, reflecting the rising importance of spirit sales over the internet. Whiskey Exchange founders Sukhinder and Rajibur Singh will remain at the helm of what will become an independent subsidiary. Goldman Peter Hill unit wants to raise $1 billion in a London IPO. PHILO and Standard General offered $8 billion for broadcaster Tegna, the New York Post reported. SoftRound leads $800 million round in NFT fantasy sports platform. Dark pool trading platforms Level ATL and Luminex set to merge. Investment firm Irradiant acquires majority stake in Florida Food. Wells Fargo MasterCard back built turns rent into points. Oh, nice. MacLeod's Pharma said to pick banks for $1 billion Mumbai IPO. National Express in talks to buy UK bus rival Stagecoach. Lennar's home deliveries missed own expectations as industry-wide supply chain. And labor shortages are about 18,000 homes this quarter. Geez, reflecting constraints that will continue to in the foreseeable future. And then, Evergrande, 500 of their 800 projects are not happening or halted. I was like, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Universal Music Group soared in an Amsterdam debut, hitting the house, hitting with a value of 45 billion euros. Walmart and Spotlight will spotlight healthier, sustainable products with a new Built for Better tag on its website to entice shoppers who want to vote for better nutrition and environmental stewardship with their wallets. Goldman hires Facebook Brenner for digital asset role. Elliott Management reduces stake in SoftBank. Amazon spent $1.2 billion on India-related legal expenses. Amgen wins halt of copies for Blockbuster or Tesla until 2028. Astra picks Ireland to build new factory to blow to UK. Kingfisher sees higher profit as outlook demand goes up. Sales of ethical bonds in Europe have boomed to make up a quarter of the region's total deals this year. Offering of debts with ESG goals exceeded $330 billion in 2021, or 25%. Walmart spotlights health. Goldman hires. We already went. Amex pledges net zero by 2035. J&J says COVID booster shot protection in phase 3 study. Amgen wins halt of copies. So Amgen's a winner there today. Apple developed technology to detect depression with iPhone. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Events, Goldman Sachs conference with Verizon today. And then there's a B of A Industrial Software and Automation Summit with Honeywell. And then Walt Disney is going to be at the Goldman Sachs conference too. Jeff Bezos pledged $1 billion to support conservation efforts as part of the $10 billion Earth Fund. Let's see. Cappuccino sales are seeing a sharp rebound in downtown, suggesting financiers and corporate lawyers and managers are back in their offices. On this day in history in England, 1866, the time machine to the first men in the moon helped set the standard for sci-fi, and the world of the worlds created the template for every alien invasion tale. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. What time is it? We got 1 minute left here. There's a couple pre-market movers. Apria Therapeutics, APRE gains 5%. Company reported a complete remission in bladder cancer patient. ConocoPhillips is up 1.5 after the deal. Lennar shares fall 2.3 after forecast misses. Oric Pharmaceuticals gains 4.9. ORIC company will pursue single-agent clinical development. Smile Direct gained 2% after dental liner maker said on Monday it plans to enter France with initial location. RoboWalk RWLK shares jumped 24 amid spike in volume. And then U.S.-listed China stocks start to recover a little bit. And then Verica Pharma VRCA plunges 24 after failing to get FDA approval. Okay, so there you go. You got a couple of things. Got a couple of things. Oh, that's the other one. How do you feel? How do you feel, ladies and gentlemen? A lot of volatility yesterday. Then the market opens up and then not as up as it was in the morning, but now it comes down, but it's still up. And now you got the rest of the day. And then on top of all of that, and during the midst of all of that, you live in the greatest country in the world. Huh? How do you feel about that? So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you know you're blessed. And I hope you know you have more opportunity than you think and that you could change your life today. And all you got to do is pay taxes about it. But here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, we must pay homage to the people who've sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the people here, the people not here, I know they feel the exact same way that I do. We want to give a huge shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you are doing. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there too, baby. We love you guys, and God bless you for doing what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Let's go. Let's go. The Jets have been sent. The Jets have been sent. Fully sent. We are fully in the game right now. Wow, I hope you guys feel good. Oh, DraftKings getting pummeled right here below. What happened? It seems like you got some sports betting news right off the bat there. You got about 2 minutes here. Jets coming in extra saucy, baby. Amen. The Uber's up 6. So that's good. Wow, Uber's going to be up. That's going to be great. Again, positivity on when they're going to go positive. But get ready for this one. You got some stuff moving here, like we're saying. Just factoring in everything you got yesterday, there's going to be a lot of weird volatility today. Some people have calmed down from yesterday. Some people are still a little bit worried. We'll see how the market plays out. Again, yesterday was a lot of volume. The real question is if we see that today and then any sort of news associated. But don't forget, today's already Tuesday. You have an event tomorrow with Wednesday and another event after that. So keep in mind that the market is going to be kind of setting up for that. So we're going to watch our key levels. There's a lot of technicals in play today, or at least just important marks that the market needs to be above or below. So we will see what happens. DraftKings made offer to acquire UK sports company Entain for $20 billion. Why would they do that? You know what I'm saying? But get ready. You got about 30, 40 seconds here. Make sure you guys drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you smile today. Listen, man, you woke up. Not everybody's awake right now. So give yourself some credit, and I hope you can put a smile on your face, and I hope you enjoy what you're doing. And usually if you don't enjoy what you're doing, that is because your expectations aren't aligning. So you're going to have to balance out your expectations, or we're going to have to learn a way to pivot. But you should enjoy where you're at, baby. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. So get ready. Get ready. But I got a couple names I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be looking at Nike, Uber, UBS, Baba, Shopify, Starbucks, COP, CCJ, and SRAD. SRAD. And then I kind of want to watch Uber. I already have that up there. Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. And there's the bell, baby. Round 1. Fight. Horn. Wow. Right at the bell. That's what we need, baby. God bless you. It's a beautiful morning. There's Uber right off the open. Bradley, stock market crowd 2. We got Bradley in the morning. I don't know how to feel right now. I don't know if I could even digest it all. Uber's up 7%. We love it. We love it. You peep calls back to life. I'll have to take a look. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Today has a lot in store. It's like it feels aggressive, but a lot less crazier than what we saw yesterday. DraftKings down 1.3. TLT's down. Let's see where UUP's at. Oh, no, UUP's down. You have to give that some time. Airbnb up 1.5. Oh, wow. Very, very good guy. The UUPs are probably, that's probably just the spreads off the open. I wouldn't get too hyped on it. There's Uber. 20. Man, why are they so expensive? On the rip, China strategic sell to 133 million Evergrande vehicle swap shares. Yeah, again, Evergrande has a lot of different companies too. They're more so a conglomerate. So keep that in mind. Good morning. What are default swaps? I'm going to refer you to the Big Short for that one. But pretty much it's a default swap. So if whatever you own it on, if the company fails to pay out the debt, it pretty much gives you a failed return. So it's a swap. It'll swap out. If they miss debt, they swap you out for profit. Watch Bitcoin. Yeah, it's pretty much an insurance plan. Let's see. Uber going straight up. DraftKings kind of recovering now from that initial move. I'd watch any of the oil and commodity plays. Those are going to be key. Bob is actually down there. That's interesting. From yesterday, Ater going crazy. HD. Smile directs the hype play. HLBZ affirm. News on Uber. Uber was their CEO came on today. There's positive comments on when they expect to go profitable and just how things are playing. And they said they're not getting into DD or anything else like that. Dash up 1.5. I like the Uber. I mean, the options are absolutely just nutty, though. It's not even worth it. China is strategic. There's no assurance that the company will dispose of Evergrande's vehicle shares after attaining a disposal mandate. Interesting. And then the dollar stuff, we'll go over it. I mean, I'd watch yesterday's watch list at the end. I explained it, but we could talk about that a little bit here. Once we start getting into relevant discussion here about Evergrande and everything else. Bear trap. First cheese gets the donkey. Dash is up 1.3. Uber's up 2%. A lot of things are holding up very, very nice so far. But again, you're up 1/3%. Every index is matched up. Small caps are up 0.7. My feelings on DraftKings. I don't really know what Entain is. China Bitcoin shortly after Evergrande bonds started failing. What was it? I think Jim Cramer brought it up, but people were the news on it came out 5 days ago. But some people have talked about Tether being linked to China Evergrande because essentially Tether, the stable coins, or a lot of these stable coins, some people saying they're buying Chinese commercial paper. So they're, that's how they're keeping the stability, is that they're taking the money and then they're buying bonds. So one big market that they've been buying bonds in has been China market. So again, that's been out. That news had been out for 5 days. Kramer talked about it yesterday, but people were really on that wave back then, or back before. Even Tether made that announcement 5 days ago. So that could be the only issue, I would say. But other than that, that's the biggest link so far. But I'm sure money, Bitcoin, and what we're saying with the yuan, just capital controls in general. They're not going to, Bitcoin. Why China doesn't like Bitcoin is that it allows money to leave. So if there is an issue with Evergrande and they need to control their currency, last thing you want is capital flight. It's not Evergrande, but the consumers have leveraged crypto loans. I'm sure, too. That's actually an interesting point. Uber 7.5. Uber options are insane. Absolutely insanity, man. Absolutely insanity. Yeah, Evergrande's current bond rating, I think it's the lowest. It's like double C or single C. Uber coming down here. Where's Nike? I thought Nike had earnings. DraftKings makes $20 billion offer for Entain. That's hitting CNBC right now. Bridley Frazzle. Oh, man. There's Bridley Frazzle. Then there was Bradley Frizzled. I don't know, man. This is so much. It's so much. Good morning, baby. What could happen during the debt ceiling if they don't raise it? What would happen if they do? What could happen? I mean, if they raise the debt ceiling and there's agreement, I mean, life goes back to normal. One big essential risk, drops off the table. If they don't, and there's a problem and they don't get the stopgap bill, or they just simply flat out don't raise it, it would lead to American credit getting. We would miss our bond payment or something possibly even worse. Data dot 1.7. Myrna is still alive. Uber coming down. Let's see. Yeah, Myrna just came up right there. A lot of the vaccine stocks are moving. High ticker is very, very active. You're up about 0.6 on the Dow now, and then even 0.5 on the NASDAQ, so we're holding up pretty good. So they'll probably increase the limit. They usually will. I mean, the difference is that now, I mean, you have one side being very adamant saying they're not going to do it, and then yesterday, what they did was, it was a big game of chicken, and the fact that they kind of raised the stakes yesterday by tying in a stopgap bill into the current funding bill. So we'll see. I mean, again, that's like the back and forth with everything. It's usually this situation always is an issue until it's not. But like I pointed yesterday on the watch list, one thing that's and this is part of yesterday that I think a lot of people are missing out. Yesterday wasn't always all about China and Evergrande. If you come here, right, I don't know if you guys see it. Yeah, this is the credit default swaps for the United States. So all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I mean, you could even see here, halfway through the month, it didn't start going up till literally Evergrande, and that was leading into it. But this was when a lot of the debt ceiling issues started to go up. And then by yesterday, our credit default swaps on our sovereign debt shot up. So why would United States credit default swaps go up? Why would they surge? If you have a bond, that means your bond is in trouble. Or at least people are starting to get worried about it. So that's what I'm trying to pull up, or that's what I was trying to say yesterday, is that, yes, Evergrande is a big deal right now, but you can't forget that there's other stuff happening right now, namely the debt ceiling, and then everything else tied to Powell and even the technicals. Sundial up 4. Baba pop. Uber wants to come up. Bowen's high. Good morning, Uber, man. Bro, the Ubers are so expensive. That sucks. I want to play Uber. That was good news for them. Again, when they're expecting profitability. Facebook dumped to low of the day. Yeah, surprisingly, they're still up green, but yeah, they're coming down. People were hating on Uber forever. I know, man. I know. They hate us because they ain't us. Yeah, Uber CEO pre-market, I mean, he said a lot of good things, and even what they're expecting for profitability, even by quarter 3, and them even taking up market share is a very, very positive. Twitter gas in Airbnb 166. Their next earnings is probably in maybe a month or so. Just see going back where it belongs. Where's that? Where does it belong? Is that up or down? You know, that's a very ominous statement. I take you back where you belong. What does this mean, Habibi? Facebook new low, Snap staying up, bought more DD puts. You got 2 Ubers currently at $1. You bought them at 50. It makes sense to make them free when they're in the money. Either you know, in the money or expiration. But you know, if you look at your account, if your account makes you feel a certain type of way, and you know your cash balance, and you're looking at it, you know, you got to decide. I mean, you usually when we look at it, if you have more than one contract, making one free. I mean, worst case, you miss out on bigger profits, but protecting it and letting it do its thing, you know, that's usually a winner. Sitting on the Uber, that's good. I mean, I think a lot of people were picking up shares. It was an interesting dip by there, but to even be holding some options into this, it's a nice move. All of the options on that chain went crazy. Yeah, we do debit spreads. We did one yesterday. My sister's happy, kind of. I mean, so we got sister's law term. She's up 4% now. We got 12% on Uber, or 12% on Airbnb, 4% on Uber, but then down 8% on UWMC. I'm like, geez, that UWMC crazy. It's been terrorizing everybody. But no, it's looking good so far, though. And again, you got another deposit coming in a little bit, but got some gains on both sides. Got some gains on both sides. We love to see it. We love to see it. Yeah, we did 2 debit spreads. We did a ghetto spread and then a normal debit spread. But yeah, Entain and DraftKings. Apparently, Entain is a FTSE 100 company, so they're big. But DraftKings is coming back down now, hitting a low following news of that deal. Uber is just holding up again. 7% on Uber is huge. Still continues lower. I think commodities are going to be a very, very interesting part of the market here in the next coming weeks with everything going on. VMware, watch Dell. VMware is popping a little bit. How do you feel about my thesis after the market opening? What's my thesis? Which sense? There's a lot going on. I mean, my thesis essentially, I don't know what you're attributing it to, but I'd say there's just more going on than Evergrande right now, and it's pretty much the 3 events that we have, and that the market cares more about other things than tapering. Evergrande bonds on Thursday. Again, it's just going to be a moment of truth. We'll see. Kramer likes Dash, Uber, Airbnb. That's good. We like Airbnb too. We love Airbnb, Mr. Kramer. That's very good. Good. Evergrande, yeah, they missed 2 payments on 1 bond. The big one is on Thursday. Yeah, they did already miss a payment. No, I think China might let them. I don't think Evergrande is too big to fail. I think they are, but I don't think China agrees. Thoughts on X? I think they could be good. I haven't even looked at Nucor. Watch VMware. I think that one's actually very interesting. How that's moving. I'm going to take off Uber. X is down 2%. Let me see. Pretty decent on the 100-day. I mean, it still has a little bit more room below, but I think it's an interesting point. Facebook, SPY's popping. Facebook's getting a green candle there. Big SPY move. Microsoft, too. Microsoft and ASON. Oh, ASON's down. Microsoft is really leading. Microsoft's up 1%. Dow Jones is up 0.85. S&P 0.75. NASDAQ 0.8. You're just under 1% now, getting back to some of the pre-market highs. Again, we were up 1% pre-market, so yeah, you have a big range today. VMware showing hard to borrow on TD Ameritrade. Win is negative. Again, there's a lot with Win yesterday. Yeah, Win just went negative. TLT still down. Microsoft, yeah, we have Microsoft's killing it. Talk about the VMW spinoff. I know there's a lot with it. That's why I think you're the one who said watch Dell. Not playing Iron Mountain. We have old shares of that, but I haven't played it in a minute. Again, I'm waiting for, and who knows when it's going to happen, but the SALT deductions, once we get an update on kind of some of the policy for the taxes and what's going to happen in the next 12 months, where some benefits are going to be, I think that will open or close the door for REITs. Microsoft's killing it. Uber's still holding. DraftKings selling off. Facebook's coming up high. Remember, they've been a laggard the last few days. Lucid is killing it. Yeah, Lucid up 6%. And again, they were a leader with 99% of stocks were down. And Lucid was like, nah, man, not me. This is my time. I've been waiting on my moment. Walmart looks solid. Tesla's up 1%. TLT's coming down. And again, you saw the trend yesterday as TLT started to drop or go up, how the bonds played out. So the correlation is pretty decent today. So just keep watching there. At least that's going to move a little bit normal. Walmart, Tesla's on the high. Microsoft's on the high. Let's see, Apple and Amazon. They're both doing the same thing. All 1%. Amazon's lagging a little bit, but you got almost 1% on the Dow. So just think about that. You think about how long it took us to get a 1% move on the market. Then you saw what happened yesterday, and now you're watching it play out here today. You know, you're 15 minutes in, 20 minutes in, and we're already getting a 1% move on the Dow. So I don't know, just because it's not going down, I hope you realize you are getting volatility, though. You know, this is why the ranges are definitely widening, so keep that in mind. It means volatility is coming back. That's a good sign I see. For the at the very least. But we'll see. But again, the market, bigger range, it's going to move, so stay on top of that, stay prepared. Airbnb. Wow, 2% to bounce. Uber breaking out now. Again, it's already up 7%, so it's a pretty big deal for them. God bless the Vates, baby. The volume today, pretty low so far. Actually, not bad. 20 minutes, 11 million. We would usually do that in about an hour. So volume's still actually pretty cooking. It's not like yesterday, but it's still up there. Uber Leap's coming back to life. Are they? Oh, the old ones that we went over the other day, we're only down 30% on them. Remember when we did the example with that Uber Leap? We were down 50% on them. So those are coming back a little bit. Amazon supporting effort to reform nation's cannabis policy. Egypt seeks to raise 2.5 to 3 billion in bond sales. Shout out to Egypt, man. Hey, man. Start leading and following the trends. I mean, if you wanted to like look, you could just, we could pull up the data, right? And we could see like what's going on industries. We could put up the map. We could see the movers, laggers, and leaders. But otherwise, kind of pay attention and you will get an idea. Sometimes you'll watch certain stocks take the lead, or if you're looking at the high-low ticker, a lot of the certain industry will paint it, or, start by industry essentially and go by industry and see where things are going from there. And you'll get an idea. Then comparing it to like bonds and dollars, that's just looking at those two factors kind of separately and paying attention on the daily of what they do. He has been doing this a bull trap. I think it could go both ways. I mean, you have to really think about it. You have Jerome Powell tomorrow, so the market's going to make some level of move. But the point is, after today, coming into tomorrow, by halfway tomorrow, market is going to be responding to what Powell says, and then once Powell says, then it will open up the floodgates to either shoot up or to shoot back down. That's just what I believe. Up and then we still continue from there with what's going to happen with China, Evergrande, so on and so forth. Market volume, I mean, if you ever go to the SPY or SPX or the Dow, any of them, you can just look at that. For my case, I use the SPY ETF volume, and I just go to it for the day and see where it's at. Draft came falling. First the straight and then the grab. Ooh. DraftKings. Yeah, DraftKings down 4% now. They just said, no. The market don't like this investment. Airbnb is still going. Airbnb is bounced back very, very quickly. That's crazy. We're like $2 away from where Airbnb was on the high. So that's good. I got to take advantage of those puts. I still have some. But that would have been a lot uglier if I didn't sell them. Or I would have been disappointed. PayPal to offer savings account as part of all-in-one app. I don't know if that's new or not. PayPal's up 0.7. Square, Airbnb, another candle. SPY's hanging out at the top about just under 8.8%. Penn is on the low too. Okay, rest of the world looks pretty decent too. Again, Europe had a very, very strong bounce today. The Nikkei didn't do too good, but we'll see here. Europe's looking very nice. QS is up big. Yeah, QuantumScape's up 15%. And they're at the high here. They're kind of just coming back to life off the bottom. The banks are only up 0.5% though. That's the... I don't know. I mean, I guess they did bounce about like, they made up half of their gains at close. So I guess this is decent. Moody's central banks seek to balance innovation and disruption when developing digital currencies. XLF, look at Nike chart. When does Nike, I thought Nike was going to report. I think Nike is still even, I think they're kind of on the chopping block still. BlackRock HSBC boosted Evergrande Holdings as crisis loomed. Uber going up or down? Uber on up or Uber on upside 8% now. Nike is on Thursday. Got it. Yeah, but they're still in the game, or at least, Nike is, believe it or not, they're still a China play. Nike and Starbucks. You kept telling me on Thursday. I thought you guys kept saying it was today or after hours. I said, okay. That's fine with me. It's already September 21st, man. That's crazy. September is almost over. Just got to finish it up with some Fed Powell. Uber going for 10. Uber's up there. The premium stopped moving as much, so that's the only weird part about it. Or at least it's like good and bad, but I think most of it's capped there. So Uber 44 made one free. Let's go. There you go. Now ride it out. Be safe. Tomorrow is officially fall. Wow. Fall it is. Fall, then winter. TLT's falling. So we'll see if the SPY takes another high off that or if they kind of start to diverge here. Airbnb on the high. Starbucks is killing it, 1.5. Roblox barely up. Airbnb, I think, is back to the, 168? 168 is where it was before everything. Mr. Johnston, welcome back, baby. With a 1-year patch. Amen. Win getting destroyed. Baba literally pinned. Yeah, Win is down 1.5. Baba holding up, I mean, 0.25%, not too bad. I mean, JD's barely holding up. Let's check HSBC. They're up just normal with the banks. UBS barely up 0.1%. I mean, it looks like some things are looking a little bit weak. And again, oil, some oil and commodities are down here. So we'll see. SPY's coming down a little bit. Watch what happens there with the bonds. Brandon Frizzle, the third one. I wonder if they're all related. I wonder if it's the same person or if this is different people carrying on the torch. Either way, baby, we love it. From the frizzled families, we love them all. We love them all. Peach inflation. It's more like the Peach Nation. Peach Nation, baby. SPY's coming down here. Again, some stuff are leading the way. So, Brandon, you know, this is where I double check it. Like, I'm looking here to answer that question. You know, look at X is down 3%. They're big. What industry are they in? You know, I got to pull up Nucor. They're down 2%. So, hopefully you're seeing, even oil barely up. I'm assuming that oil is probably leading the way down. So, that's where I'm going to verify it here. But SPY is coming down. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. So right here, materials on the Dow are leading on the downside. And then so are industrials. Let's see the SPX. Industrials and then materials are actually doing good, but they're just not down as much. Or they're just not down as much. Oh, whoa. What the hell was that? XOM? Yo, you see that? Was that real? That was crazy. Corn. Mr. Kagura with the corn. I was looking at the data there. I didn't see that one come in. SPY just gave up about 0.25% right there. Again, some things are getting hit. Looks like materials are kind of leading on the downside, but everything is still green. Or if it is red, it's barely red as an index. Again, banks are kind of holding a little bit weaker there, and some of the China names just aren't doing the same dance. Energy was good the last 2 days, so that's the only thing I could suspect of why it's doing bad now. Maybe it's kind of just one in that sense, where it was just leading yesterday, the last couple days, and kind of taking a breather. We'll see. I mean, just watch to see. I mean, unless we come back below the lowest point on the pre-market or this morning, it's going to be good. But again, this is, get ready. I mean, you finally are getting a 1% move. Just compare this to the last month and a half. You've been watching 0.25% moves all day. So you're going to get 0.5% moves just throughout the day as we start to balance out. So take note, TLT is dropping now, but the SPY's coming down with it as opposed to shooting up as it should. So if TLT keeps dropping, it may start to give some fuel to the S&P. DOJ preparing to challenge American JetBlue Alliance. What the hell is that? The Department of Justice is going after airlines. Yeah, JetBlue's getting attacked by that. I think airlines are going to get clapped. What the hell is the American JetBlue Alliance? Who's involved in that? That's anti-competitive. Who's involved? Yeah, I think it's a union. That one could be interesting. Watch the airlines. Anti-competitiveness. SPY's coming down now a little bit. We're holding up here again to the lower end of the day. It's American and JetBlue. They have that little candle, but they're not. Now they're kind of just looks like just market shock. Just moving with the market as opposed to responding to the news. Yeah, JetBlue session. Shares dipped to session low before pairing. Joe started early, 10 a.m. I mean, again, he's at the UN World Conference or the General Assembly. He's like, hey, good morning. Gotta be part of UN.
Of every nation.
I love them.
From every background.
And Monopoly.
Each death is an individual heartbreak. But our shared grief is a poignant reminder that our collective future will hinge on our ability to recognize our common humanity and to act together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the clear and urgent choice that we face here at the dawning of what must be a decisive decade for our world. A decade that will quite literally determine our futures. As a global community, we're challenged by urgent and looming crises, wherein lie enormous opportunities if we can summon the will and resolve to seize these opportunities. Will we work together to save lives, defeat COVID-19 everywhere, and take the necessary steps to prepare ourselves for the next pandemic, for there will be another one? Or will we fail to harness the tools at our disposal as the more virulent and dangerous variants take hold? Will we meet the threat of challenging climate, the challenging climate we're all feeling, already ravaging every part of our world, with extreme weather? Or will we suffer the merciless march of ever-worsening droughts and floods, more intense fires and hurricanes, longer heat waves, and rising seas? Will we affirm and uphold the human dignity and human rights under which nations in common cause more than 7 decades ago formed this institution? Will we apply and strengthen the core tenets of the international system, including the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as we seek to shape the emergence of new technologies and deter new threats? Or will we allow those universal principles to be trampled and twisted in pursuit of naked political power? In my view, how we answer these questions in this moment, whether we choose to fight for our shared future or not, will reverberate for generations yet to come. Simply put, we stand, in my view, at an inflection point in history. And I'm here today to share with you how the United States intends to work with partners and allies to answer these questions, and the commitment of my new administration to help lead the world toward a more peaceful, prosperous future for all people.
Decepticons.
Instead of continuing to fight the wars of the past, we are fixing our eyes on devoting our resources to the challenges.
Tesla making a move up 1.5. That's a leader.
Future. Ending this pandemic, addressing the climate crisis, managing the shifts in global power dynamics, shaping the rules of the world on vital issues like trade, cyber, and emerging technologies, and facing the threat of terrorism as it stands today. We've ended 20 years of conflict in Afghanistan, and as we close this period of relentless war, we're opening a new era of relentless diplomacy, of using the power of our development aid to invest in new ways of lifting people up around the world, of renewing and defending democracy, of proving that no matter how challenging or how complex the problems we're going to face, government by and for the people is still the best way to deliver for all of our people. And as the United States turns our focus to the priorities and the regions of the world, like the Indo-Pacific, that are most consequential today and tomorrow, we'll do so with our allies and partners through cooperation at multilateral institutions like the United Nations to amplify our collective strength and speed our progress toward dealing with these global challenges. It is a fundamental truth of the 21st century within each of our countries and as a global community.
SPY getting a little weak right here. Be careful.
Is bound up.
We're coming down, but a lot of red
well.
candles across a lot of different names. You're hitting
you're
hitting the low of the day.
Engage
so watch out again. That's almost a 0.5% move in the last 30 minutes, or even almost a full percent, or 0.75%. I'm talking like Brad. Shut up, Decepticon.
Our security,
we're
securitizing. Yeah. And our very freedoms are interconnected, in my view, as never before. And so, I believe we must work together as never before. Over the last 8 months, I prioritized rebuilding our alliances, revitalizing our partnerships, and recognizing they're essential and central to America's enduring security and prosperity. We have reaffirmed our sacred NATO alliance to Article 5 commitment. We're working with our allies toward a new strategic concept that will help our alliance better take on evolving threats of today and tomorrow. We renewed our engagement with the European Union, a fundamental partner in tackling the full range of significant issues facing our world today. We elevated the Quad partnership among Australia, India, Japan, and the United States to take on challenges ranging from health security to climate to emerging technologies. We're engaging with regional institutions from ASEAN to the African Union to the Organization of American States to focus on people's urgent needs for better health.
Another set of red candles across XLF and even big tech stocks right here. You're below now the low of the day. You're still positive, but even though we bounce right back up, the sell-off kind of continues. The sell-off of the gains. You were still green today, still bullish for the most part. Let's see what happens.
We are re-engaged at the World Health Organization and working in close partnership with COVAX
and COVID,
to deliver life-saving vaccines around the world. We rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, and we're running to retake a seat in the Human Rights Council next year at the UN. And as the United States seeks to rally the world to action, we will lead not just with the example of our power, but, God willing, with the power of our example. Make no mistake, the United States will continue to defend ourselves, our allies, and our interests against attack, including terrorist threats, as we prepare to use force, if any is necessary. But to defend our vital U.S. national interest, including against ongoing and imminent threats. But the mission must be clear and achievable, undertaken with informed consent of the American people, and whenever possible, in partnership with our allies. U.S. military power must be our tool of last resort, not our first, and it should not be used as an answer to every problem we see around the world. Indeed, today, many of our greatest concerns cannot be solved or even addressed through the force of arms. Bombs and bullets cannot defend against COVID-19 or its future variants. To fight this pandemic, we need a collective act of science and political will. We need to act now to get shots in arms as fast as possible and expand access to oxygen, tests, treatments.
Yeah, oil fell below 70. Oil's getting clapped right here. That's part of one of the leaders. Again, materials and energy are on the low of the day so far. SPY's hitting another new low, but certain things have gone red already.
Development assistance and global health and a global health threat council.
Compost.
That is armed with the tools we need
Decepticons
to monitor and identify emerging pandemics so that we can take immediate action. Already, the United States has put more than $15 billion toward the global COVID response. We've shipped more than 160 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine to other countries. This includes 130 million doses from our own supply and the first tranches of the 500 million doses of Pfizer vaccine we purchased to donate through COVAX. Planes carrying vaccines from the United States have already landed in 100 countries, bringing people all over the world a little dose of hope, as one American nurse termed it to me.
Yeah, smoke it. Come on.
Dose of hope.
Yeah, hit that shit.
Direct from the American people. And importantly, no strings attached. And tomorrow, at the U.S.-hosted Global COVID-19 Summit, I'll be announcing additional commitments as we seek to advance the fight against COVID-19 and hold ourselves accountable around specific targets on 3 key challenges: saving lives now, vaccinating the world, and building back better.
NASDAQ's leading the way, but it's matched up with S&P here as they're hitting another low. Watch energy materials. Amazon is red now.
Climate crisis. The extreme weather events that we have seen in every part of the world, and you all know it and feel it, represent what the Secretary General has rightly called Code Red for humanity. And the scientists and experts are telling us that we're fast approaching a point of no return in a literal sense. To keep within our reach the vital goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, every nation needs to bring their highest
DRMA
possible
popping,
ambitions
but it looks
to
a
the table
liquid. Be careful.
when we
SPY's
meet
coming
in
down again.
Glasgow
Another low.
for COP26. And then to have to keep raising our collective ambition over time. In April, I announced the United States' ambitious new goal under the Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the United States by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030 as we work toward achieving a clean energy economy.
Yeah, Chad posted it.
net
Blink
zero
having a
emissions
pop.
by 2050.
Chad is saying it's because of a contract. Check
And
news.
my administration is working
BLNK.
closely with our Congress to make critical investments in green infrastructure and electric vehicles that will help us lock in progress at home toward our climate goals. And the best part is, making these ambitious investments isn't just good climate policy. It's a chance for each of our countries to invest in ourselves.
Yeah, Blink gets contract with Sourcewell.
It's an enormous opportunity to create good-paying jobs for workers in each of our countries.
Sourcewell. I'm reading the article, but it looks like it's confirmed, or they have a press release.
The quality of life for all of our people. We also have to support the countries and people that will be hit the hardest and that have the fewest resources to help them adapt. In April, I announced the United States will double our public international financing to help developing nations tackle the climate crisis. And today, I'm proud to announce that we'll work with the Congress to double that number again, including for adaptation efforts. This will make the United States a leader in public climate finance, and with our added support, together with increased private capital and from other donors, we'll be able to meet the goal
Duo pop in.
of
SPY kind of bouncing a little bit there.
$100 billion
Then Blink is still going up.
to support climate action in developing nations. As we deal with these crises, we're also encountering a new era, an era of new technologies and possibilities that have potential to release and reshape every aspect of human existence. And it's up to all of us to determine whether these technologies are a force to empower people or to deepen repression. As new technologies continue to evolve, we'll work together with our democratic partners to ensure that new advances in areas from biotechnology to quantum computing, 5G, artificial intelligence, and more are used to lift people up, to solve problems, and advance human freedom, not to suppress dissent or target minority communities. And the United States intends to make a profound investment in research and innovation, working with countries at all stages of economic development to develop new tools and technologies to help us tackle the challenges of this second quarter of the 21st century and beyond. We're hardening our critical infrastructure against cyber attacks, disrupting ransomware networks, and working to establish clear rules of the road for all nations as it relates to cyberspace. We'll reserve the right to respond decisively to cyber attacks that threaten our people, our allies, or our interests. We will pursue new rules of global trade and economic growth that strive to level the playing field so that it's not artificially tipped in favor of any one country at the expense of others. And every nation has the right and opportunity to compete fairly. We will strive to ensure that basic labor rights, environmental safeguards, and intellectual property are protected, and that the benefits of globalization are shared broadly throughout all our societies. We'll continue to uphold the long-standing rules and norms that have formed the guardrails of international engagement for decades, that have been essential to the development of nations around the world. Bedrock commitments like freedom of navigation, adherence to international laws and treaties, support for arms control measures that reduce the risk and enhance transparency. Our approach is firmly grounded and fully consistent with the United Nations mission and the values we've agreed to when we drafted this charter. These are commitments we all made and that we're all bound to uphold. And as we strive to deal with these urgent challenges, whether they're long-standing or newly emerging, we must also deal with one another. All of the major powers of the world have a duty, in my view, to carefully manage their relationships so they do not tip from responsible competition to conflict. The United States will compete and will compete vigorously and lead with our values and our strength. We'll stand up for our allies and our friends and oppose attempts by stronger countries to dominate weaker ones, whether through changes to territory by force.
Are people leaving?
Economic coercion.
They walk it out and they're like, yo, I'm out, bro.
Disinformation. But
I thought someone else was headlining. Where's the...
Again, we are not seeking a new Cold War or a world divided.
Yeah, Uber's popping. It's on the high ticker now.
The United States is ready to work with any nation that steps up and pursues peaceful resolution to shared challenges, even if we have intense disagreements in other areas, because we'll all suffer the consequences of our failure if we do not come together to address the urgent threats like COVID-19 and climate change, or enduring threats like nuclear proliferation. The United States remains committed to preventing Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon. We're working with the P5+1 to engage Iran diplomatically and to seek a return to JCPOA. We're prepared to return to full compliance if Iran does the same. Similarly, we seek serious and sustained diplomacy to pursue the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We seek concrete progress toward an available plan with tangible commitments that would increase stability on the peninsula and in the region, as well as improve the lives of the people in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We must also remain vigilant to the threat of terror that terrorism poses to all our nations, whether emanating from distant regions of the world or in our own backyard.
So a headline is coming from that, but apparently Biden said he would double climate funding again.
The bitter sting of terrorism is real. We've almost all experienced it. Last month, we lost 13 American heroes and almost 200 innocent Afghan civilians in a heinous terrorist attack at the Kabul airport. Those who commit acts of terrorism against us will continue to find a determined enemy in the United States. The world today is not the world of 2001, though. And the United States is not the same country we were when we were attacked on 9/11 20 years ago. Today, we're better equipped to detect and prevent terrorist threats, and we are more resilient in our ability to repel them and to respond. We know how to build effective partnerships to dismantle terrorist networks by targeting their financing and support systems, countering their propaganda, preventing their travel, as well as disrupting imminent attacks. We'll meet terrorist threats that arise today and in the future with a full range of tools available to us, including working in cooperation with local partners so that we need not be so reliant on large-scale military deployments. One of the most important ways we can effectively enhance security and reduce violence is by seeking to improve the lives of the people all over the world.
So we've kind of chilled out for like 10 minutes here. Just get ready. I mean, it's either going to send us another leg lower or we're going to get another one of these bounces, but I'm expecting at least a quarter to 0.5% move here. Again, we're still early. Today's very, very active. There's still a lot of movement. Don't let Joe put you to sleep. No pun intended.
Than a national security threat in the 21st century. Around the world, we're increasingly seeing citizens demonstrate their discontent, seeing the wealthy and well-connected grow richer and richer, taking payoffs and bribes, operating above the law, while the vast majority of the people struggle to find a job or put food on the table, or to get their businesses off the ground, or simply send their children to school. People have taken to the streets in every region to demand that their governments address people's basic needs, give everyone a fair shot to succeed, and protect their God-given rights. And in that chorus of voices, across languages and continents, we hear a common cry, a cry for dignity, simple dignity. As leaders, it's our duty to answer that call, not to silence it. The United States is committed to using our resources and our international platform to support these voices, listen to them, partner with them to find ways to respond that advance human dignity around the world. For example, there's an enormous need for infrastructure in developing countries. But infrastructure that is low quality or that feeds corruption or exacerbates environmental degradation may only end up contributing to greater challenges for countries over time. Done the right way, however, with transparent, sustainable investment in projects that respond to the country's needs and engage their local workers to maintain high labor and environmental standards, infrastructure can be a strong foundation that allows societies in low and middle-income countries to grow and to prosper. That's the idea behind the Build Back Better world. And together with the private sector and our G7 partners, we aim to mobilize hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure investment. We will also continue to be the world's largest contributor to humanitarian assistance, bringing food, water, shelter, emergency health care, and other vital life-saving aid to millions of people in need. When the earthquake strikes, the typhoon rages, or disaster anywhere in the world, the United States shows up. We'll be ready to help. And at a time when nearly 1 in 3 people globally do not have access to adequate food just last year, the United States is committing to rallying our partners to address immediate malnutrition and to ensure that we can sustainably feed the world for the decades to come. To that end, the United States is making a $10 billion commitment to end hunger and invest in food systems at home and abroad. Since 2000, the United States government has provided more than $140 billion to advance health and strengthen health systems, and we will continue our leadership to drive these vital investments to make people's lives better every single day. Just give them a little breathing room. And as we strive to make lives better, we must work with renewed purpose to end the conflicts that are driving so much pain and hurt around the world. We must redouble our diplomacy and commit to political negotiations, not violence, as a tool of first resort, to manage tensions around the world, must seek a future of greater peace and security for all people of the Middle East. The commitment of the United States to Israel's security is without question, and our support for an independent Jewish state is unequivocal. But I continue to believe that a two-state solution is the best way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish democratic state, living in peace alongside a viable, sovereign, and democratic Palestinian state. We're a long way from that goal at this moment, but we must never allow ourselves to give up on the possibility of progress. We cannot give up on solving raging civil conflicts, including in Ethiopia and Yemen, where fighting between warring parties is driving famine, horrific violence, human rights violations against civilians, including the unconscionable use of rape as a weapon of war. We will continue to work with the international community to press for peace and bring an end to this suffering. As we pursue diplomacy across the board, the United States will champion the democratic values that go to the very heart of who we are as a nation and a people: freedom, equality, opportunity, and a belief in the universal rights of all people. It's stamped into our DNA as a nation, and critically, it's stamped into the DNA of this institution, the United States. We sometimes forget, I quote the opening words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, quote, "The equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world." The founding ethos of the United Nations places the rights of individuals at the center of our system. And that clarity and vision must not be ignored or misinterpreted. The United States will do our part, but will be more successful and more impactful if all of our nations are working toward the full mission to which we are called. That's why more than 100 nations united again around a shared statement, and the Security Council adopted a resolution outlining how we'll support the people of Afghanistan moving forward, laying out the expectations to which we'll hold the Taliban when it comes to respecting universal human rights. We all must advocate for women, the rights of women and girls to use their full talents, to contribute economically, politically, and socially, and pursue their dreams free of violence and intimidation. From Central America to the Middle East to Africa to Afghanistan, wherever it appears in the world. We all must call out and condemn the targeting and oppression of racial, ethnic, and religious minorities whether it occurs in Xinjiang or northern Ethiopia or anywhere in the world. We all must defend the rights of LGBTQI individuals so they can live and love openly without fear, whether it's Chechnya or Cameroon or anywhere. As we steer our nations toward this inflection point and work to meet today's fast-moving, cross-cutting challenges, let me be clear. I am not agnostic about the future we want for the world. The future will belong to those who embrace human dignity, not trample it. The future will belong to those who unleash the potential of their people, not those who stifle it. The future will belong to those who give their people the ability to breathe free, not those who seek to suffocate their people with an iron hand. Authoritarianism, the authoritarianism of the world, may seek to proclaim the end of the age of democracy, but they're wrong. The truth is, the democratic world is everywhere. It lives in the anti-corruption activists, the human rights defenders, the journalists, the peace protesters. On the front lines of this struggle in Belarus, Burma, Syria, Cuba, Venezuela, and everywhere in between, it lives in the brave women of Sudan who withstood violence and oppression to push a genocidal dictator from power and who keep working every day to defend their democratic progress. It lives in the proud Moldovans who helped deliver a landslide victory for the forces of democracy with a mandate to fight graft, to build a more inclusive economy. It lives in the young people of Zambia who harnessed the power of their vote for the first time, turning out in record numbers to denounce corruption and chart a new path for their country. And while no democracy is perfect, including the United States, we'll continue to struggle to live up to the highest ideals to heal our divisions. And we face down violence and insurrection. Democracy remains the best tool we have to unleash our full human potential. My fellow leaders, this is a moment where we must prove ourselves the equals of those who come before us, who with vision and values and determined faith in our collective future built our United Nations, broke the cycle of war and destruction, and laid the foundations for more than 7 decades of relative peace and growing global prosperity. Now, we must again come together to affirm the inherent humanity that unites us is much greater than any outward divisions or disagreements. We must choose to do more than we think we can do alone so that we accomplish what we must together. Ending this pandemic and making sure we're better prepared for the next one. Staving off climactic climate change and increasing our resilience to the impacts we already are seeing. Ensuring a future where technologies are a vital tool to solving human challenges and empowering human potential, not a source of greater strife and repression. These are the challenges that we will determine what the world looks like for our children and our grandchildren and what they'll inherit. We can only meet them by looking to the future. I stand here today for the first time in 20 years with the United States not at war. We've turned the page. All the unmatched strength, energy, and commitment, will, and resources of our nation are now fully and squarely focused on what's ahead of us, not what was behind. I know this. As we look ahead, we will lead. We will lead on all the greatest challenges of our time, from COVID to climate, peace and security, human dignity and human rights, but we will not go it alone. We will lead together with our allies and partners and in cooperation with all those who believe as we do that this is within our power to meet these challenges, to build a future that lifts all of our people and preserves this planet. But none of this is inevitable. It's a choice. And I can tell you where America stands. We will choose to build a better future. We, you and I, we have the will and capacity to make it better. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot afford to waste any more time. Let's get to work. Let's make our better future now. We can do this. It's within our power and capacity. Thank you. God bless you all.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Thanks, Joe.
May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker.
They said y'all could get coffee and go to the bathroom. That shit was crazy. My bad. Yeah, I know y'all kept looking at me the whole time. I know some of y'all left early. That's fine. Just come back in 5 minutes, and then we're going to start with the next one. Biden frizzle. Well, I mean, it was good to hear. Again, that is the 78th or 76th UN General Assembly. So a lot of the world leaders are there. FDA expected to announce decision on Pfizer booster on Wednesday. That's hitting the wire right now. Pfizer booster news. We'll see if it hits the stock. But kind of interesting. Nothing really actionable there. I was looking for hints with the debt ceiling. Again, that has been the issue. We even brought it up this morning. I know a lot of people are talking about Evergrande. And people are worried about Evergrande. I still think Evergrande is a risk. A lot of people are kind of brushing it off even here today. But at the same time, this is the United States credit default swap. So this has pretty much been going up as the situation related to the debt ceiling has gotten worse. So that's what we're monitoring. But SPY here is at a low of the day, right below the VWAP. One thing I have been looking at is the XLF and financial company. So we got some leaders here today. But energy and materials are kind of doing the worst. Those are leading us to the downside. Otherwise, a majority of names are up today in different industries. So the bonds are kind of playing a little bit weird here. Remember when the bonds started to drop and you saw the market kind of do its thing. So we are kind of waiting here a little bit. It's a pretty interesting day so far. There's the potential for a wider range given the volatility. So keep that in mind. Roblox is popping out there. FDA expected on Wednesday. HLBZ halted. Lucid is up almost 10. That has been a leader. Best way to play the debt ceiling not getting raised. If that happens, I mean, if the United States defaults, I mean, first it will be what's it called? It would be a government shutdown, and then it would lead to a potential default. But at that point, if there is a default on U.S. debt because of the debt ceiling, I mean, it would get bad no matter. You could throw a dart at anything and make money on the put side if that did end up happening. Yeah, UP's up, but it's still, still need to go a little bit more. It's still kind of stuck in there. What do you think about policy Australia's implementing about checking in on your location? Well, Mr. Biden Frizzle, you were talking to a guy who doesn't even show his face on the internet. So I'm a big fan of privacy and leave me the fuck alone. So I think that could, you know what I'm saying? I think it's just, I think everybody should have personal freedom to decide. But, like, if you want to go on Snapchat and turn on your location and let everybody see your location, that's a personal choice. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it works. So it's like, if you want to do that, that's all you, bro. That's not me, though. AT&T presenting at the conference. The HSBC puts, they went down a little bit. Even the UBS's, I was looking at those. SPY's hitting another low. Yeah, we talked about DraftKings, and even during the speech there, DraftKings, or the company that they offered, verified that they did get the offer for EBIT or whatever it's called. I'm scaring you with the default shit. I mean, right now, I would say it's about a 20% probability is the best way to, I mean, again, honestly, where am I getting that number? I mean, you're at 15% spread on the credit default swap. So I think it's about 15-20% probability that happens. So the real question is just going to be how every day goes on. The politics, I mean, I shouldn't be the one scaring you about this. It should be your politicians that are scaring you. When the longer they take to decide, the longer they go back and forth. That's the issue. Otherwise, the probability is still low for now. But it's just, it's one of those potential events, and now I'm tying it into, I'm tying this into everything. You also have Evergrande. You also have the technical levels. You also have Powell on Wednesday. So do you see how it's in and of itself it's important, but also combined with everything else, there's a bigger play behind it all. Yeah, HSBC getting volume at the bottom. UBS bounced. They were red first. Firm stock. We still have that option. That's the better one. I meant to sell all of my long terms. J Powell speaking tomorrow. I think you're just bored today. Go find God. You'll be good. That's it. Market goes down a little bit. You'll be like, I want to sell the long term. Man, you just messing with me at that point. You ain't even, that's crazy. A firm stock, I like the options better. I mean, the stock went up. We had a nice play on it, but I'm waiting. I don't know if I'm in the money, I think, or close to it. I don't know if I would take the shares on that one. Biogen speaking about Alzheimer's drug investor day. They're still going, bro. That was still It's funny how that situation's played out. Would our dollar strengthen with the default? Well, that's what I was talking about today. Somebody asked it. I brought it up on the watch list yesterday. It's just understanding inevitably what would happen with the dollar. And I mean inevitably because the dollar will move depending on certain actions. Like temporarily, the dollar could weaken for about a week or two and then ultimately end up a lot higher, where it's kind of understanding the idea of, the strain. First there's the strain and then the grab. So, like, it gets strained, it gets weakened, and then all of a sudden after the weakness, people are like, oh, shit, there's a problem, and then they rush to grab the dollar. So that's why even with the whole China thing, like I could see the dollar ultimately ending up stronger, but before it would weaken depending on the level of strength that they got. I mean, that's just how the currencies move, but it's a very complex one, and like I'm saying, it's going to, there is going to be a time period on it. It's where does the dollar currency ultimately end? Chinese warplane enters in Taiwan's air defense zone. UN General Assembly Day. Come on. Little pop shout out to Troy. Yeah, you are getting moved. HLBZ, they're unhalted. That's moving. Yeah, HLBZ is off the unhalt. HSBC going if Evergrande misses the bond payment. We'll find out. I mean, it's hard to say. Obviously, we know they have exposure, and even when we made that first play, we didn't understand the scope of the exposure. I don't think anybody does right now, and that's why we're going to wait till see what happens on Thursday. Was video streaming partnership with Amazon? That's what HLBC is. Hellbiz? I don't know. I don't want to enter into the business of hell. Hellbiz, this sounds very sketchy. How come Biden not talking about the borders? He denounced the horse thing. He said that he's like, yo, man, that's not my squad, but technically it is his squad since he's in charge now. But yeah, that's the only thing he said on it. And then they yesterday, Jen Psaki, they said crossing the border is different on foot is different than flying in. They said it's a lot different. So other than that, because there was questions of, again, yesterday was a big deal for travel because they opened up the vaccine, or they opened up travel for foreigners as long as they're vaccinated. But then people brought up the question, why then are they not testing at the border or anything like that? T says we're winning the market share in wireless. Yalla T. And then Biogen's still moving. They're at the conference. HLBZ. That's that Amazon one. Spies below VWAP, hanging towards the low of the day, but it has chilled out for the last like 20, 30 minutes. ATVI, DraftKings do low. AT&T's moving. Watch, TLT's going up there, so let's see. If TLT goes up, it might end up being bearish on the market, but watch to see if they move in tandem. What was I looking at? Activision. Activision down 2% already. HLBZ is still moving. That one's an interesting one. AXTI. It looks like AXTI is popping. Stream alert stop working. What do I need to do? Fix it. Send an email. Go log in to where you go to where you logged into and send a support email there. Hopefully you didn't change your number or you didn't press stop on the alerts. That's usually what happens. HLBZ, apparently Troy said that they got an Amazon deal. Okay, there's a new bank I work at. Let's go, Julian. Amen. Amen. Keep grinding. AXTI just had it up there. But again, just seems like a high play, smaller, very, very liquid. Be careful. UVI looks stuck now. I mean, look at the market even in general. Now we're hitting a new low, so it looks like TLT up was leading the way there. You saw the lead on TLT first. I mean, UVXY is holding up. The fact that UVXY is not plummeting red, I mean, the best example, I mean, take a look at UVXY and then go pull up XLF or HSBC on a daily chart, even BlackRock. It looks exactly the same. You see how you got that little pop and then it's holding. It's the same thing to have a gap down and then kind of holding at that level. So the fear is still in the market. Again, a lot of people try to brush off Evergrande this morning, and I really hope you guys are getting excuse me. I really hope you're understanding what I'm saying, because I think Evergrande is an issue, but there's a bigger story at play all week, right? You know, it's yes, Evergrande is part of it, but there's like 4 other things going on, so that's why you got to kind of look at that, and you're noticing that the volatility is still elevated here today. Yeah, Baba sold off another 1%, or at least 0.75. The premiums dropped, though. And see pop. Jerome speaks tomorrow. Wednesday around 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. Oh, no, excuse me. 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Vuzi awarded U.S. patent. Palantir dump, HSBC. Again, SPY hitting a new low. So now the Dow is only up 12. The SPY's about to go red, believe it or not. SPY's only up 0.02, and then NASDAQ's only up less than a quarter there. But small caps have already gone red. So this is kind of like a slower delay of the sell the rip. The only difference is we sold off, went above, and then came down. We've not seen that move. I mean, remember last time we kind of came down and we sold up past the open. We ended up closing very, very strong. I guess yesterday we got a little bit of that too. So be careful. I mean, it's still early. It's literally only been an hour, so anything could happen from here. But seems like a lot of the issues are still in play today. Yeah, Nike's selling off. SPY hitting a new low. Be careful. Zoom dropping. SPY is now red. Dow Jones is only up 0.04, and then NASDAQ only up 0.08. Other indexes are about to follow. And then UVXY is going. Where's TLT? TLT was the leading factor here. New high on TLT, new low on market. So bonds are at least holding that correlation up for the most part. CNBC talking Evergrande. When the U.S. defaults, default would be missing an interest payment, meaning you default on a debt, meaning you fail to pay it back. So if you miss a bond payment, an interest payment, or you fail to give back money you've been taking when it's on a schedule, that is considered a default. So they call it a technical default because it's not as if they don't have the money. It's just that given the situation and how they have to allocate the money with the debt ceiling, it would lead to a technical default of the United States not being able to pay back their bond payment. ChargePoint, Nike's selling off. Everything's kind of coming red now. Oh, ChargePoint's getting clapped. Check news on there. Notice all the events before Powell. Again, that's what I said today. No matter what happens today, at the end of the day, you're going to get Powell tomorrow. So the market isn't going to, if it does sell off, that's telling you something even more important, but it's going to wait to lock in a move. But now every index just turned red. NASDAQ's fighting to go green again, or it's going back and forth. SPY's coming down. This just started off a trend here. TLT's going up with it. How far you think the SPY will drop? Hard to say. Hard to say. And again, it depends on what happens. SPY coming down. Let's see, BIGC candle. Meeting starts tomorrow, middle of the day, so volatility's picking up a little bit here. Okay, I made a play. I feel like I should have got more time on it, but I wanted to try to get closer to the money, so I was a little bit amount of time on it. Buying, I mean. Not Walmart. I mean, it's a play I brought up on the watch list. I just want to see how it plays out. So do not trade it. You will lose money. This is not a recommendation. Please be safe. Again, and you're seeing how I'm moving on some of these. I mean, I'm waiting till we actually get movement, but I bought Starbucks. I bought a next week put. I only spent $100 on it. I got more than one, but I kept it small. The idea is, okay, we could get some of this premium, but I am going for more consumer plays that would affect the China consumer as well. Next level 432. Well, we're coming back to where we were. Again, this was the range I was telling you guys from yesterday, so we're back up in there. We'll see how this plays out. I wish I got more time on the Starbucks. I might want to. I mean, just because I wouldn't be surprised to see, I feel like you're going to get more negative news on China and Nike, or Starbucks and Nike from China. I think that's going to happen, so that's why. But I want to get short-term exposure, but, I mean, those guys are next on China's list, essentially. I grabbed Starbucks puts for next week. I kept them small, less than $100, or excuse me, a little bit above $100, and I only got two of them. I did buy puts during pumpkin spice season. I'm sorry. Selling out of puts. Yeah, I mean, you saw what I did yesterday, towards the bottom there. I took some plays, and I wanted to hold them. I mean, I wanted to take some of the IWMs and then even those Shopifys. Where is that Shopify? But yes, 100. Oh, those Shopifys came back to 7%. Oh. Evergrande is China's largest property developer, and then they have the most liabilities for any real estate developer in the world. So no real estate company in the world can touch their $300 billion in liabilities. But they are the largest creator of property in China. How do we know that they may not be able to make their debt payment? Today they missed one already, and then by Thursday, we'll see. I mean, they'll probably announce it again by the morning. Like this morning, we found out the other bonds they didn't go through. So if you watched the watch list yesterday, there was a bunch of different Evergrande bonds, and I got to look through a lot of them. And pretty much they're all different dates and maturities. So they have 11% bonds, they have 8.25, 8.5, 9.5, and they all have different dates. So they've already missed 2 or 3 of them, and now this one on Thursday is a key one. So that way we'll see what's going to happen. But it seems like China isn't going to bail them out. So we will find out here very shortly. But in the meantime, we still have to get through Powell. I've heard a lot of negative about the quality of construction materials. Yeah, I feel like that's always kind of been the case, but maybe I'm biased on that. When it comes down to China, I mean, the biggest thing that's surprising me with them, not quality-wise, but just the level of operation. It's a giant scheme with how they operate, but 500 out of 700 of their projects are halted. So imagine 500 real estate developments, right? You have literally 500 real estate projects all over China. Out of 700, nobody's working on them. They can't buy material. They need another $100 billion, I think, to finish them, is what they're saying. So they don't have any of that, and that's where I think is the big risk. But how a lot of people don't realize in China, this is how the real estate. I posted a picture once. My boy. We had a nice little deal. I got to get in on it of selling China real estate in a weird way. It was very, very complex, but we did a pre-sale. But how it works in China with real estate, what you end up doing is that you go and you create the property a little bit. You pre-sell it to investors, or you pre-sell it to the people who want to buy it. They give you the money. They give you the down payments. And then what do is that you take the pre-sale, and then you go and get a loan with the pre-sale money again, and then you roll it over to another bigger loan. So essentially, that's what Evergrande does. That's why it's a giant Ponzi scheme, essentially, because they do it at a massive scale where that's all they keep doing, where they literally they'll pre-sale 500 properties after they already, stretch their money to get the initial money to build it. They'll build out a lot of stuff, pre-sell 500 properties, take the pre-sale money, and then they'll go and put that pre-sale money toward leverage another property and leverage another project. So then by the time the first people get their first house, they already have 3 more developments, but then they need that money to pay them back, essentially. So, and then that's where they start factoring in their employee. They take money from their employees, their executives, all of that. It's like Kickstarter, yeah, but just a Ponzi scheme. But that's the common way that they do real estate in China, though. I know it sounds sketch, but that is pretty much common practice. But that's part of this issue. This is why they keep raising this money, and they've raised so much money over the past. But it's like, how do they even owe this money? What's going on? And there it is. If you're in China, would you buy Evergrande properties at 50% discount? I would buy them if they're in the hot parts of the city. What did Michael Burry tweet? And then you guys say he deleted? Did he just tweet and delete? No, he didn't delete, did he? Or he just deleted he just deleted all the tweets. He said China crash or what? Yeah, I know there's the archive. The account is still up. I don't see it though. Entei needs MGN consent for any deal involving U.S. assets, CNBC reports. And SPY's coming down again. Another new low. Every index is green now. We were up 1% pre-market, sold that off, and then now it's back down to barely negative. Barely negative. He just crashed China stocks. He realized it. Nah, they were already down before. Again, it seems like you did this move where we had a little bit of steam, but not enough to hold it. This is what I'm saying. You know, part and part today, it's one thing to digest and try to understand Evergrande and everything else, but what you're seeing here is, are you getting conviction below the 50-day moving average? You know, this is where people are supposed to buy the dip. If the dip is not being bought, that means there's conviction below this move for it to stand here. So that's where the next few days, the longer it stays below that moving average, the essentially, you know, it's kind of proving how the market really feels. HSBC premium's not moving at all. I mean, yesterday, if you were here yesterday, you saw it move very, very weird all day. So that's what I think it's going to be based upon. Nike down a third. China crash. So he tweeted China crash and then put 135 on this video. Okay, I think, is that like, it reminds me of him in the movie? Is that what he's saying? He's like, so that's what he posted. That's literally what Burry posted. Just wake up, man. It's okay. Relax. I'm trying to give you groundbreaking information. Fastest news in the world. That's what he posted. You take that up with Michael, not me. Take it up with Michael, not me. Thank you. AT&T CEO infrastructure bill could change broadband landscape. Again, SPY's slowing down a little bit. Facebook's on the low. So, again, they've been the lagger with tech for the most part, but Amazon beat them red today. The drum symbols he's using are called crashes. Ah. Move DC open at 1.5. 15 now, it's at 22. They're going to all move slow. I mean, again, this situation, there's a lot going on. But the point is, like, a lot of people today are saying, oh, Evergrande's not a big deal. I wouldn't get lost in the sauce where it's like Evergrande's not a big deal, but it's not a no deal. In the sense that when you tie it in with everything, it is key. And then once we do really find out the situation with China, I mean, it's pretty safe to assume that it's ugly over there. Once we see that, then we'll know. Yeah, subprime is contained. I don't know if I agree with that. This market is. I mean, yesterday you got a big shock. I mean, I don't know what sort of normalcy you are expecting to come back to today, but yesterday was a huge deal. A lot of the world, half of the world, just got woken up to what an Evergrande is, right? And people for the first time were asking it. And now you have the world looking at China, only for a lot of people to be convinced that it's not a big day or this or that it's not a big deal. And now that situation's still playing out. They still are on a holiday. And then you still got Powell and the debt ceiling and everything else. Uplift launches partnership with SeaWorld. Ooh. People are convinced it's Lehman. I think it's both sides. I mean, right, it's funny how I love this situation. And I said this a while ago. Remember I told you, wait till something actually crashes and then wait until the actual media is just like, no, it's not a crash. And then we find out. So the fact is, Evergrande is a shit show. People are saying it's not a big deal. People are saying it is a big deal. So now I think it's kind of firmly playing out there in the middle. That's why I'm saying we must wait and see. But for the most part, I mean, there is an assumption that we can't take. MGM is popping. Maybe that's because of the DraftKings stuff with the deal on that one foreign sports person or whatever. Hood and MGM popping. SPY's coming up. I mean, VWAP edging down just like it was yesterday. This looks like a slower version of yesterday. NASDAQ, SPY, Dow Jones all went positive again. Yeah, Hood is really, really popping. Little late there. I didn't think it was actually moving that big. That thing did the full chart. It's almost up a dollar 80 cents. Robinhood to allow recurring investments in cryptos like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Dogecoin. I thought that's old. That's what I'm seeing come up. Blockchain expands with the appointment of 2 independent directors in preparation for uplisting on senior exchange. Yeah, the one I just read was old. And then the crypto wallet was earlier. That's an interesting one. The only news is the testing of the crypto wallet. And then I don't know if that one with what was just posted would make sense. I think it could be the wallet. I don't know if it's the Coinbase approval or adding to the board. ETC looking good. I mean, I will tell you this. I mean, you know, Jim Cramer said it for other reasons, but with the crypto world right now, I mean, I would not. This is just how I feel towards it. I mean, I even said this to Lending Tips. He said, "How do you know?" I just said I have a feeling when it comes to crypto. I would tell you right now, either sell now or forever hold your peace. Not a recommendation. You must make a decision for the Lord. But essentially, if anything overseas and crypto and Evergrande and anything with China, I mean, there is going to be big fluctuations in crypto. So I hope you are. I hope you have made your decision for Christ or not. Timing and how long it lasts, I don't know. But I mean, I'm still locked and loaded. But I do think, you know, whatever happens with everything else is going to go crazy. Tesla moving up. Robinhood still moving up. All my coins are free. Push me to the edge. That's scary, but I'll hold. Well, I mean, again, I just have a feeling with it just because I'm seeing everything kind of get, you know, getting active, essentially. It's just like you have foreign risk. I mean, you have foreign risk. How deep the China bond market spreads, that's going to be the key. But let me give you another point. I mean, I hope you guys liked the watch list yesterday. You know, we brought up a lot of different things, but this was another cool point to highlight here. But take a look. Here's the junk bond spreads, right? So, like, I'm showing you the spreads on fucking credit default swaps in America as people are getting panicky over the debt ceiling, right? But, like, look at the junk spread, you know, the high-yield spreads relative to treasuries with Evergrande going crazy. They're not moving. Oh, you don't see it? So, essentially, that's what this chart right here. So, again, that's what credit default, the CDS is essentially showing you the spreads on the credit defaults for sovereign debt. But when you're comparing U.S. high-yield spreads to the treasuries and you're looking at, okay, what has happened in the midst of this Evergrande, if people are worried about contagion, spreads haven't moved. I mean, take a look at December last year and then leading into March 2020, there was a huge blowout of spreads once high yield and investment grade when people were really worried. So the big key that a lot of people are focusing on right now is that high yield spreads haven't moved even though China is getting bad. So you're not seeing people panic over high-yield junk markets because otherwise the spreads would have widened, especially relative to government treasuries. Spreads are normal spreads, right? It's just a normal idea of a spread where, again, if a spread is wider, that means there's less demand. If a spread is tighter, that means there's more demand. So just like a normal spread on the bid and ask, there's a spread on the bonds. So depending on the spreads of certain assets, even a credit default swap, depending on the spreads of certain bonds compared to another, that will tell you how the market feels about it. Because again, if people are worried about something blowing up, and then think about it, Evergrande gets halted and they halt Evergrande bonds, the spreads are going to widen because you can't even order the bond. So when spreads widen, that's showing you fear in that market or volatility or even a lack of liquidity. So that's why people are saying, yeah, Evergrande may not be that big of a deal right now, or if it was really that big of a risk of contagion, how come high yield spreads have not widened, even though you're saying somebody's about to fail? And that, because that would usually happen. Again, compare it to the beginning of the year, or beginning of 2020. JPM be okay, bought Evergrande. I think UBS too, or I think they did earlier is what they announced. High yield hasn't changed, meaning the same amount of people are trading them, even though, yes, exactly. So same amount of people, same amount of demand. It's not as if people have retreated from the high yield credit markets, even though they are worried about a high yield credit, blow up essentially. Just like everyone's like, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yesterday was so unique because we have to factor in how important Evergrande is, but then also there's like a lot of other things that are moving around, because again, at the same time, it's like, why would we see such a big drop? Why would there be a panic? It has to do with high yield and credit, but then high yield and credit doesn't really move, but then our stocks drop, and then all of a sudden our credit default swaps are rocketing. So it's highlighting that there's a couple of things happening right now. It's two big pieces kind of coming together as opposed to just being one. So very interesting, to say the least. We are still early. I think we're early, and again, this is all about, you're watching the cards, on the table, right? This is the flop, and the three cards are getting, we're seeing all three cards: technicals, China, and then debt ceiling, right? And then Powell. Maybe this is the river? Whatever comes after the flop. We have four cards on the table, and now we get to see them. It's not about being early or late. It's literally looking at the cards and saying, okay, what's the best play right now? What's the play right here to say, okay, these are the cards that we have. This one is going to be the deciding factor. Yeah, we're at the turn. We're at the turn. By Friday, that'll probably be the river. So, because think about it. You got the technicals, you got Powell, you got the debt ceiling, and you got Evergrande. So we're waiting on the fifth one, but it's not to say it's early. It's just to say, what is the actual move? I think Powell's the turn by end of the week Friday. That we don't know what the river card. We can't say it. How? We don't know. You see what I'm saying? We have no idea what that fifth card is going to be, but we do know three factors right now, three or four of them. Snap going, weird move up here, but SPY came back up to VWAP. It did not do this early yesterday, so pretty interesting here. What does it mean when our credit default swaps are going up like this? Is that the spreads are widening on U.S. debt. People are getting worried. It's very simple. Go look at even the watch list. Ever since I told you, remember I said the game of chicken, they're heating up that battle with the debt ceiling. Ever since that started, the debt ceiling issue, and McConnell has been saying certain stuff, and the probability of a government shutdown has increased, so has the credit default swap in America. So that's why I'm saying yesterday was not a coincidence that, yes, you had the Evergrande fiasco and you had all of that stuff, but at the same time, the credit default swaps have been going up. So the debt ceiling should be taken care of. I think that's the best way to word it right now, is that it should get taken care of, but it doesn't mean that it will be, and that's getting reflected into again, people, the demand, and then how people are, the volatility in protecting against the default has skyrocketed in the last 3 days. It's pretty much gone up almost 50%. Or I guess, no, about 30 or 40%. So the chances of default based on the activity on these bonds has gone up that much. So I think that's kind of highlighting that something has changed. But you see it on the year for the most part, and this is why. Look at since January, the credit default swap on U.S. sovereign debt, it stayed relatively the same. Like, it really hasn't moved up much. And ironically, take a look coming into January. Look at January 28th, January 25th, right, leading into the GameStop fiasco. Our credit defaults dropped very, very heavily. They had random pops throughout February and then middle of March, and then, again, end of March when we had those drops. But for the most part, it has been relatively stable. So this is a out of nowhere move kind of hitting the markets, but this is people protecting against government debt, and that is odd. Robinhood, Tesla, that's old news. Lennar says it won't provide more details about spinoff. Will I invest in China-based companies after this? Probably not. I mean, I've owned Baba since like 2014, because I got them at $60 or some shit like that. And I've always liked Alibaba. I mean, I like Alibaba like Kanye. You know, you remember like when Kanye was like, Jesus, watch God show me the way because the devil trying to break me down. Jesus, remember he's like, I ain't saying she a gold digger. You know what I'm saying? Like that was like old Kanye. That was like old Alibaba. Like I miss the old Jack Ma. You know what I'm saying? I miss he didn't even do anything. He just got attacked. I just miss the old Jack Ma. That was like the glory days of Alibaba and China growth and all of that. You know, I'm glad that I got to get a piece of it. But at the same time, it's not. I don't think I would touch any China company moving forward from here. The only way I would play it is U.S. companies with exposure, like Nike, Starbucks, Win Resorts, stuff like that has exposure. Even Apple, stuff that has exposure to the market. But I don't know if I want real China exposure in that sense. However, it is, there's blood in the streets. You know what I'm saying? You could get a good deal on it and all of that, but it's just, I really think the difference. What's the difference between buying a China company and an altcoin? I couldn't tell you. That I see them as the same thing. All it is it's a ticker, it's a name, and it's idea that has some sort of alpha attached to whatever the news or geography it's in. I mean, that's it. What's like, again, seriously, what is the difference? It's just like an altcoin. It's like, oh, I'm just going to buy this stock because it moves with China. It moves with this. It's very speculative, and you just don't know what you don't know where Jack Ma is, but you don't know what Xi Jinping is going to do. You literally have no idea. So yeah, I wouldn't touch them, but I would get exposure through U.S. companies. That is the best way to do it. If you really why wouldn't if you really want that China money, why not go after a company regulated here with this certain exposure and go from there? Hood's popping, Snap's going again. You're really off. We in the U.S. have all kinds of issues. They're cracking down. I mean, again, this is my opinion. I will gladly be wrong, but I stand by it 1,000,000%. Just in the sense that, like, can you even read me the China news? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just we don't know anything about what's going on there. I was looking up bonds on a damn Bloomberg terminal. I have all the data in the world, and I'm still in the dark on this situation. So is most of the financial world when it comes to what's going on in China. You just have no idea what is happening. So it's not. I mean, it's just that's the biggest difference. Where it's like, yes, we have problems here. We have certain things, but I know to a degree. Even if I don't know, I at least know the native language. It's just different. And in Vitae, Kathy Woods. NVT, pop in, call sweep. Let's see, news. ARK Fund buys Robin. That was on the 20th. In Vitae and UPath. Otherwise, I'm not seeing anything come up here. It could just be a call sweep. New long from Banyan. Banyan. Who cares how the banking system is reacting? I agree, and that's, I mean, again, XLF financials. It's interesting to see how they've been playing. I mean, and look at them today. Is AIG have China exposure? That we don't know. We will have to see. Again, nobody knows the real extent to it. I mean, the question is how many counterparties. Some banks may not have access, or AIG, Fidelity, BlackRock, they may not have invested directly into it. BlackRock did, but the problem is they may have invested into a company that did it. It's like, think about Shark Tank. It's like Kevin O'Leary giving $10 million to a company, and then that company takes the money and invests it into China. So even though he may have invested in a domestic company, or he invested in something that wasn't Evergrande, but once you give them the money and they go and invest in something sketchy like that, then that's where the risk still falls back to the original source. Best thing China ever did was the Eddie. Are you talking about China like WWF? You're crazy, man. Does UWMC have China exposure? You would think so. When you look at it, but no, they do not. Does Evergrande have Afterpay? It's essentially what they've been doing. That's essentially what they've been doing. That was Billy Benoit. That with the old school WWF China joke. That's a good one. That's a good one. The apartments on layaway. You should look into what, I mean, again, they would take money from employees. Like, they had a crazy scheme, man. They had it was just a crazy structure of how it worked. New Everpay feature called Never Pay just launched. New Never Pay by Evergrande. We raise $100 billion and you don't ever have to pay a dime back. I just can't believe, bro, imagine 500 real estate projects halted. Do you guys realize what that means? How much of China's new home sales, how many of those are going to get absolutely cratered in the next year? China's new home sales are going to get clapped. If you're telling me you have 500 halted projects across the country, that's insane. Isn't it 500,000? No, I think it's just 200 developments, though. And again, a development is going to be holding anywhere from a couple hundred to a couple thousand houses. That insane. Yeah, because some of them are in, again, Evergrande, it's not like everything in China is not a ghost city, like Shanghai real estate is very expensive. Shanghai is like the Wall Street of China. So, they have developments there. Those were the first houses they were trying to sell off. That's why some people took it, some creditors didn't. But the ones they were giving prime, it's like giving away prime Manhattan real estate. So, not all of their projects are in the middle of nowhere. And then if you have good, or if you have anything next to even Hong Kong, good real estate in China, I mean, it's expensive. Uber is up because CEO gave very, very positive comments towards their guidance and profitability and where they plan to go. HSBC is down another %. I don't know if the bonds actually, or the options moved. Then the spreads on the UBS widened. Those came down a little bit. You see the play moving. It's moving just like yesterday. Drop and then come back up. But still overall, big move. Big move, A lot of people, and a lot of fear yesterday, but banks still down. Hit VWAP, come down. It's only 8:25 too. We still got some time. Oh, we are 1.2 thousand like resistance. Well, hey, if you guys can hear me, if we're at 1.2 thousand resistance, this is how we communicate. If you're here right now and can hear my voice, hit the like button. I can see who hits the like, or I can see 30 people. Look at that. Isn't that wild? I know 30 people hear me. Ah, Habibi, I'm Middle Eastern. What kind of ignorant prick do you think I am? You think I make this accent to make fun of anybody? No, this is how my father speak to me. I talked to my dad the other day. He go, "Hello, hello," and then he said, "Buy it all cash." I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I'm not buying anything." He said, "Buy it cash." Oh my God! Whoa, bro, 300 people hear me? Yo, that's crazy. Oh, dude, 300 people just hit the like button. Wow, that's crazy. 350. Yo, that's crazy. So listen, oh my gosh, whoa, did that just go 400? Dude, 450 people. Wow, so where were you this whole time? That's crazy. But listen, those 400 people, man, now it's 500. It just keeps going up. That's amazing. So if you 500 people can hear me, I'm going to use this opportunity to let you know that you're probably going to have a really, really good rest of the year, okay? But you have to believe it. Okay, cause and effect. We're going to talk about that today, but I just really hope you know that you're blessed, okay? And I want to just claim a blessing for your life. That's all I'm saying. I mean, listen, I'm taking this time. If you hear me now, I'm just trying to say you got to accept it. You got to receive it. That's it. Just be open to the idea that something good is going to happen to you, okay? Can I just tell you that right now? Because I've had this as a PHILO before. Like, if you ever go up to somebody and tell them, like, watch, go talk to a random person and say, you're going to become a millionaire next week or next year. And they're going to be like, no, they'll get mad at you. Because not everybody could accept that blessing, believe it or not. Okay? That's all I'm just telling you. If you tell somebody good things are going to happen, some people won't necessarily accept that. So I'm just here to tell you that if you can, oh, man, and get ready. We're about to learn a lot financially the rest of the year. So I hope you 500, 600 people who hit the like button, I hope you ride with us, especially as it gets very active, because a lot of lessons and a lot of knowledge is going to come after this, depending on what happens. So God bless you all, baby. God bless you all, and shout out the cult. You accept it, I hope. I hope. Two fake trading fraternity accounts followed you on IG. I think we have 15 accounts were created over the weekend. We got rid of most of them. I think there's 2 available. They go little by little, but don't fall for it. I will never ask you for crypto. I will never ask you for money. All I will ask you for is a like and to love yourself and accept the blessing. That's crazy. That's crazy. 800 people, bro. 800 people heard me on that. That's amazing. My 800 people, I'm glad you hear me. So that being said, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. You already hit the thumbs up button. But second link, nightly watch list and main channel. If you guys ever miss anything, we have another full channel with a bunch of option tutorials, stock tutorials, everything. And we recap everything that happens, okay? Woo. Oh, but we've been here for 2.5 hours. Sitting is the new smoking, ladies and gentlemen. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, okay? If you can't do 10 or you can't do 5, do 4, do 2, do 1, do anything, but just stand up. Just get the body moving, okay? Then I need you to drop your shoulders, relax your shoulders, fix that nerd neck. Some of you guys are scrunching up your shoulders here at the computer screen. I don't understand it. It's a beautiful day outside. You don't need all that pressure. Just drop the shoulders, okay? I know the spine might come down here again. There's going to be a lot of activity, but relax your shoulders. Drop the shoulders, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Boom. You look good, man. You look good right now. I'm just saying, you look good with that good posture. Wow. I accept financially in other areas as well. Let's go. Amen. So let's go. Relax a little bit. Drop the shoulders. Optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Boom. Eyeballs relax. Just like that. Just like that. You see that? Glad to have you, baby. Glad to have you. Then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. How you getting paid if you ain't bringing value? Bring the fuel later. Tell the wood to give you fire, child. Why your money on said on denial? Woo! I'm gonna get my buckets even if they foul. You could wear my kicks but couldn't do a mile.
Throw me to the wolves, I come back with a smile. I'm often overlooked, but that's how good for battle. Remember when they told me God ain't good for business, but I can smile in a Honda or a Bentley. Woo! Sorry, I'm just getting my stretch on here. Oh, man. Did I forget my meds? Go find God. Go find God. That's it. I found God. That's why I'm hyped every day, baby. I'm hyped every day. Day in and day out. And I got proof. I got video evidence of my hype every single day. Oh, you don't feel me. I hit the gym yesterday, too. Oh, man. You know, with a little bit of an Evergrande pump. You know what I'm saying? I had that Evergrande pump yesterday. I was like, ooh, 8.5 bond yield. 11.5 bond yield. Credit default swaps. Oh, man, it was fire. It was fire. Chest tries, bro. Chest tries. It was crazy. It was crazy. I was like, Xi Jinping ain't got nothing on me. You know what I'm saying? That was great. You should have tried it, man. You should have tried it. But we're right below VWAP here. We're balanced out a little bit below the lows. Let's see what's about to happen here. Again, Uber is still holding up. I think banks are going to be what we need to watch. But it's still very, very early. Let's check our volume. Hopefully you moved your body around. You're at 37 million at the second hour. So we're slowing down in volume actually a lot. It went from, we were chilling at what? We were doing like 20 million an hour, 30 million an hour. Now it's dropped to about 15. How is Olivier positioned? I haven't really talked to him about too much about it, but I know he has been, he's been selling some domestic assets actually. He's been holding some dollars, but then he's also been buying property in New York. But, you know, his businesses out there and what he likes to operate, a lot of it is just consumer. Like, you know, they sell like textiles and stuff like that. But so it really hasn't changed anything investment-wise. And then long-term, I mean, with stocks, he invests in a lot of U.S. equities already. So he's just holding them out. Positivity property. He did sell some real estate, though, the other day. He sold some U.S. real estate. I was going to buy it from him, but I was just like, go get more money. Go get more. XLF pop in. SPY coming up above VWAP. TLT's coming down now again. So the relationship between bonds and the SPY today has been on one. All right, Tesla, huge push. XLF is really moving off the bottom there. That CSAN. Upstart has been on the high all day today. I mean, all month, 2 months. And Nestle commitment extends to entire brand in U.S. and Asia. Uber new highs. I really wish we could have played the Ubers today. I mean, we have our old, we have the old Leaps coming back, but I wanted those plays this morning, but they were so expensive. Again, I showed it on here. Again, do you guys remember when we went over the Leap lesson and we had that little lesson on the Leaps? These were the same plays now, so hopefully you get to see how it's playing out, and hopefully it makes sense why. This is a $40 call. So remember, this was the Leap. Oh, those 2024s. Remember we looked at those? But remember, I was down 50% on them. Still down 25%. But now, you know, what's going to impact the valuation the most on this contract? Anybody? So you can see how we recovered 30% of the gains very, very quickly. Can anyone say why? This is a Uber $40 call for January 23. It's not the time held up the base value, but how did we make did it shoot up because of time? Like, so did we make money on that contract because time on that play? We remember we were already in the money, we fell out of the money, but the fact was it's in the money now. So you got dollar for dollar. So again, on $3 per share now on 3 different contracts, that's $1,000. That's 25-30% of the value right there. So that was because we were in the money. Theta had nothing to do with it, believe it or not. Time just made sure we stayed alive, and then it, that still that $500-600 exists in there. But for the most part, think about it, $350 a share times 3. Those contracts have that intrinsic value, some of it, but that's why I was able to make up a lot of the gain now, because it's going up dollar for dollar. Any other leap plays? We have the what's it called? The Airbnb, Airbnb. And this one's been all over the place. We got that. That one's still up 5%. It was up 10% at one point, just going back and forth. But that's why we had that little lesson. Then we have the DraftKings ones as well, too. I want to see those Uber 24s, though. Those ones. Habibi, those ones are crazy. Chinese step. I don't know, man. I don't know. Damn, someone bought 1,000 of these? See, these went up 30. These were a steal the other day. Yo. I remember these were $6, right? Or 9? No, which ones were 6? I think it was these ones. Yeah, these ones were $6. Oh, 50. Yeah, that's a 50 call. Those are nice, though. SPY's barely above the VWAP. How's the spread on the leaps? Which ones? Uber leaps are, these are about $2 on those ones. On the January's in the money. The spread's about 20-30 cents. Not bad at all. Then the Airbnb one, it's like a $300-400 spread. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that's because it's 2024. Usually when you get to the 2024s the next year, the furthest out, that's where they go crazy. Michael, wow. Today's my birthday. I'm 32 now. You 32, and hopefully you got the long term. And hopefully you blessed, baby. Harder! Amen. A lot of Chad birthdays. We love them. We love them. But keep your guard up. Today is not over. We're barely above VWAP. Again, this is trading this is just like a little bit more of a bullish day than what we had yesterday. Again, you had the gap down. Instead, we gapped up. Then we sold off a little bit, hit a new high. You saw a little bit of that yesterday, but then we sold off. You didn't really go above VWAP. 11.19. I think you're at the same exact point, but yesterday we didn't climb above VWAP, and then we started selling from there. So, again, you do have European close. So it looks like we did get steam off European close. Remember, Europe was very, very green today. Powell is going to be tomorrow at 11 a.m. East Pacific, 12/1/2, so 2 p.m. Eastern, I think, tomorrow. But Powell is speaking tomorrow. Evergrande bond payment on Thursday. And then, even then, this week, there's still the negotiations there with the debt ceiling. We'll get any updates on that. But Powell is our next big event for tomorrow. And that's why, too, the market, I think, is only going to be able to do so much until he's there. The overstock leaps, I think they're down. But those earns are right at the money. Overstock, but you can't pop. I know you like this overstock. This must be. No, you're trying to classify. Yeah, they're down 26%. And I think those are right at the money. The 70 call, or did it fall out the money by $3? Yeah, I'm only $2 in the money, but the premiums are a lot lower. That's because it's decayed pretty much from the beginning of the year. 2022 options are wide. I thought market makers were supposed to be efficient. They are. They widen the spreads because they don't know the value of something 3 years out. So if you ever watch Big Short, one of the big failures of the Black-Scholes model, which is how options are priced, is that they do not do good with a large amount of time. So the error mathematically that comes up from options is when they have a stupid amount of time on them, because then you're not able to how can you really rationally say what it's going to be worth, because you're basing the time value off of a consistent metric, and then if anything goes crazy, after that, it's hard to say. So that's why the spreads are usually wider with a lot of time, because the larger the spread should be able to account for any error of pricing initially. But it's very, very hard. But that's why, too, when people start buying them, Like I had a $4 spread on the Airbnb, but then after we called it out and then other people started buying it, then it started to the spread tightened to 50 cents a dollar. J Powell doesn't speak until Friday morning at 10 a.m. I don't think so. I think J Powell speaks tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow is the Fed. No, yeah, he's on the schedule. So this is even on live. I mean, tomorrow, 12 or what, 2:20 Eastern, 2:30 Eastern. That's when the press conference, Fed Powell at FOMC news conference. Didi, again, there's back and forth. Uber said they're not getting more Didi. And then remember, Didi has the executive leaving. Fed pair Chowd. Might be flat today. I think today's a lot. It's going to have a lot of everything. It's kind of just relaxing us from yesterday, but there's still a lot in play. I mean, again, I love this last 48 hours. I'm telling you, this 48-hour shift from people ignoring Evergrande the weekend before to freaking out, and now everyone trying to justify today what the real reason is, and people saying it's not Evergrande, contagion isn't real, and then ignoring the other factors we have in the market. Then we got Powell. It's setting up to be really, really fun. So, I mean, again, some of you like the volatility, some of you don't. So I just hope you're ready with it. It should be pretty exciting. It's very entertaining. It's at least stuff is happening, though. It's like, this is the market reacting to some stuff. This is the market, moving in a way that's not just like, okay, one good or one bad piece of news in the morning, and then the market just moves, and then you're like, wait a minute, I don't get it. You're watching attitudes kind of shift here. You're watching people, position and sell for a reason. And now as this story develops, it's gonna create opportunity. So I'm excited. The VIX is still above 20, so you were still at elevated fear. I mean, it has came down, I think, today. Just went negative. We were positive briefly on the first drop, but even the actual VIX itself, put premiums are elevated. Cost to insure is high. People are willing to spend that money, or they're demanding a lot for insurance for a reason. This is Wall Street back to the office after carryover vacations expire. Pretty much. It's a different attitude, but that's why, what happens here is going to be important. And like I said, get prepared to be disappointed, because it's going to react like this for a little bit, and then there's going to be I don't think it's the Super Bowl. I think it's leading into it, because there will be a period where people kind of relax for a little and kind of don't respond the same. This is the Super Bowl. Super Bowl? Oh my gosh. Starbucks pop, AMD. A lot of things moved up right there. HSBC premium pop. Is the stock going up? You're so crazy, Uber. Uber new high, ACHR, Indy 15. 15 right now, or was it already up 15? It looks like a lot of the move came there. Indy Semiconductors. AMD 1%. I mean, a lot of stuff is chilling. I mean, the only thing is bank stocks. That's the only one I'd be looking at. That's kind of holding up a little bit weaker. Lucid still going 10%. Lucid. iPuff Chicle. HXL mini pop. Oh, iPuff is dropping. Social Capital heads. Why is that name sound so aggressive? HXL. No pop. I don't see. Fooled me. My laptop needs charge. No, it's because I entered the wrong ticker. IPOF still dropping. SPY's coming up again. Now you're watching very opposite move of yesterday. The difference is now, we hit the VWAP and came down, and then the VWAP stayed elevated as we were dropping. Now we're broken past the VWAP, but the VWAP is dropping as we're going up. Very, very. This is like a weird reversal of yesterday. Corvus, that was running earlier. Could still be in play. Corvus up 12. Today it's still very early. Again, you're getting a lot more, but a lot less excitement than yesterday. I mean, compared to the last couple weeks, this is still exciting. Compared to yesterday, it's a little dull, but you are still very in the game and a lot of crazy moves. Oh, VWAP, dude, you want to explain the fibs instead, dude? Oh, do a little bit of Wicked fib, dude, with a little bit of Evergrande on the side, dude. It's crazy. Airbnb at breakout point. See, look at that. See, a lot of stuff just started moving. I could tell even by the chat and the callouts. Snap held up. Airbnb 167, 30 cents below. Uber, another pop. Man, bro, my sister is going to be happy with me. She's going to be pissed at UWMC. Look at that. Oh, man. Look at that. 7% on Uber. What kind of market is this? 7%? She's going to think, man, she started her long-term late. And she's even going to be like, what? You could make 10%, 7% in a month? I'm going to quit my job. HSBC premiums up. Tell her UWMC is protecting capital gains tax. I hope. Is HSBC still dropping? No, they came up. But the premiums did go. It's doing exactly what it did yesterday. Snap big push. Yeah, snap back. Dude, Snap's up 4.6. Wow, what a lead there. What a lead there. Amazing. Check BlackRock. Twitter. She can't, because those regular scheduled deposits is the game changer. That's crazy, though. I mean, as you see, the difference between, even then, though, even the value stock, UMC, things move fast still in this market. I know a lot of people would say it's too late to start a long-term investment account right now, but to think that we started that for my sister in, 2 months ago, and to watch it already have, 10% returns and shit, 13% on Airbnb, 7% on Uber, down 8% on UMC, that's big. That means stocks are actually moving. Gains if you bought yesterday. Overall, our count is up 2.5. Yes. And that's because, you have all three of them are moving big. You're having big moves on every single one, and that's where I think the kicker is. Ding. Why would they say it's too light to start the long term? Everybody thinks so. If you look at the price of everything in the stock market, especially if you were, just like real estate, especially if you were looking at stuff last year or the year before that, you're going to look at the price of everything and be like, yeah, that's kind of expensive. It's like, how much more can you gain on it, on a lot of different stocks. So it's a very common idea that people have, that it's just too late, or that they feel like, they missed out on this time frame. They watch so many people make money on this time, they think it's too late. But usually it's the people who realize that they're living through their own moment where you get to invest. That's where you take advantage of it. But I mean, that's what a lot of people. I would not assume, you know, if we had like 700 people hit the like button, man. Shout out to Chad. I would say there's at least 200 people in here who have just hesitated to make their long term simply because they think that stock prices are at all-time highs, meaning that they have not made the decision to create, you know, even though we have trading accounts and we have all this, they have not decided to make a small or big account simply to own equity, growth, and dividends because they feel that stock prices are too high, so they thought they would trade in the meantime. But that is the biggest fallacy. That's the biggest lie you could fall into. More than 2 million SPY options traded so far, 40% call, 60% put. That could explain why the VIX has some value. SAM is up a little bit. It has been. So watch VWAP came down a little bit. We're not getting past this point. Is this 433? Oh, this is higher than that moment. So we're doing a lot better even than I would have expected here. You're more near the top end of yesterday's high. Hey, too long term out the profits from the COVID pullback. Amen, baby. No, the answer is, it's smarter to make the long term the Roth IRA? Yes, I mean, it just gives you, when you put it in a Roth, you're going to get better tax benefits and, you know, contribution methods. But at the end of the day, you're just going to be tied up liquidity rise. There'll just be more limitations to selling it. So I like holding for the long term. So I think it'd be a good idea to put it in a Roth. But it's just, what are your liquidity needs going to be? That's what really does it. From the trading account is the same as the long-term deposits. No, I don't. The trading account, I've put money in there and I haven't touched it. You know, except for like this account, I added $100,000 to buy Roblox and a couple of other stocks. But this one started at 12,000, took it up to 60,000, and the other one it was at 40,000 on the Robinhood, and we took it up to 150 or 140. And I've not added to any of those. I would just take the profits and put it into stocks. So that's been my that is a way different strat. That's why I call them trading accounts, because it's just using the money I have, trading with it, you know, taking different, you know, I'm not really banking on that account to be the bread and butter. I'm not depositing to it, but it's just more whatever I have in that account, that's all I'm going to have, unless I want more stock. I have drip on all the accounts. Yes, even my sister's. The long term, we're going to find out in a couple weeks. I mean, again, value is looking very appetizing. Uber was looking very appetizing. Abivai is looking very appetizing. So there's a lot. There's a lot that I'm leaning towards when it comes down to that. I don't know yet. I just still don't know. Bro. Hold on, I'll show you guys later. We got a lot of randoms. ATVI low of the day. Saki, I'm not too sure. I don't even know what other stuff we're going to get here for the rest of the day. I don't know if there's any other events. Again, UN General Assembly's happening. Oh, Bloomberg Airbnb tonight. Chairman and CEO Brian Chesky on Bloomberg Television. And that's it. Nothing else scheduled for middle of the day today. Hood 4260. Coin looks good. Coin could be a good purchase. I mean, I think crypto is going to be interesting for the next until we get the Evergrande situation done. But again, long term, I mean, I really like Abivai. Abivai is looking very, very solid with the yield being high. Again, UWMC is just very, very cheap, a little bit risky. And then Uber's at a very, very good price as well, too, even though it went up today. But I mean, I wish I got it earlier, but you know, it's good. My price target, I mean, Uber could go all the way $60, $70. I mean, we've been holding it since 33. Like, that's our first long-term purchase, and we just kind of rode it all the way. And then I have those leaps. Overstock, actually, maybe, too. That one's a good one. That one's more growth, and we bought that one. We're still up on that one, though. Fortunately, unfortunately. But I do like the exposure Overstock offers. And you see how it's just holding up. It's either going to just die or rocket up here, so we will see. But Abivai has been getting me excited lately. Again, 5.4, high 4s, low 5% yield. I saw a Rinvoq commercial the other day. It was Rinvoq. It was like it showed up really, really late at night. I was like, what? I was not expecting to see it. I was tripping. It wasn't late. I think it was like 8 p.m., 9 p.m., and I was surprised. But Rinvoq, they had a commercial, and I didn't notice anything different with the warning. So it seems like the warning label and what they got clapped with, I mean, it's not stopping them from advertising. It's not, it's not stopping them from like actually, getting the drug out there. I've seen several of those. So I like it. I mean, I just think it's, really what would that black box warning when it was already labeled as a dangerous drug, like, I mean, does that warrant an almost 20% drop? I don't think so. And then if you're having stream alerts issues, I mean, email wherever you signed up with the stream alerts. There should be a login through there and send a support email. And that way we could verify it's you, and then we could get back to you as soon as possible. APPS pop. Again, VWAP is looking like a trip. And then SPY's hanging out here. I mean, getting a little bit volume. See if we break out. APPS, digital turbine, 2 green candles on the high. The crazy volatility. It's going to be good. I mean, that's the thing. Be careful what you wish for, because if the volatility comes back, I mean, this is going to reflect like last September, October, where it's going to be a couple weeks of big moves down and then big moves up, but then you're going to get big moves until it dissipates. But remember, volatility is good and bad, but it will create a whole new environment from what we've already seen. Uber again on the high. See, I wish Uber's still cheap at 43, but again, it was just trading at 38. We bought Airbnb instead, but I'll take it. I will take it. Airbnb back at, bro, Airbnb is literally, no. I was like, is it higher? I think it's pretty much back at the, no way, hold on. What day was that? So this was Monday. But why did they say it only went up to 164? I guess, huh? Yeah, Friday. This is back at Airbnb is higher than where it was at the beginning of the week. Even that little Friday drop that made us get the puts, Airbnb is higher than that now. Jeez. That is very, very strong. Yeah, they're down off the buyout because I think they're offering a lot. And I don't know how people feel about DraftKings cash position afterwards, or certain acquisitions aren't always looked upon good. APPS still flying up there. Coin on the high. TLT is dropping, so see how that affects the market. Again, that correlation has been holding. Airbnb guaranteed dump after the event. Best way to play that would be short the stock or grab some puts. Have no fear if your conviction is high. Just watch the budget. I don't think Biden is live. We heard from him at the what's it called summit, the United Nations. VTI, I'm a Vanguard ETF fan. If you like to invest in the Vanguards, I mean, you can never go wrong with one of those. I mean, like how we do our long-term, we kind of diversify, less diversified by picking and choosing a la carte. So, I mean, if you have Vanguard funds, only thing I would say is like find a couple of stocks that you really believe in, and then you could kind of just add to them individually on top of whatever you got. Big names from Disney. I mean, Shang-Chi did very, very good for him. And SPY's now come in. Bonds are selling off. Again, this correlation, last time the bonds hit the low, I mean, SPY kind of came with there. I think it was right before here. They were able to hit that high. So this is a good sign for there, but now everything's back up to almost 1%. I mean, I hope you guys are realizing how big this is. You're literally getting back to one. This is almost a top to bottom over 1.5% moves. You were up 1%, then you went negative on the NASDAQ, and now you're back up 0.75%. So you are getting a lot of movement right now. I hope you guys realize that. Oh, we love you too, Trey. God bless you. Shout out Call Real Estate. Amen. Amen. Why the dip? Oil fell below 70 earlier today. It jumped right back above it. That was interesting. Today is the pre-Powell. So even then, factor in tomorrow, you know, you're going to have, it's pretty much going to make one move in the morning, and then we're going to wait until Powell comes in at like 11. Any transaction between DF King and Intane will require their consent. Again, is that why MGM was up? They're still holding up. That was when the news dropped, but I guess there could be another reiteration. Appreciate you every day. I appreciate you, baby. Shout out to Colt. Roblox, good entry. What's up, Joel? Will they buy on the dips? We'll see. I mean, we are still below the 50-day moving average. At the end of the day, though, this is, I mean, we'll see if that changes today. This is a conviction point. Again, I mean, look at all year. You have not broken this move without conviction. Last time you had a 2-day move on it, you were at the 50-day moving average, and then it went up, and then it tested it again. And this is what I'm saying with volatility here, where some of y'all be careful what you wish for, because you could see it kind of here. If it did happen, it would look something like this, where it's like big moves up, big moves down, big moves up, big moves down, then it stays the same, then a big move for another 2 weeks, then it comes back down. You see what I'm saying? This is kind of what I'm expecting, some level of movement like this over the next few days. That's why I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth, so make sure your head is on a swivel, my friends. Agreed. Did I see your email? I think I did. I think, where was it? There's 2 emails I got, actually. Yeah, here it is. I know, Caden, bro. Caden, yours made me. Caden, you're young as hell, bro. You know that? Caden, I'm proud of you, Caden. You know, this is I feel like we have more of an older crowd here. I'm more likely to talk to your dad than your little brother in terms of our demographics here. So to see a young Chad in the game is very, 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 very beautiful. It's very, very surprising too. To see, I think he's 17. But look, are you ready, Chads? Are you ready, Chads? I'm new. My cousin told you. That's good. Your cousin must love it. Depends how old are you, though. That's the key. Again, we very, like, dude, to see a 17-year-old, like, all about the long term, all about taking it slow and not being a crackhead. Like, I'm so impressed. You have no idea. And then on top of it, are you ready? That's not him. That's one of them. That's another look at that. All right. Now we got Ethan. This is Ethan. Look at how swole he is. What'd I tell you about all the Chads, baby? That's not him. That's Ethan. But again, another Chad in a SGD, tank. Thank God. Looking swole. You see, look at swole. He look like he gonna keep. Bro, look at the meat mug at me, man. Look at him. I love it. But then this is Caden. Caden, I'm assuming if it goes to my email, I'm assuming I can show it, right? I'm assuming I can, right? But then look, then there's Caden. Look at, then there's Caden. Look at him. Bro, he's swole too. He's so, well, we give him some steroids, he gonna get even bigger. I mean, we're gonna take him to the gym. That's crazy though. But look, It's people wearing the tank tops. People wearing the tank tops. I was surprised. But look at, man, young Chad Killer out there, bro. Young Caden. He really out here. I love it, man. I love it. It's hype. Very hype. Shout out to all the young people out there. You know, you shouldn't be moving how you're moving, which is good. It means you're ahead of your time. It's beautiful. Corn. SGD, baby. Small good decisions. Amen. Uber 44. Again, a lot of things are picking up. Bonds are dropping. Yields are coming up a little bit, but TLT moving down. SPY coming up. Again, ever since European close, we've just hit the gas. Like your corn. Yeah, someone said corn. I like saying corn. I'll be swimming in one of those. Let's see, man. We'll see. Tank tops it's a rare commodity in the cult. You know, not everybody is ready for the tank top life. Stair step. The tank tops are sold out, and are they real? I doubt it. I doubt it. Strongly doubt it. Airbnb moving. I think Google's going. Uber. Cat CNBC pump. Yeah, Caterpillar's rocketing right now. Again, they're still down, so they're going green. That means the premiums are clapped. Oh, wow. Caterpillar's really, really clapped. CNBC pumping them. Google almost at pre-market. I think it was Amazon was struggling. Airbnb's going. Amazon's up a little bit. Yeah, Google's doing better. And then Apple, and then Facebook was the lagger. Facebook's leading now. They're up 1%. The cat pump. I think, yeah, cat's going to be it's very interesting to watch cat at the bottom here. To see cat gave it up, and it's like, honestly, why does Caterpillar look like Alibaba? That's the part I don't like about it. Whoa, what's that? There's a bar chart. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like. Why does, like, literally Caterpillar, I guess Alibaba was dropping first. And then it seems like from the middle of the year at one point, since like June, they started matching up with each other. I don't know why it's that brutal. I thought Cat would have been doing better with all the materials and everything else going up from steel to aluminum and everything. Just in general materials. ARCB? That looked like Airbnb. 12% incoming for Uber. Uber breaking the trend line. Again, the thing is, Uber gave a big update today on profitability. They're saying they might go profitable still by Q3, and they said that they are gaining market share. Actually, did Lyft move in the midst of this? How come I didn't check? Yeah, Lyft is up 6% on it. So Lyft is actually doing a lot better than Uber in more recent times. Yeah, Lyft is holding up, whereas Uber is just cratered. Uber is bigger. Yeah, Uber is a lot bigger. Uber a lot bigger with a lot different segments. That's what the CEO is even talking about. UBS back at 0. Biden said no more closer than Australia. We're still looking for college athletes? Yes. And we love you. We have what's it called? I have something set up. We have a little bit of a package ready for some people. But yes. Their partnership with Chase. I know. Watch Rewalk. Rewalk was up. Rewalk, I wanted a hostile takeover this company back in the day. I'm so sad I didn't. When they were, I think it was like right here when they were like 50 cents or even lower. Because I played them on IPO. I have free shares of them on IPO. I flipped this one on IPO back in the day. I remember 2014, 2015. Was it, I think Rewalk, they got Obama. Obama gave them an endorsement back then. This is during Obama was the president when I traded Rewalk. Very interesting company. What's Obama's last name? I don't. It's a good question. I think it's Biden. That's funny. No, it wasn't 1,000 a share. They just had to reverse split it. So, based on the reverse split or the forward splits, it shows that. Or no, reverse split. ASON dropped. Regen's on the high. Regen's up 2.3. ASON, I mean, it's good. 5%. Damn, on a day that the market does good. I mean, at least we know it could go down. DraftKings running. Watch MGM. Yeah, DraftKings is picking up. I'm going to name my son long term. Good. Genzer, 2021, the market is in a better position to absorb potential global shocks. Oh. Okay. Okay. You gotta say, Holy Spirit, come down. Obama frizzle. Oh, man. Obama frizzle. NMVC. Airbnb. NMVC, it looks like it was halted. Volume looks decent. I would say it was illiquid, but this thing's up 50%. I have no idea what they do. But 20 million in volume apparently today. That's wild. Obama frizzle. Why is Evergrande affecting our market? It's not just them. I mean, there's a lot of other factors that we've discussed today and that's my opinion on it, is that I think Evergrande is important, but I also do think that it is, there's other things going on. Gensler, a lot of crypto investors could get hurt. I feel and I don't. It's kind of scary. Is Gary Gensler live? Burry tweet again. Gensler is live. Where is Gary live, sir? We were born in the heart. Another Michael Burry. He's watching rom-coms. Tin Ginsler made the rom-com comment to hit on Warren. I didn't think about it. Maybe. I don't know. I think he's married. Or I think he has. Yeah, I think Gensler is married. Spy getting rejected on the 100 moving day on the 5-minute. I mean, again, I think the 100-day, I think it was a lot lower, and we barely skirted that yesterday. But I think the 50-day moving average, that's where it gets very, every day that we move forward, if we stay below it for like 3 or 4 days in a row, I think it's just highlighting the conviction in the market. Or last time the only way we come back to it is if it stays below the 50-day moving average, and then undoubtedly the 50-day moving average starts to drop. So and then it could, pretty much bounce up to there at a lower level. Confirmation looks like it's staying there for three days to a couple weeks. What? Despite the impression that you get, I never knocked on wood. That's what Burry. Hold on. Be careful. Make your way downtown. No? That's what it sounds like that sounds like the Miley Cyrus Coming to America song. I hop out of jet out of LAX and I went down but down. Kathy Wood said that she's buying Tesla, but I'm not going long. Set my hands up, buying my puts, and the bond yields go away. Shorting the stocks like, yeah, Elon is yeah. That's what that sounded like. But I think Michael Burry is saying that he doesn't need luck. I think that's what he's saying. Saying, I don't need luck. And that parody, we're working a little at a time. Said I make my own law. It's pretty intense. I think he's getting high. I think Michael Burry had an Evergrande workout yesterday too. I think he was pumped off the Evergrande. He was like, "Yeah, I don't need luck anymore." Said I waited for this moment. He's been waiting. I don't know, but I mean, maybe he sees something. I think I see it as like a crack a little bit, but I don't think the story is over just yet. I think we will see. He said, "No stop loss." I was born into a bear market. You fool. You cannot destroy me or Evergrande. He waited for his moment. I'm just waiting on my moment. Said I'm tired of buying long term, like everything's alright. I know there's one thing on my mind. He's pretty quiet when the market is ripping. Bro, you would too if you had a $200 million option on TLT. Shit, y'all would shut the F up. I'll be like, damn, bro. I just lost $76 million on the bounce. And then I got like 15-year-olds trolling me on Twitter. And then Josh Answers won't stop sending me emails asking to be friends with him. What the hell? He's like, and everybody keeps tweeting Batman at me. It's like I'm not even Batman. He just played me in the movie. Kind of, this is no. Started in my hands. Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm crying. Well, market is chilling. Market is not crying. Market is literally, we're right at the level where we pretty much opened today. So despite the activity, today is, you know, it's right there in the middle. Right there in the middle. That means we got 3.5 hours left and anything could happen. Thoughts on A side? I'm not seeing big down and up. Big down. That's the crazy part. We've barely moved. I mean, you're still up 0.75% on the Nasdaq, but round trip, it's probably been 1.5%, at least 1.5% move in the market, which is pretty wild if you think about it. 9 times have been correct within the next 12 months once. So he's called 9 times and he's been right once. That's good though. At least he made money if he's positive. But I also think, I mean, I don't doubt him to be early. But I think there's just a lot of stuff going on. I mean, right now, this is listen, man, are you guys listening to me? This isn't even like a like scheme. I'm not even scheming to get the likes. Can y'all hear me? For real. Can you guys, can you hear me right now? I'll tell you right now for everybody. This goes to everybody. Everybody and anybody willing to listen. Okay? I just hope you know right now is such a unique opportunity in the market just because everybody is the contention between everybody is going to exist very, very strong right now, meaning that nobody knows what's happening. I promise you. And everybody's going to go, no, the guy who's just as confident it's Evergrande is just as right or wrong as the guy who's just as confident it's not. The guy who's right about who says it's going to crash soon is just as wrong as the guy who thinks it's never going to crash. And right now it's just because we are in an environment and there's so many things happening that it's creating this opportunity where everybody has an answer for it and everyone is gonna argue on it and it's not gonna really line up. You know, everybody wants what they're saying to line up with what they're seeing, and they want it to line up with what story and expectation they have. So I just hope you know the unique opportunity here is that there's not everybody, you know, you're not going to find this clear-cut answer, and this is the moment where I'm saying that something will happen in the market, and a lot of people will even say, no, that's not happening, and just as many people that are saying, no, it's happening, there's going to be enough people to say, no, it's not happening. I mean, you've seen so much happen in the last year, and what this last 12 months has created, this environment of buy the dip, the environment of, buying these dog shit stocks. I mean, it has had an effect. And this is what's creating it now where that whole idea, that whole philo of being wrong, people feel a certain way about it. And that's what I'm saying is that everybody is going back and forth because nobody wants to be wrong right now. And a lot of people, being wrong doesn't match up with what they're seeing, if that makes sense. That's why I'm still putting all the pieces together. I'm looking at it. I'm staying aware, but like I'm even coming down to it's like I don't even see I see multiple things happening. It's not just one or the other. It's not like this is that, and that's I think it's just complex. So it is okay to be wrong too, and that's why, and that's exactly why I'm saying I hope you could take the advice with what I'm saying, because if everybody is going to be wrong and it is okay to be wrong and people are scared to be wrong, I just really hope that you can think for yourself at this moment, right? And I hope you can make your decision, and I hope that you really turn down the volume and just look. You see what I'm saying? And what do you think is going to happen? What do you see in front of you, and what is your personal truth on that? That's going to take you a lot further right now. Oh, Uber 12. Corvus 29. How Uber 12% is crazy. Now like the video. NNVC. Graham called this one out earlier.
This was that one with 20 million. It's still rocketing. Myrna's on the high too. NNVC is taking over the high ticker. So I got my hands up, buying my cars, and the data goes away. Selling my covered cars. Ghetto, spreading them all. I don't know. I like that melody. I drive Uber. Oh my gosh. Uber at 44.30. Getting some bigger candles here now. 11.5%. Ooh, bro. Is it taking? I think, was this earnings? I want to say this was that earnings level here. Or there's something. But now it's taking it to the low from when it dropped from 60. Uber is entering a pretty crucial range right now. End of the year discounting, big money, worry about their year. Yes, and even selling for taxes or even holding for certain reasons. That's something I had to talk with some of the real estate people about that I've been working with. I've been letting them know. I've even brought it up in negotiations because people trying to play me. But, you know, end of the year, you are going to get people, and big money is going to move for taxes to finalize everything, especially as we're entering in a moment where, you know, whatever they're going to hash out and finalize on the tax bill will be of utmost importance. Came here for options, and random songs get stuck in my head. Hey, man. What song was I going to say? I forgot. I was going to give you that one that always gets... Damn it, I blanked. I botched that one. I botched it. Argentina, boomba, boomba, boomba. Oh, iTunes, number one. Number one on iTunes. You remember this? Argentina, boomba, boomba, boomba. Wow, very, very good one. Very, very good one. SEG, Gensler, private forms of money are not sustainable in the long run. Whoever said it grass is greener must have never bought Uber. And what don't kill you make you stronger. Sure sound like UWM. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, don't get me too hyped. Don't get me too hyped. Don't get Uber's still going. Airbnb now. Airbnb is higher than where it was the last couple of days. It's now getting back to the Friday levels. So it absorbed that 5% move. It's pretty much a 10% move top to bottom. From making up the 5% and then coming back up. Or no, I think it's like 7%. Yeah, and the spreads on the Uber leaps are tightening now. But that's going good. Airbnb 170 has it gotten to 170 yet? I don't think have we had that moment? No. Wow. I don't think we've got this 170. We came close to it. We came very, very close to it, but we didn't. So $1 more on Airbnb could go crazy. Gensler liking stable coins to poker chips at casino. Yeah, is that old? I feel like a lot of the headlines that I'm seeing, I mean, he said this before. NVIDIA is presenting at Evercore ISA Autotech AI Forum. ASON's still getting clapped. NVIDIA might have a catalyst there. We might get a random pop throughout the day here. I'd keep a look on that. SPY's coming down to VWAP. Airbnb at a very crucial level. TLT hasn't moved. We'll see if SPY matches up with it. It's the dollar comparable. The dollar is a currency as opposed. I mean, think about it. You turn in poker chips for dollars. It's kind of the basis. I mean, again, I am a little bit worried about the stable coins after hearing just the idea that some of these stable coins are taking this money and investing in commercial paper. It literally just exposed crypto to a big move. Did you go gambling, bro? Be honest. What do you mean? Did I go gambling on what? On crypto? Or what did I gamble on? I mean, I gambled on DraftKings this weekend. It's not an asset. It's not even the asset. I'm just saying it's just where that, it's just exposing the risk. It's like, you mean to tell me that these stable coins are really a pseudo way to invest in corporate bonds? That's a whole different trade. You know, it's like literally it's buying poker chips, but you don't know that the dealer or you don't know that the casino is going in there and literally buying short-term bonds while you're gambling. It's like, what? Hold on. NNVC is still rocketing. You don't know the CP is there. Well, it could be China all the way down to anybody. You just don't know what sort of. I mean, it's big money, so it makes sense. You know, these stable coins have so much money, and it takes all this money in. But then they take all the money, and then they're putting it. You know, making big investments in commercial paper. You usually need a lot of money to do that. So it's just it's a very interesting risk. Or interesting concept. I didn't quite think about it. I thought they were just holding the money and like pooling it all together and kind of keeping it there for liquidity, but that's what makes it interesting. That's what makes Ripple a lot more interesting as well too, because Ripple is instant liquidity, which I think makes the whole situation that much more interesting. Like if your casino took your money to go gamble when you go to cash, yes, exactly. But they don't want to gamble. That's why they're saying, oh, we put it into a bond. Commercial paper is commercial bonds. So commercial paper, because you're buying debt. When you buy paper, think about it. You're giving a company money to just own a piece of paper, to own a note that's going to give you a fixed return. You're not owning equity, right? So if you buy equity, you could argue that's a piece of paper, but you actually own a portion of the company as opposed to just owning a portion of the company's debt. That's what a bond is. So commercial paper is commercial bonds. So buying bonds from companies. Upstart. Uber's still popping. Again, I want to watch TLT. The NNVC's popping as well. $100 million each. It's usually, I mean, the minimums are very, very high. It's shorter term, but it just usually like you're putting in to get into that. You're getting there. No, people do it for quick money. So if you have a lot of cash, this is the market you want to be in. I mean, imagine if you could do a 3-month to 1 year to 2 year bond that's going to pay you 10% out on $10 million, $20 million. That's a lot of money, right? If you put $10 million and you get 10%, like think about Evergrande. Like that. This is why it's so scary. Evergrande has I pulled up an 11 1/4 yesterday. They had an 11 1/2 bond on 3 years. So even then, whether that's annualized or even total maturity, you put in $10 million, and within 3 years you get a guaranteed $1.5 million or 1.1. That's insane. You see what imagine how many people would do that. Now imagine you are a crypto developer and you create this stable coin to hold value, and then now hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars pour into it. Or no, I think it's a couple $100 billion in Tether. Or I don't know. I'll need to check. But now you have all of this money. Why wouldn't you go and put it into commercial paper? You could go find, again, Evergrande was commercial paper. It still is. I mean, it just doesn't exist anymore. But the idea is, if you take that money, if you have all of that money and you go in and put it into stuff, then you're able to make a decent amount, like a decent return. When am I taking Uber profits? Never. I'm holding Uber in the long term. So I have 105 shares in the long term. And then I also have these Uber Leaps that we bought about a year ago. I got to make these free. So that's the best part. You know, I spent $13,000 for 10 of these contracts, sold out 7 for about $700 less than my initial investment. So I've been holding these for free, but I'm going to ride these out till the end. My idea is hopefully I'll be able to exercise these. So, because Uber was at $60 at one point, but the idea is I plan to hold my Uber for a very, very long time. It's a long-term favorite of mine, and that's why I bought the Leaps, because I want to leverage my exposure, but I wanted a lot more of what I got. 60 billion in Tether, late AF. So it's not bad. It's not too bad, but it's high. I mean, again, at least we know the liabilities of Tether, and it's public, but think about Evergrande. It's a little bit bigger there with everything else, but 60 billion is still quite a ton. But that's just Tether. Who knows what other stable coins that have raised money, what they would do, but that it's a real risk. I would say so. I would say that even though it's a lot of it's rumor for now, and Tether has even denied buying anything from Evergrande, but the concept of that even being possible, that's what scares me about the stable coins and DeFi, because that's a big domino, or that's a big Achilles tendon that could clap a lot. Have you heard of the NACA program for mortgages? Nephew's looking into getting one. Looks legit, but kind of sus. They use property as leverage. Nah, what is it? NACA? I mean, if they use any property, if they use your property as leverage, I mean, you just got to make sure whatever you're going to do it with works. There's many ways to leverage property. Like sometimes, like if I want a loan, I could spread out one loan across 10 properties. So like if I wanted $1 million loan, instead of putting it against one property or something, there's certain deals that you could do to spread out. I could put $100,000 lien on 10 properties to get $1 million bucks. But the idea is whatever it's backed by your property. So anybody doing that deal, chances are they want to claim on your asset because it's worth it. So let me see what NACA home leverage. Best in America. It's not government. It seems like this is a company. Non-profit. It's HUD certifies an advocacy organization, but it's not a government agency. Offering loans at below market interest with no down payment or closing costs. How does it work? No down payment, no point, no closing costs, below market interest, no credit score required. So they say even NACA, they don't even give you the loan. They partner you with the participating lender. You cannot own another home. You must live in the home. You have to pay annual membership of $25 to the NACA. You take part in 5 membership activities a year. You cannot buy a home that exceeds local loan limits. The limits are $510 for a single family and $760 in high-cost areas. Honestly, it seems legit. Yeah, I think you just got to do a little bit more steps, but it seems like it's not like doesn't seem like a scam. At least it doesn't. It's like honestly, hard money lending, spreading money across properties is sketchier than this, I would say. Just talk to someone about it. Maybe talk to Lending Tips or another lender, see what they say. You just need more data on it or more info. But it seems like it's like a remix of FHA that could get you, a lot better access. And then you're gonna have to pay what's it called? You're gonna have to pay your mortgage insurance and all that. Well, it's kind of for low income people. It's not really. There's no income limit. So it's just relative to your income, relative to like area that you live in, and other things is what it's saying. But there's no there's no income limit. Yeah, TLT's coming up. Watch it to see if the SPY drops again. The correlation has been more. It's been loose, but more stronger than not today.
It's supposed to not have PMI? I thought it says it does. However, these programs come with post-purchase assistance software, which is offered in place of private mortgage. So, okay, they offer something else to guarantee the loan. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, no PMI. They offer the member, so the post-purchase assistance as the membership assistance program MAP, that is offered in place instead of PMI. Low volume. The volume has slowed considerably. I mean, again, look at today. I mean, it's still pretty big. This was a normal day, but we're halfway through. It's like above average one of these days, but volume has definitely dropped off. Uber's still climbing. Where are the banks at? Some of them bounced. UBS and HSBC are still down. Baba's floor is anything below 150. And it's the fact that if it even closes below 150, it's even uglier. The premiums dropped today, but that is it. Otherwise, the other real floor is like $68 or something. That's when I got in. Or I got in at 64. I'd say your real floor you break is 130. If you break 130, welcome to the abyss. This is when I bought it. I was right here, baby. The first day. First day, man. It was crazy. It was crazy. And then we got in on the bot. I played IPO. I loved Alibaba, man. I love this thing. Again, this was the old Kanye. This was the old Kanye. I want the old Jack Ma. Not the new Jack Ma. Disappearing and I don't hear from Ma. I want the old Jack Ma. Since shares from 230. Are we going to get PHILO today? God willing, man. God willing. God willing. The oopsie gone, Jack Ma. Not know where CCP would throw Jack Ma. Marin vertical pop. Uber's still up there. The banks. Baba's actually a very interesting one that's still down. Now Jack Ma is off the grid. Oh, man. I bet you all of Kanye's songs have a secret path explaining Jack Ma's life. He off the grid. Jack Ma already went to jail. I don't know the melody on that one. That's funny. I think Baba closing below 150, and then the next breaking point where you start entering the lows of the IPO from when it first started, that's going to be at 130. So it's at a key level, but the fact that they're holding below 150, you saw the banks kind of bounce, but look, BlackRock, HSBC, UBS, they're still in the red today, and I don't think coincidentally. And then now Baba is still selling off. I mean, they're still like Pinduoduo's up. So you got a couple of things playing out here, but there's some hangover from yesterday. The only hangover you're not seeing from yesterday is affecting these random stocks that people were like, wait, why is Evergrande affecting a United States grocery company, right? But the ones still kind of tied to it are kind of clapped. It's all just little hints of what we're getting. Jack Ma walks with me.
We're stuck in Baidu waiting for them to recover. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to stand up. Okay, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watch is the main channel. That's important. But even more important, I need you to move the body around. Just stand up, okay? Get the body moving. Relax the jaw. Relax the eyeballs. Do all that. I need to go pee and get a drink. And then we're going to hopefully have one of our moments. But just please move around, okay? I want to make sure you guys are safe here so I can keep you full and ready to go. Just off of that Evergrande pump so you could get ready to take advantage of whatever the market has so that you feel hyped and excited when you get your long term. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, right? Come on. I know you feel me, man. Yeah? All right. I'll be right back. Please hold. From the cha-cha. I had to get a drink. I ran out of carbo. I only have caffeinated juice left. It's okay. We're going to be good, though. To the prairies. Cold comedy. That post was funny. From the mountains to the prairies. Yeah, I had to go pee, man. You can hear me? That's good. I want to make sure. This is a very intimate stream that we got here. We are a very big culty family. And we got to make sure we're all connected. You know, we just like to really bond like that, you know, in all sense of the words. We like to keep it real and authentic and raw for you guys, you know. So, I just love you. And happy Tuesday. Tomorrow is Jerome Powell with Wednesday. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready, man. Yeah, we did the push-ups there. I gave you your call out. I need to do my resistances. But I need to go to the bathroom and get a drink. I'm liking how the markets. I mean, I hope it just doesn't crater in the next like 30 minutes. That would suck, but we're calming down. I like it. It's like a game show. It's like yesterday they like opened the first door, right? It's like this is like Price is Right. Like, you know, when like they go to the first game and they're like a brand new car. And you're like, oh my God, I got a Toyota. This is crazy. And then everyone's like, oh my, then the next game is like, there's going to be like a set of headphones. You know, that's what today is kind of. But then that doesn't mean the showcase showdown is not coming up, okay? So that's where, that's why you're like, we're kind of on game number 2. And the market's like anticipating, you know what I'm saying? But then we're still waiting. It's a very weird moment. Home win, Ferdinand. Good monitor. TD Ameritrade. Thinkorswim. A lot of cool tools. The platform. You could break it out into a lot of different screens and be able to see stuff. If not, E-Trade Pro. Big fan of the high-low ticker. I think we fill the gap at 441 on the way up. I mean, that's a 50-day moving average. We need to get there and hold above. Otherwise, the longer it stays below that, it's kind of showing conviction for lower levels coming into the end of the year. So we're coming down here. Again, TLT made that little bit move. SPY didn't react earlier, but now it is. So let's see what's happening. You're coming down to the VWAP. Again, 11:30. We rocketed up from European close. We got a little bit of a steam, but now we're holding up. Uber selling out. Airbnb's down. Watch the banks. Did Evergrande make those ghost cities? That's what people are saying. I think it's part of them. I think everybody got involved in it. It wasn't just Evergrande. I mean, it was it was the Chinese government. Yep, there it is. SPY red. Yep, it is coming in my audio. What's wrong with the audio? Check my audio. Kept cutting off. Well, we good. We good. SPY coming down. You just got two little cheek lays there, but TLT's back at that level. Watch for that to. I mean, TLT could go high at any moment. You're pretty much right back to where we were at European close, so keep note. Fed likely will wait till November for taper announcement. Yeah. So again, that's regarding tomorrow's. Most people like unanimously are expecting that tomorrow no tapering announcement, but they will probably lay the groundwork for they're going to lay the groundwork for November. But so even though despite what we got, the data, everything else, people are not expecting Powell to announce the tapering tomorrow. So a 2.2 SPY rally is bang average on days like this. The follow-through from yesterday's selling has been less than convincing thus far, though, of course, there's plenty of time left in the session. But what normally happens when the S&P sells off by at least 1% after closing below the 50-day? Well, since 1928, the average return the next day has been about 20 basis points, albeit with plenty of dispersion. So today's examines the significance or lack thereof of breakthroughs underneath the 50 DMA. So let's see. You guys might like that one. Airbnb reversal. So saying these are the sort of things easier to identify in retrospect, but you could argue that the recent uptick in volatility was always likely to happen. Triple witching, Evergrande coupon payment day, and a key Fed meeting all within the span of a few days. That's a heady cocktail of potential fireworks. All it took was the break of the 50-day moving average and the S&P to ignite it, or did it? After all, we looked at the moving average breaks before and found that they aren't actually that useful. Applying a few filters suggested that not all moving average breaks are created equal, and that Monday's sharp sell-off needed do too much, if any, significant damage to the market. So where is it? This is interesting. It's showing three different charts. I'm trying to give you guys, make it simple, but it's showing what happens of breaks below the 50-day moving average after, I think, greater than 21 days or 50 days, and then 4 days, and then all days. But seems like 3 months after, no matter what, you usually lead to a positive return 3 months later from the breaks. But this is it's going pretty big depth over here. Market drops by at least 1% when the trading day after it closes below. Well, usually it bounces the next day and over the ensuing week, especially in recent years. Interestingly, over the modern era, there has been tended to be another dip before a strong rally emerges thereafter. So usually, since 1928, 1987, and 2010, we should be up about 0.25% today on average, and that's where we're at. So it's kind of a typical move, and now some people are arguing that the 50-day moving average is meaningless with what we're getting. So stocks lack buyers today in programs, and hedge funds know it. Model-driven and fast money accounts are running the show in U.S. equities today, with buyers glaringly absent. This makes for a very heavy tone. It feels like shares want to test Monday's low. There have been sellers across the main U.S. futures index, though flows are not as robust as Monday. In the mix are a couple of smaller sell programs, some model-driven sales from commodity trading advisors, and pressure from hedge funds and fast money, according to futures brokers that see the flow. The most important takeaway here is that there are few buyers, at least in future space. This is in contrast to Monday's trade, where despite massive sell programs, real money accounts that trade volume-weighted average price, or VWAP, stepped up to buy. Some investors had thought that the market would trade today after JP Morgan gave the all-clear yesterday. It's also likely that the S&P wants to give the 100 DMA a good old college try like it did last fall. It could dance around it for the balance of the week. So this is the chart comparing to last fall, where you had the 50-day break, and then you had the 100-day balancing out, and then it kind of moved from there and then led to the next move. So maybe, and then this is looking at the volume. You know, I'm just reading things. I'm trying to I'm giving you an update on, these are analyst blogs. These are just what analysts from across the market are saying. So I'm just sharing it with you guys to get you a better idea of where we're at so far. A lot of stuff talking about the move we got today. Just the back and forth, what it really means. Uber, did Uber end up? Uber sold off. It came right back up again. You had that drop near VWAP. And again, we're at the quarter point. And where we're at, this is at one point was just talking about what to expect, you know, trading below VWAP. This has been something yesterday. You saw real money coming at VWAP. Today we're staying at it, but there's a lot less of other money fueling moves. Yeah, Uber's hitting another high. I'd watch the banks too if they come down. Airbnb, we're just in love with it. If it breaks 45, there's no sell wall. Again, Uber's been in the gutter, and now good move on Uber with good demand. I mean, this was enough to keep it going. Man, I bitched out on those premiums, and they still kept going. That's insane. CNBC last trades, TGX, JPM, Uber, and Kinder Morgan. You're excited the stock market is going down. Not seeing the market break. Nothing to make it go down. Well, I wouldn't get too. Let's be prepared to get disappointed. Get ready for a lot of back and forth. I mean, something's happening, but you know, you wouldn't expect. Have you ever seen a boat crash? This is something I used to like to do a lot because I'm just weird. It's fascinating. But have you ever seen a boat crash? It's really like funny and sad at the same time, because you could see a boat crash from a long way away, but you still really can't change the course and stop it. But then at the same time, it's like if there was a hole in a boat, you know, what would happen? Would it, like, if there's a hole in a boat, would the boat just sink to the bottom in a day even? Some boats could have a hole in it and it won't go down in a day. You know, and that's where it's like coming down to it. But then at the same time, you know, just because there could be damage, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to sink. They don't feel you. I hope they feel me. I hope. If you go really fast, the water won't get in the hole. Wow. Sounds like the stock market. Biden plans donation of 500 million Pfizer shots, doubling the goal. SPY is probably going to hang around. I mean, we'll see how it plays out like last fall. I think we're going to stay slightly below the 50-day moving average for a couple days, or after Powell tomorrow, then we'll be able to confirm the move. Again, SPY just dancing around here. There's a bond auction. Bond demand came in slightly lower versus the pre-sale. Yes, well, Powell will either be the buy the dip moment, or the market will use him as kind of a, you know, sell the news, and then just go from there. SPY coming down again now. We'll watch if it picks up. 10:03. Amazon flushing. Watch some of the straight. I mean, just watch the bangs. Yeah, Amazon did flip. Facebook and Google coming down too, but not as much. Amazon's more weak today. And Baba's still below 150. Why are we selling? Again, this is, you just don't underestimate. I mean, what is the difference between today and yesterday besides the fact that we slept and then more time go on? This is still the story. There's a story at play from what you got over the weekend, coming into this week, how we responded yesterday, and then what we're getting tomorrow and everything down. So, and everything else. So, it is coming down now, but one thing, look at how tight we are staying next to VWAP. The biggest difference between today and yesterday is there's a lot less volume and activity. So that is definitely weighing on the market and having some level of effect. China is still on holiday. Yeah, they're going to open up tomorrow, but then Japan closes tomorrow. So China has been closed Monday and then today, and then they reopen tomorrow, but then on Wednesday, Hong Kong is going to close. Hong Kong and Japan, I think. Or I think just Hong Kong. Excuse me, I said Japan. ATVI hard selling. Yeah, down 4%. I mean, even from yesterday. So here was the SEC investigation. Here's today and them all day. But yeah, they're hitting another low. They're getting clapped. Cisco is a slow mover. That's why, I mean, it's a pretty big float company. It's a normal dip. Papa Jerome. I mean, Papa Jerome, he's gonna really either offer a lot of fuel for the market or kind of a sell the news type of an event. But again, and this is why everything going on is so interesting, because Powell tomorrow is going to be the kicker, and then right away the next day you're going to get another update. UBS and HSBC are still down So they're actually red. A couple of the other banks are positive, but both of them are still red a quarter. But then the premiums chilled out. They're holding where we ended pretty much, but they were not as elevated as they once were. Might be last time. I mean, some people talked about it. We have not gotten the update on whether or not Powell is going to get renominated. Again, that was supposed to happen like 2 weeks ago. And now September's almost over. Traditionally, it is announced in September. Some trading books. I mean, it's not really a trading book, but Richest Man in Babylon. It's a book about money. And, you know, we've talked about it when we're going over leaps and other stuff. But one big factor here is just, you know, managing your balances and learning, you know, really realistically, I think, you know, one big thing I think you could learn from here. Yeah, you know, we got a lot of option facts. We got the best news in the world, baby. And we're fast on it. But one thing is, you know, kind of playing poker. You see, you know, a lot. Options is always going to be gambling. Long term and owning long, that's a different story. You got to do it. But options is always gambling, and it's always it's a game of outlaying your money and knowing how to do it. You know, you could pick up a lot of trading strategy in the poker sense off of what we do here, and knowing how to manage your money. That could take you a very, very long way. So, not really a trading book, but I would recommend Richest Man of Babylon. Cisco named Shaila Shankar to lead security business. So Cisco has someone new in charge. I don't know if it's going to affect the stock. If I do recommend any trading books, another Intelligent Investor, again, that's always one you cannot go wrong with. Isn't that Palantir COO? Is it? Long-term safe holdings. I think a lot of them are safe, but I don't know if you're talking like safe to stock. Bros, is that thing still going up? That IPO'd and has somewhat been a safe haven. Touch Bros. This one never met criteria and is just rocketing. They met criteria based on their lemonade, huh? So again, spies here. It sucks. I want to get into the PHILO, but the market is looking very, very interesting. I mean, it is a quick PHILO. I've not been to Dutch Bros. F chart looking interesting. I mean, the volume is just what's slow, but everything from yesterday is where it needs to be. Let's see. Bonds just dropped again, so watch to see. Market might react to that. Bro, is Uber still climbing? %15 on Uber, not far-fetched. I mean, again, Uber If they find a way to get a profitable third quarter, that'll be crazy. I mean, again, and that's just what, given their earnings and a lot of I forgot, what was it with their guidance? What was it last earnings? I think they slowed down on their last earnings. It was a big miss, what they were saying. So this new update today really does change a lot for them. I love my long term so much. They said that at the beginning of the year. Well, that's what happened. They said that at the beginning of the year, and then the middle quarter two was, I think they ran into some hiccups, and that's where people started doubting it. But now they were able to reaffirm it. I think that's the key. When your opinion play starts trading flat, but I have time October. Just be careful with anything October-wise, because very, very shortly from now, that's going to become a 2-week play. So October is like enough time, but it's not. So just monitor it. So it's Coinbase. The digital exchange and then opposing government blocking its lending project will unveil proposals in coming weeks to start a debate on the SEC's ad hoc regulation of crypto. So SPY coming down a little bit here. Watch to see if it drops. I mean, 1013. Gasparino tweet. All right. Show me what you got, little mama. What you got? Remember that song? You smell that? Smell that? Smell crazy. Crazy out here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited. Shout out to the code, baby. Shout out to all the beautiful people in here who know what we're about to do, and they've waited for this moment. You know, delays are, I hate to delay the philo for y'all. You know that? Honestly, I had an idea. I don't know. I kind of wanted to. I was like, man, I might even do it. Maybe we'll try it 1 week. Maybe next week or whenever I feel it. Honestly, I'm going to just keep hitting it to you. Hold on. HSBC increased its positions in the company by 40% through July. UBS increased by 25%, the latest date available in the fund's tracker. I think that's what we saw. Remember, we looked that up yesterday? That's HSBC regarding Evergrande. So SPY's coming down a little bit again, but I'm going to keep you the philos as they come here. But I was thinking, you know, I want to make sure these hit. And I want to make sure that you know what to focus on and get focused. I was like, man, maybe philo 1 time a week. You know that? You know, people will get their philo. They'll even go to church 1 time a week. And then they'll focus on one message. Y'all get something every day usually. I was like, what? That's crazy. But until then, You know, we got if the source keeps providing, you know what I'm saying? God is good. We gonna have it. We gonna have it. You know, so yeah, you gotta let it marinate. But it really depends on the market, honestly. So hopefully for us, you know, sometimes we gotta bring the philo to life and let it do its thing. But shout out to all the new people even in here. Some of you may get to hear what we talk about here. But I'm gonna give you a very simple concept. Please relate this to trading and how you will. This is a mini philo. But I said this towards the end of the day yesterday. I want to talk about the laws of nature and cause and effect. That's it. And I just want you to think about this. And really, it's I don't know the conclusion with this. This is just a thought experiment. And I'm going to leave you with a question at the end of this, okay? So that's the best part about this philo right here is that I don't really have a point. I do have a point, but I don't. But I'm going to leave it with a question. Are you guys with me? Are y'all with me? How does that, y'all feel me on this? I hope you do. I hope you do. Okay, so let's talk cause and effect and the laws of nature. And you know what this relates to. Have you ever had this? Have any of you heard this story, or have any of you ever heard a story of somebody in an event where they were like, oh my gosh, you know, something was going to happen and then I could have died, but then this happened, right? Something else happened. And then they'll say that God even saved them, right? And they're like, well, God, you know, I almost got in a car accident. My car is going to, this is a real life for me. My car was supposed to flip one time. I got in a car accident and I took a car up on two wheels on the side. I should have flipped over and I should have got clapped. I was heading head first into a Toyota Tundra. I will never forget that view. Have you ever had that? Oh man, that's the scariest view ever. I was sliding across the road and I'm looking to the side and I just see a Toyota Tundra grill just about to T-bone. I was like, oh, I'm clapped, but it didn't. So then it's like, did God move the car? Right? Did God move the car? Did God change the tree? Did God move other things? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. This gets crazy. I would guess some people say you got an angel on your shoulder. Oh, so many things. So many things. But what about the laws of nature? Right? The laws of nature is like gravity. I drop something, it should drop. If I'm going a certain speed and then I lose control, I should slide a certain distance depending on the speed, the braking, everything else. That's real life. Oh. Huh. So a lot of people will say that with certain things that happen. But I just want you to think about this concept. And here's the one thing I will say. This is the nature of what I'm talking about. Is that the laws of nature can explain the effect, but they cannot explain the source. They're always consistent, yes. And they can always tell you and explain the effect, but can they tell you the source? See, they can tell you what the car will do at a certain speed. If a bullet gets shot, it'll tell you where the bullet is going to go, but can it say why somebody pressed the gas as they did? Can it explain why somebody pulled the trigger? Oh, the effect will always be the effect. Boom, something gets set in motion, that's there, but you don't necessarily know why. Isn't that a crazy concept to think about? Have you ever thought about that? That's why I love this philo. It's just something to think about here. Because everything in life, we like to look at, oh, this is the cause and effect. This is the law of nature. Some people like to pull it to the law of nature, but we don't realize where it fails. And essentially, it could tell you the effect, but not the source. Essentially, like math. Right? Think about math. You could answer 2 plus 2, it will always equal 4. It's like a law of nature. There's laws of math. Certain things will always happen. But it can't tell you where the sums came from. You could always know if you have math, you always know what would happen if you add and do certain things, but it doesn't tell you necessarily where it came from. Here's a better example, money. We use money in math. You could understand, look at the ghetto spread, right? The ghetto spread, you could do the math and say, here's my max gain, here's my max reward, here's how much I spent. You could do all of this math, but it could never explain to you how it got there. It could never tell you the source of it. You see what I'm saying? You could always know if this amount of money, if this is the interest rate, but it doesn't speak anything beyond what the effect is as opposed to it getting there. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. So, let me give you one last example, and this is where I'm going to end it. And this is where I just want you to think about it. And, you know, I'm sure there'll be another philo to connect this, and it will give us something to really look at it. But essentially, Disney Television, Gary Marsh is stepping down. He's branded television. That's hitting the wire. But here's the final one, right? Let's say in like Romeo and Juliet, she's walking across the branch, right? I think it's Romeo and Juliet. That's Shakespeare, right? Yeah, it's Shakespeare. Okay, making sure. Take Romeo and Juliet. There's that one scene in there where she's walking across the bridge. She's walking across on this branch. And then it breaks. And then it leads into a whole nother situation, right? So let me ask you this. In that story of Romeo and Juliet, in any story, go look at any story and think about this now. When Juliet steps on the branch and the branch breaks, why did the branch break? Did it break because of the laws of nature? Or did it break because of William Shakespeare? Do you see what I'm saying? SoFi popping. Yeah, some of y'all don't feel me. Some of y'all feel me. If your mind is blown, you feel me. If it's not, you don't feel me. Think about that. Because that brings up a whole different line of questioning and now true understanding. The question is why, and I want you to think about that. Just literally, just think about that. How does the law of nature relate to this story? And does whoever's writing this story, what's the impact? And then why? Considering it's fictional, it's Shakespeare, of course. But there you go, you're thinking on it. That's the whole idea. But then, just because it's fictional, if someone steps on a tree, would it not break? So how are we realizing the laws of nature and cause and effect? But I'm just going to leave it there. So, I don't know what you're going to get I don't know what you're going to get out of this, but I really want you to think about it. And just think about cause and effect in life. And why certain things happen in there. And let me know. Maybe if you guys have an answer, I'd love to hear it. And we'll see where it takes us. But I hope that gives you something. I hope you're ready to go. And I hope you take that to the bank, baby. But that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive, respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. Myrna is popping. Sophie's popping. Uber's coming down. TLT wants to come up, but SPY is hitting towards the lower end of today. Uh-oh. All right, let's start. Watch your headphones. Watch out. I'm going to give you one quick uncle. We'll take it back to like a throwback, not throwback. like this one? Yeah. Chain costs a block, you could call that thing crypto. Strategy, EDM, buy when it dips slow. Hands made the diamonds for I got it on my wrist, bro. Did it for my family and what matters like a Winslow. Why you think the review always smaller than the windshield? We just getting started, I ain't even on my fifth gear. Ask me if I bought it, let's just say it's been a good year. You keep buying tops because that shit over your head, bro. I ain't with the problems, I just mind my own like crypto. Calling out my guy because my buddy in my pistol. Stop it, why you lying, why you talking all that shit, bro? Only way I'm not dope if you looking for some crystal. I got condos and apartments and I'll buy your crib, always sunk on advances and the F is for the fiscal. Tryna bring Nigel, I'ma tell you that's additional. Ain't tired I read my Bible, it ain't tired you jerk your dick, bro. Sorry, that was yours, let him all, pray to God. He don't talk, flip a coin, cop a car, flip a coin, clap them all. You a boy, I'm a guard, you a core, I'm a shard, you employed, I'm the boss. Somebody should've told you who you fucking with. I feel I'm J-Pad, one day I say the government. Learned it from the street, you cut the rate till it stop bubbling. Sound like I'm talking drugs, but I'm just talking about the policy. Money print monopoly, MMT philosophy. Bitch, I got degrees, but I make more than the whole faculty. See you in your feelings, that ain't really good for profiting. You could use a PHILO, maybe go and take a jog and shit. See, I could do a lot of things you can't. We ain't talking unless you working at the bank. Nah, I could get a bag 100 different ways. I got options, I ain't talking about just chase. Why you looking like you got something to say? If you eating, why you staring at my plate? You amazed, but it's just another day. If you sleeping, then I'm probably getting paid.
It is a coat, baby. Uncle Answers. All streaming platforms. All streaming platforms. Spy didn't come down too much there with PHILO. Still an important part. Hopefully you guys are still locked in. Hopefully you're feeling good by the middle of the day. Yes, that was Uncle Answers. Uncle Answers is waiting for you. All streaming platforms. So God bless you all. But we still need to be locked in. Today is continuing probably some of the most exciting, one of the most exciting weeks since, what, the beginning of the year? Since, I'd say probably since the whole GameStop fiasco or the first drops there. Or I don't know, maybe I just have that feeling. And then maybe feelings are deceptive in the stock market. So you got to watch out for your feelings. And then maybe it brings up another question of what you're really feeling. And then should you act on it? And then should you have conviction on the play? Or then now should you be smart and then hedge it? Then you got to watch your cash balance. And then you got to make sure that you got a long term. And then you got to make sure that you're planning out 10 years ahead. That you're not making any decisions without acting as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Does that happen to you guys? I think it does. I think it does. Do you think we come down at the end of the day? I do not know. I mean, I think we're already up there again. On average, we should be up. I wouldn't be surprised to just pay attention to the VWAP to stay in this range. If we do go lower, I could only, I could see us by the end of today, like on both instances, up or down. You could apply this to both. But like I could see us going a little bit lower, then that brings down the VWAP, and then we'll probably bounce to like around here and close to near the VWAP if it hits a new low and goes down. But then if it goes up, I wouldn't be surprised to see it slightly go above this high and then bring the VWAP up, and then we'll drop a little bit and then close into the VWAP. Does that make sense? But I think we will stay around this range, and then, coming in overseas, we're probably going to wait to see how China has their first day tomorrow morning, and then any other news and developments, and then we're gonna see an effect, either a gap up or a gap down, and then it's gonna go from there until Powell speaks tomorrow. That's kind of how I'm envisioning the next 12 to 24 hours realistic. I guess 24 hours around Powell. No, not even. Powell's another hour from now. How much coffee do I drink during the day? Usually one in the morning and then one before PHILO. That is that's the coffee carbo schedule. And then we're ready to go. And then everything else is just pure stock market news brought to you by Carl's Jr. And it's just really, and then you get a little Evergrande in there and a little bit of perp skirp, dude. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of wake and fib on some, time to time, dude. You could do a lot with it, dude, and get you a little wake, strong wake effect, dude. You know, the Fibonacci will wake you up if you felt a little bit of sleepiness. You know, ask Joe. He'll tell you all about it. You know, you hit a little bit of fib, dude. You get the Fibonacci, then hit up the United Nations, dude. Oh, totally different feeling. You can't relate unless you've done it. Yes, Powell is tomorrow. Powell tomorrow at 2:30 is when you're going to hear from him. So at 2 p.m., about 30 minutes from now, this time, that's when the release is going to come out, and then 30 minutes after that will be Powell tomorrow. So, like I'm saying, we're about 25 hours away from Powell. On the dot. And that, I mean, honestly, I think it's I think that's a good thought experiment. Do you guys, can I add a checkpoint? You know, like when you play a video game and there's like a checkpoint, so that whenever you restart the game, you're at like this level, or just like, here's just a flashbulb memory for you. I want you to think about where you're at right now. I want you to look at the market today, look at where the market is at, look at how it has traded over all day, and I want you to just think and remember this moment, because 24 hours from now, you're going to be at the moment right before Powell, and I want you to just factor everything. I just want you to remember how the market is looking right now and why, so that you could kind of just picture Powell. And even if you want to get ahead of yourself, what do you picture 24 hours from now? You know, now that you're seeing how it's played out, think about it. And then once we're in that event tomorrow, I want you to look back and kind of get an idea of how this kind of set up. So that's, you know, if you think about it, that's what I'm doing on Watchlist, documenting everything else. But that's why, you know, we have to connect all of these days and just remember, you know, how the market's trading, because tomorrow, depending on what is said, but usually Powell is going to kind of allow people to position for the next month and a half. Tomorrow is going to be epic. It could be disappointing. I mean, it could, again, he's going to speak later, then the market's going to react, and then Friday or Thursday, that might be more of the reaction we see. Oh, that's crazy. Your stargaze are numbered. You soon won't be able to see the constellations and the stars as satellites flood the night sky. That's from a report. They said blame SpaceX and Amazon, because as they launch hundreds of satellites into the sky, it will just, you can't see the stars anymore. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ethereum 2800. That's not good. But the sky really big. You know, very big stars. So SPY kind of wants to move. TLT still holding up. I mean, TLT very, very interesting today. Again, just from yesterday, though, there was that correlation between the bonds going down and some of the moves. I think it was yesterday, right out. There was this move right here that really had me focusing on TLT after yesterday. You saw it right at European close yesterday. We dropped, but then the bonds, TLT, skyrocketed there. So then let's see. By end of the day, I think it came back down. What price was that? We're at that price now. I guess we're just slightly elevated. See, but last time TLT was here, SPY was at 432. 2 points lower. Still pretty big. Only up 0.04 on the SPY right now. NASDAQ up a quarter. Small caps up 0.2. Maybe satellites should be shared. I mean, maybe I'm speaking from like an immature, like human point of view. But like, I feel like if I had a satellite, I wouldn't want to share it with anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't want to share, like, man, like, I wouldn't want to share like my room with anybody. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, bro, I got a satellite. And then somebody's like, yo, can I use your satellite? Like, I'll be like, nah, you know, it's at the shop right now, Brand. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. That's my view.
You said we could barely share Taiwan. Jeez. It's pretty funny. That's sad. That's sad. That's Hong Kong too, man. It's sad. Put it up on Airbnb. Now you talking. See, Chad? Oh, amen. Now you're, man, you see, and this is why Airbnb is the future. I've been trying to tell you. Because I know the minute there is a satellite available to Airbnb, Airbnb is going to be on top of it. You could get an island on Airbnb. I don't think a satellite's too far off. Isaiah, the stars of heaven and their constellations will not show their light. Ooh. Interesting. I'm going to remember that one. I'm going to read that. Isaiah 34. Airbnb ran out the Space Force. Well, I mean, if that's where the future is headed, I mean, why wouldn't Airbnb be involved? Isn't that funny? Because we could joke about it, but, like, have you thought of, like, think about everything. Just like what everybody's saying with the future of everything. Like, some stuff, like, realistically, if we're expecting all the energy to do this, if we're expecting Elon to really, truthfully do all, you know what I'm saying, and everyone's going to do this, why wouldn't Airbnb be on that? Like, Lucid on the move. Yeah, bro, Lucid's killing it again. Another 11%, and that's showing yesterday. I mean, I tip my hats to Lucid after the last couple days. After watching them, again, the EPA report, I don't know how I feel about it, but seeing them do good yesterday, and then lately I've been seeing them, I think every single mall, a nice mall from San Diego to LA, they all have Lucid stores on the way. And then there's one more thing. I think the range part is big, but it's something else good. But they've just been even killing it, even from a trading perspective. I don't have any Lucid, nah. I don't got any Lucid on me, bro. Is this a setup? I don't do that Lucid, man. Nah, it's not like that. I was talking about the stock, man. Nah, man. Relax. No, we'll see. If it does, I mean, I feel like Lucid is the company that I will buy it when it's like actually like a real car. And then I will pay a premium for it. I mean, that's it. I'm either not going to have any Lucid or I'm going to overpay it, and then you're going to make fun of me and be like, oh, yeah, Josh, I fucking told you. I fucking told you to buy it then. And be like, yeah, you know, so it's one or the other. But I would wait till they really confirm it, and if they come out with a 500 mile range EV, I mean, I will be very, very down with that. But I do want to see how it sells. I know the car is a little bit more expensive. Basic motorcycle class. Oh, shit, man. Be careful out there, Eagle Eye. Be careful. VMware warns a critical bug at vCenter installs. Are they getting clapped? There's a little candle on there, but nothing too crazy. But news on VMware. You see a Lucid everywhere? Keep thy chest forever to the sun. Indeed, Mr. Alex, indeed. Alcoa. God bless you, amen. Yeah, they aren't in production. That's why I said I want to see it. Just this hoodie for protection. I mean, I really want to learn how to ride a bike, but motorcycles have always scared me. So be careful. Be very careful. But that's dope, though. It's always good to learn. Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy. The koalas are trash. The koalas have gone down 50%. The fucking koalas, I mean, I think it went to a good cause. That's what they said. I think every NFT got clapped. Actually, but one of them like quadrupled on me or went like 400 or 500 times. I have offers on them, and I just haven't really. I have not done anything. I didn't get swindled yet. No, I got swindled. I feel like I did. I felt I got swindled the first day I bought it. So you said 50, either 50% up or down. The demand has came in on it, not just the koalas, but a lot of them are actually like still holding. That's what I've been impressed with. But I mean, if the crypto market's not been active, you're not really going to see some. But I have some that did go up in value, but most of them got clapped, and then the koalas were just destroyed. But they still have, like, I could sell it now, but it's just like I'm never going to sell it. That's the idea. It's the gas fees. No, it's just it's everything. It's crypto goes down. I think that crypto moves so much in value that it, when it was increasing the gas fees and crypto was moving a lot, people didn't want to buy stuff, and then it dropped in value, and then kind of now it's picking back up again. But it's still like it's a very weird industry, and again, it's early on that level. But I'm assuming I lost a lot of money on it just because the liquidity is trash, but it's really not that, like, you're just holding it until one of them goes absolutely crazy. That's the weird part. Like, one of them that I bought, I'm surprised, like, it's up 400% right now or something like that. I think I got it for like 0.004, and now it's at like 0.25 or higher than that, the alien ones. But I haven't looked. I haven't logged into crypto since El Salvador fucked us up. That's it. I cried, and I say, okay. It was fun looking at you for an extra week, man, but we got to go. Sudden hype. The sudden hype sparked Ethereum. So, again, that's, it was a month before, or a couple weeks before was the top month for NFTs, and then Ethereum went crazy. But then that day with the El Salvador, it brought all the cryptos down, and then leading up into the run up, when it did go up and the gas fees shot up, people stopped buying them because a lot of NFTs are bought on Ethereum, or most of them. So the gas fees were just disgusting. I don't think we're going to fill the gap. I mean, we're at the lower end of today right now. And then let's see. Baba's still low. Baba bounced a little bit, even industry-wise. Brazil frizz delay. Dog, this is getting so high level. He just put the piece. This is Brazil frizzly. Brazil frizzly. This is crazy, man. I don't know how to handle myself, and this is a lot, bro. This is very hot level. Like, this is like it, Bradley Frizzle. I don't even know Bradley's name anymore, but now it's like, this is Inception. Damn, that's nasty. And so industrials are the lagger. Energy's the leader. Real estate second today. This is on the S&P. But get an idea of, even though we're on the lower end, it's like, I think everything is fairly spread out. It's like 50-50. There's no real, again, lagger or leader today. Today's a pretty balanced day considering the fall-up. We are doing a little bit worse than history would suggest after breaking some of the moving averages or falling like we did yesterday. But again, the expectation should be a 0.25% move on the S&P, so we'll see. Brazil Frizzly. I love you, Brazil. Thank you, Brazil. You want to know what would it be weird? Would it be weird, or would it be like cool? Or no, I think it'd be weird. I don't know. What if all of them are just Bradley? Or how do we feel about that? Like, what if all of them was just actually Bradley though? And like Bradley was just making all of these accounts just to like that's tinfoil right there. Bradley Brizzle. Bro, there's so many of them. Dude, there's like 5 of them. I don't even know which one's my favorite. They're all there. It's just, I don't know. It's been my working assumption. It could be, dude. I'm just saying. Could be true. How's the real estate in California? Good. I mean, still negotiating to get more, but anything that I bought, it's just been a matter of buying and holding on it and letting everyone else's FOMO do the work. Can we look up peach sales? They probably, I don't know if they have peach futures. But probably. I'm sure they have some data. You know, somebody shipping the peaches. I'm searching peach exports. It just shows fruit companies. There's not actually really good data. Oh, maybe here? Huh? Fresh fruit portal? Global peach and nectarine exports to fall in 2021 and cherries to rise. What the? Damn. So the peach emoji is going to decline on exports and the cherry emoji is going to increase. That's crazy. This is a, wow, world peach and nectarine exports for 2021 are forecast down despite higher global production, while cherries are expected to continue to trend upwards, according to the USDA gain report. Dude, what? Netflix is said to be making a deal to buy Roald Dahl catalog. Do they mean Ronald Dahl? Or Roald Dahl? Roald Dahl catalog. See, it might have a pop, but that's coming across right now. There's a little pop. Who's Roald Dahl? Go find out what they are. BFG author? James and the Giant Peach. Is that serious? I thought that was Ronald Dahl. Is it Roald Dahl? Is it It's not Ronald Dahl? Like, what if Netflix just did like a knockoff deal and they trying to Walmart us or something? I always thought it was Ronald Dahl. They're like, no, we got Roald Dahl. He's from Shanghai. No, it's pronounced Roald Dahl. Yeah, right. I thought that was like a child. It's interesting. It's just a rumor right now, but there's no confirmation. I'm sure, depending on what's in that catalog. I mean, that's always even last time they announced something. Remember, Netflix had a delayed reaction a couple weeks ago. Remember, I forgot what they added. They added something to the catalog. It's Charlie and the Child. I'm assuming that's what I'm saying. The name sounds from. Again, I thought it was Ronald, but I'll accept Roald. Roald Dahl. Oh man, this is Seinfeld. Yeah, the Seinfeld one was the lag. And remember, there's a lag on it, but then it did have a follow through. Again, usually their collections in some of these old movies. I mean, it's big for them. But that had like a mini pop and then came right back down. So we'll see. But again, even the market seems to be very, very quiet. And again, it's a lot lower volume than usual. I mean, we're entering 11 at around a little bit slightly above what we would have got on a normal day. But you're seeing the moves have been very, very concentrated. Roald Dahl phonetic. Man, this shit is crazy. Roald Dahl. I always thought it. Can't we just do Ronald? James in the Giant Chat. Raw was the cheaper domain. That's not bad. Ronald would have been a lot easier. Frank. We need Frank on this one, man. We got lost. Netflix gets Cops, Live PD, and Paw Patrol. I'll sign up. There you go. Paw Patrol. Ooh, I don't know. I feel like they would have Paw Patrol on Netflix. SPY coming down a little bit. Bonds have stayed relatively stable. Again, a lot of individual movers here today. Think materials are the worst industry. Industrials and materials doing bad, while energy and real estate are the leading two. But everything's kind of just right there in the middle. We see historical performance. Let's year to date. Utilities only up 5% from January. Financials still up 24%. SPY coming down now. It's picking up there. Couple of big cheek lace. Bonds have not moved at all, but the low ticker is kind of gassing right there, at least in the short term. Some stuff is moving. My meaning's out in Georgia. That's that phrase. So you're hitting the low of the day was 433. Like almost flat. You're at 433.90 now, 434. Cheek glaze or drops. Yeah, when they're this little, like, because we don't want to, usually if it's like a big red, we'll call it like a big red. Otherwise, we'll call it a cheek lay if it's just a small move, kind of a small red. Sometimes it could be a cheek lay on the upside. Amazon's hitting a new low. That's ironically or oddly, Amazon is hitting a low. So Amazon's leading the way. The SPY may not be hitting a new low on the day, but Amazon is. But then Facebook isn't. And Facebook was the underperformer the last couple days. Loose is still doing good. DraftKings. What was the other one? It was Uber today. Uber and MGM. HSBC premiums will go back up. I think it just depends on what happens with the situation and what sort of exposure we find out the banks have. Again, Thursday is going to have an answer. You're also going to get bank stocks will get impacted after Powell, and then even after Powell speaks, premium will be either added or taken away depending on what sort of reaction he causes. So the HSBCs, I think there's a reason why the spreads widen and move like they do. It's very illiquid, and that play is whatever you need. You need the river, and you need the turd, and you need the river, and those cards will add it all to everything. That will tell us whether or not that play is going to hit beyond what it already has, or kind of just end up being a dud. But thankfully, too, even at the end of the day, as that situation plays out, that HSBC is to January, so it's going to cover us pretty much till the end of the year. And at this price, I think it's like we're talking 50% drop in the end of the year, and that's assuming that would cover you if anything just went to shit, essentially, in that Evergrande situation. If it turns out there's more contagion, there's more of a sell-off, and then Evergrande leads to any of these banks dropping, 50% around that time, we're going to be in the game. But that's still a big, that would be like what? 50, it'd take a lot of market cap. It'd be over 50 billion in market cap between HSBC just going down to that strike price, or even UBS, or even BlackRock. I mean, so we'll see. We will see. Previous clothesline. Oh, right here. Interesting. Good call out. That's where we opened. No way. So our previous clothesline is right at yesterday's. So look at all of today was just moving. Today just bought time. Today was buying digestion. This was giving you one day to really think about how you felt about yesterday, to really put everything in context and get ready for Powell. But you're literally right at the open. Or you're right at the close, which was the open of Monday. So that, I think, says a lot. Everything's got to hit. Yeah, well, even then, the simple part, again, you could try to, if you want to time the HSBC play, be my guest. But that play is simple. It's like like if this was like Pokemon or like a board game, it's just a simple, if Evergrande blows up and they get affected, you win. It's that type of coupon, essentially, between now and January. That's how I'm viewing it. It's like the play just covers the event risk, said simply. Bradley Brizzle! A banana. What the? Nah, man. Wait, that's not. Imposter. I saw him vent. Nobody cares about that game anymore. Remember, that was cool for like 3 weeks. In the banana peach, I don't know. It's awkward. I don't know what the banana means. Yes. Sus. Banana sus. We're moving sideways. We're not moving today. Again, you know, the fact that you're doing all of this movement just to end up right now as we're coming into the last 2 hours, you're ending up right where we closed yesterday, and right where we closed yesterday was right where we opened. The market is just getting, you know, I think it's just getting everything in order as we enter in this event, as more potential information regarding some of these situations like Evergrande can start to move the market here. So it's moving sideways, but I think it's moving sideways with a purpose, in the sense that it's, I think everybody, this is showing you emotions, and this is showing you how people are really feeling as everybody's putting their money where their mouth is. I didn't short HSBC. We grabbed the puts. And then we grabbed puts on UBS. But these were the plays we grabbed. We grabbed these on the 17th. I think this was the Colt right here. We grabbed them at 8 cents. And then this is what happened since. And going in there. And then I also got the January 23s. And I grabbed UBS yesterday. And I think those ended up coming down. No, it's the same price. But again, a bunch of people bought these today. I noticed that one. Bridley frazzled. Oh, is this all the same person now? Or are you guys like... I'm getting scared, man. This is like a scary movie. And a bunch of like Bradley Frizzles show up, but they're not Bradley Frizzle. And then I get chased around the maze. Oh, let's just go. The profile pictures all have meaning. Evergrande at HK6. I thought it's 33333. The call is coming from inside the chat. I'd love to get these at the TO. Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, now, we need to check the premiums. If you're expecting a gap up or gap down tomorrow, and I mean, I think we might, given how big the moves are today and the fact it's going to be Powell, I just don't know how the Powell is going to affect the premium. But this might be your day to either make a play or not. I think if you think there's going to be a gap, you should make your play now, because I think some of the premiums are chilling out on certain stuff on both directions. But obviously, look at some of the previous prices. Yeah, Uber killed it all day. You really think Powell will say anything to move the markets? I think Powell can always do it. I mean, this has the potential to come off as the most hawkish meeting. I mean, this might be the closest you're going to get to him in the last 12 months of saying anything regarding changing the bond buying, because again, he said we're thinking about it, but I think he's going to be a little bit more direct on this meeting, but he's not going to announce the tapering. So the overall event the market will like, but there could be something else to buy. FIVN and Zoom. FIVN is dropping, Zoom is popping, or no, Zoom is dropping as well too. Is that confirmed?
Let's see. We bought the Nikes too early. We might have. I thought it was the other day. No, the deal is under government review. That's what's coming out. The deal is under government review over China ties. The deal is under government right there. No, it's not good. So pretty much the deal between Zoom and 5.9. I think it's 5.9. Are they American? They had that issue last time. It's like bad. I think it's bad for both of them, but I just don't know how bad in general. It's California based. Deal over China ties. Cal STR is back 5 of... Oh no. Price target got cut by Truist. That's the only updates on that stock. But Zoom is coming up. They're both coming up. They both dropped, and now they're switching. Instacart. I don't know if can you like buy them. I think it's any food delivery companies are great. And even then, I've heard a lot of people, even in the chat, who've actually done like Instacart delivery and made a lot of money. But other than that, I don't really have too much experience with it. But I think it's a good space to invest in. I mean, even DoorDash, Uber, you know, they have a lot of those assets. Are they going to IPO? DoorDash, Grub. So Zoom is popping now. 5.9 not doing much. Toyota's on the high. So again, that news is hitting the wires there. Zoom's actually moving off that. Kirkland falls for 11th day, longest loss streak in 15 years. What is this Kirkland? This ain't like Costco Kirkland, is it? They didn't do like a spin-off. This is the stock's worst streak in 15 years. Zoom going up makes no sense. I have no idea. I didn't even know anything about that deal. DOJ, American Air CO comments on JetBlue venture. They said that the DOJ is wrong in their view of alliance is anti-competitive. Remember that news came out earlier when American Airlines CEO just responded. He comments to Washington Post. 5.9. I don't know. I mean, it's wild. I mean, they both dropped, but to see them actually kind of flip gears like that, and that 5.9 just didn't really do anything at all. Zoom about to go green. Zoom, bro, that's a big move. It's like almost $5 in 5 minutes. I mean, they have been clapped here, but I think you got to look more. If you know more about the deal, you might be able to make a play on it. But that one, I mean, we got the news very early, but I had no idea what was going on. K-Web, Netflix. Did Netflix respond? Netflix got the Roald Dahl news. It had a little pop and drop, but nothing to hold it. Do I have the...
Why is there 2 lines on here? Do you guys see this? Why is there the... Which one is that? No, but there's like... It's like showing me 2 VWAPs. You see this? Why is there lines through these candles? I don't have anything else. I was squinting on it, actually. I was trying to squint my way out of this. I was like, why is it... There's like 2 VWAPs. Salt. Kevin, thank you. Oh, well. Oh, it's the fibs, dude. Little double VWAP fib, dude. You know what I'm talking about, huh? All right, man. Hold on. Let me get it. It's fine. Oh, there it is. There's an EMA 5 on. I was like, what the hell is that? Found it. That was hurting my eyes. I almost threw up. That happens to me. Now let's see, Uber. Bro, Uber 12.5%. Amazing. So that was the one we wanted for our long term, but now it's up 12% since last time. So that means we were up 20%. Now we're up 32% on the long term there. Young Colt sister account. She got a nice 10% gain. Now she's flexing on the squad. Not bad. Not bad, sister. Not bad. Lucid insane. Lucid is still going crazy. BTC ripping. Wasn't it down earlier? Yeah, it's coming back up from when we sold off. There's one nice little candle there. I mean, crypto's going to be interesting in the next few days. Voozy news from earlier. Lucid still going. Zoom calming down a little bit. Voozy's popping. Again, didn't... What's her name get into it? Coinbase is popping too. A little bit of both. Again, Bloomberg reporting the Netflix nearing deal to acquire Raw Dog catalog. What's in it? It has sold over 200 million copies, including Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Late British author. Patent news on Voozy. I think that was earlier. Follow-on order from Fortune 50 customers to support supply chain operations. Let me see. Yeah, they were 1410. Yeah, 2 minutes ago they received follow-on order from Fortune 50 customer to support supply chain operations. They released a press release. Receives follow-on order. Yep, there it is. So that's confirmed. That came out. I mean, and it sucks because nowadays I feel like I have to really read all of these press releases because I don't know if it's like, I don't know after the Walmart one. I mean, usually it's obvious, but that's the news via press release. So the company released the news. Yeah, I don't. Dutch Bros is crazy. I'm surprised the fact that it didn't, that day it didn't meet criteria at all. But he put on for the team. Really Wonka. He made Matilda too. Oh, my guy. I get spreader than Netflix. Calling GM on the watch list. I get in the Uber, it's 12%. Huh, mama, he's lit. There's a lot going on there. Just a lot. Uber on it again. Uber is great. I'm sad though now, man. I thought this is like the good and the bad part about having to wait for monthly deposits, because like I really wanted more Uber, man. And I was like maybe I'll average up on Uber, but now 12%. This is why. What am I gonna say? This is what I'm gonna say though. This is why we still got some, but this shows an important part. This shows an important part. Does anybody know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say something. Does anybody know? Abby Vi is good. No, there's some. Oh, yes. Time in the market, not timing the market. That's what this is showing. So it's good because we have time in Uber. We get to profit off of it. Yeah, I would have wanted more, but we get to buy other things. But at the same time, you know, if you try to time Uber, imagine you were waiting for Uber and then you were trying to time your purchase on it and like you sold out, you want to buy back in, then it shoots up 12, 13% in one day. Now where most of the gain's going to be. So keep that in mind, because just like when we bought the shares for my sister's account, it was a lot smaller, but we used some of that room to get it and got it in there, and the price really wasn't the best at the time when we bought it. But then you look back, you're like, you see, that's why I'm only up 10% on it versus 13, because we didn't get it at the right time. But you see how it kind of makes up for everything. Ugh, I need water. I need a water. What time is it? 11:15. Can we talk real estate? Only if you have a really good real estate question. Like, it has to be captivating. It has to bring a discussion where everybody can learn. It has to be something we could pull a gem out of. You know? The peach. This was for all the Bradleys and all the Frizzles and everybody in between, baby. Amen. Amen. Order. Hey, let's go. It's evolving. The peach just shouted out Bradley and all of the Frizzles and anybody in between. Oh my God, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Developing roof of the Superdome in New Orleans is on fire. No injuries reported. What do you mean? That doesn't make... The roof is on fire? The roof. The roof. The roof of the Caesars Superdome has fire and smoke coming from it. Yeah, it's like a weird fire. Look at this. Why is it just lit on fire? It just looked like someone's smoking. Nah, I don't know what this is. That's wild. Interesting. But that was from 10:42. It's been going on for like 30 minutes. Oh, and then you guys see, so now we're only down 18%. So hopefully you guys are, again, imagine that whole leap discussion we had the other day. Now apply that here to this play and just think about how it's moving up versus even if we bought the shares. So not too bad, but then now you're seeing some of the bright side of the leaps when they come back. Only 18%. Yeah, that's great. I mean, we were down 50% on that option when we showed it to you. I mean, 18% is $700, and again, this is a free play, so it's not too bad. I feel diluted AF. Bradley Brizzle, you diluted you? Did they dilute you? Damn. This is a wild day of Bradley Frizzle. This went from like Bradley Frizzle to like Bradley Brizzled and all of them. Then now the Peach got in it, and now the original fake original was like he's like getting sad. He's like, I feel diluted. Now it's like a Bradley Brizzle therapy session. Dude, this is crazy. What in the Peach is going on right now? Dude, this is nuts. This is getting really intense. And now they're all going to, like, start fighting. And they're like, I just want someone to talk to. Everyone thinks I'm a Peach or they think I'm Fradley. I'm not. Why can't I just be the real Fradley? And then, oh, man. They're like, you just NFT'd me and made, like, 15 versions of me. Oh, man. Imagine how the Peach feels in the middle of all. Dude, this is just too much. Disney dropping. Disney's getting clapped. Disney. Check news on Disney. They're getting clapped. Disney. AT&T CEO. The stock is undervalued. I'm not seeing anything. Check Disney. They just got clapped. Nothing's coming up on it. Oh, they fucked me. Oh, you see that market order? They got me that time. Oh, man. They made me spend 90. Ah, shit. Oh, you guys just see me get wrecked on that? I'm going to average down on it. Dog. I was going to get those for 30. How the hell did that just happen? Oh, you scammers. Oh, that's why they're dropping fat. Well, Disney, I don't know what the news is. Oh, man. Oh, well, let's see here. So those are at 101. Man, let me just sell out like 8 of those at like $1. Damn, I just got clapped on that. Oh, well. It happens. Don't market order. Usually I get away with it, but again, that drop was big, 2.5%. I should have got that at 30 cents. You say Ben Simmons on the chain, man? Come on. That's pretty funny. How you gonna do me like that? Oh, okay, I just got out of them for $1. I just made 10%. Now I got 2 of them because I panicked. I have 2 at 180. There you go. I got my 10% back. See, look at that. I sold 9. Now they're in the game. Now I got 2 of those still. I just got too scared. I was like, bro, that was an awful fill. So now what? Now what, Ben Simmons? I got nice 10%. I got $90. I'll take it. I made $90, and now I got 2 of them left at 180. And then next week, and now they're out. See, there you go. Now we're looking good. Now we're looking. What's the news though? There's no news on this. As Russell Entertainment subsector drops. What is it? Does anybody have news on it? Bro, what happened with it? Theme parks weaken after COVID. No impact from Delta variant. The CEO's talking. Bro, that's a big move. Again, three out there. Studio 61 movie. I think they're just giving out projections and stuff. Well, now that plays up, but that one, bro, I should have got that at 30 cents. They scammed me. Disney let out their Chinese casino numbers. I feel like that's a joke. But again, they're down 4% right here. Inning 1 when it comes to direct-to-consumer business. It's not looking good. It looks like they're giving out guidance number. Disney Grand. They're like, nah, it's over, bro. I saw my order. Bro, I got clapped on that one. They scare. Usually TD hooks me up with that. But they wanted to do me dirty on that one. Which one did I get? The 165. I'm up on that 50% now. Or no, I thought it was. Dude, no, I got the 160. Yeah, they scam me, dude. They scam me. It should not have gone through at that price. It's going for 130 now. The sad part is I'm up 30% on that, or 40%, which is crazy. I'll take it 120. Sell out at 240 on the last ones. I mean, I might just hold it. I mean, this seems like it might even create a bounce opportunity, but Disney this is a big drop on them. I mean, it's sending them to the low, and then any other exposure. American Air vaccines shouldn't be required to fly in the USA. Woo! That's great. Wow. Somebody likes freedom. Wear a mask. That's it. But I have had a lot of conversations, and I have learned how to end. Actually, I won't tell you. I have a secret. Dude, that plays up 40%. Are you shitting me? I got scammed, and I'm still up on it? Oh, my goodness. These guys, you know? I got $200 on this play so far, it says. Got one. Oh, that's because the other profit we got. I might just take it and walk away. Dude, that ask is so wide. I put in an order at like 150. We'll see. Oh, no. Ain't no one want that. All right, I sold them out at 120. I just took it. I made like 200 something on it. Get me out of there. Get me. I didn't want it. That turned into a winner. I don't know how. I don't know how. I'll take it. That was awful. Viacom down. Oh, Viacom. No. Zoom. Bro, I've never traded I've never gotten filled awful like that and turned it into a winner. That's why I was like, just get me out of this. Because usually when I get clapped on it, I get clapped on it. There's no turning back. I had to. I put in an order. The option was supposed to go for at 30, but I did a market order on 10 of them. So I got filled at $9, 90 cents, $900. And then I somehow sold out. I sold out 8 of them at $1. And then I just sold the other 2 out at 120. I was like, yeah, get me out of there. No, I was ahead. It filled me awful. It filled me awful. Well, we'll see. Lucid still on the high. Spy's coming down. Netflix selling. TGNA. Okay, I didn't go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. TGNA's popping. That's big pop. Big pop. I don't know here. I'm checking news before I go pee. Tegna. They're said to bid $23 per share for Tegna. They got a $23 per share offer from Byron and Allen. $23 offer. Be careful. Okay, I'm going to go pee. Hold on. could have got clapped, but I didn't get clapped. I could have got clapped. Oh, it's unmuted. Oh, that's a good song though, huh? I could have got clapped, but I didn't get clapped. That's like a Kanye song right there. I could have got clapped, but I didn't get clapped. I could have got clapped, but I didn't get clapped. Look at that. Disney. No, because I really I wanted the Disney play, but that was just an awful fill on. That was just awful. It was just, that was just all around the worst thing that could have happened with it. So I'm glad I got out of it, but that was just disgusting. Otherwise, I would have been able to, if I got it at 30 cents, sell half of them out at $1, and then ride the rest out for next. You see what I'm saying? That's more my style on that one. But that one, I just had to, just bad first foot off of it, and we had to, just retire it really quickly. That's just sad. Leap this. I don't want to leap this. I think it's an interesting play. I mean, the data and who it affects. I mean, Viacom even moved a little bit off of it. Again, and that's good. If Viacom's moving good on the Disney, if Viacom's getting downside movement off of that, it should have upside movement than anything streaming related, because that's what I'm saying. Viacom has their hand in this game to a degree, at least. Which ones were the plays that I had? If I could buy them back cheaper. I got the 160s. Those are still at $1 though. That was awful. Could have got clapped, but I didn't get clapped. I could have got clapped, but I didn't get clapped. It's a good one. It's a good one. Now we're literally dancing around that whoever shouted out to put on the previous clothesline. Good observation. I don't know if that's what you saw, but it's very interesting. That level that is holding, because that previous close is literally the previous open as well too, the open on Monday. And again, TGNA that offered $23 a share, but it's already up there. Random fact: the blue whale is the largest animal to ever live and can weigh as much as 300,000 pounds. Its tongue can weigh as much as an elephant, and its heart could weigh as much as a car. That's crazy. That's crazy. I just know orcas are like the deadly pandas of the sea. Orcas are terrifying. That's my conclusion. It's come massive sells all day. Well, we will see. I mean, again, I just think I think this was all positioning today. You're still getting positioning. Yesterday is definitely not over. Today's not over, but all of you, this is just a nice continuation from yesterday, getting us ready for Powell tomorrow, and then everything else to end the week. And then if anything happens with the debt ceiling or anything like that, I could have got clapped, but I didn't get clapped. High 15.96. When do they update this? Interesting. May 2018. Maybe when the credit default swaps to the US one, it's going to be interesting to watch this one. You know, orcas are actually dolphins? Oh, shit. That's crazy. They're the apex predators in the world. There have been no fatal attacks on humans. But, yeah, that's the craziest. Because they don't like to beef with humans. They actually, they're smart. But they will kill you. Honestly, if you ever look up orcas, you'll find out they're wild. They don't kill humans, but they kill everything. Bro, orcas are insane. Don't get me started. I really don't want to listen, I was just looking at like credit default swaps. Please don't let my ADD get the best of me and go on a rant with why orcas deserve your respect, because they do not mess around. Orcas are mad, bro. I'm just telling you, man. Just take my word for it. Okay, none of this is a recommendation, but I recommend you respect the orca. Spy. Let's get some TLT action. UUP. It's chilled out. Today's chilled out for the most part. We still got an hour and a half left, though, and you are near the low of the day, but you could see the lack of volume, more or less. I don't know if that's what you want to call it, but it's different. Credit swap volumes. Oh, this one's interesting. Credit leaps towards center of trading universe. Credit markets remain nervous ahead of Wednesday, which include a Fed policy meeting, a Bank of Japan decision, and the first People Bank of China policy operation since the country's holiday break. Turnover in credit swaps is about $105 billion, according to DTCC data, below the 5-year date high of $208 billion set Monday, but well above this year's daily average. By contrast, OIS activity is calm following a spike Monday, and other markets are mixed. Separately, the loonie has taken the top spot in currency options for a second day, suggesting it may be sensitive to midweek events. But credit swap volumes are elevated. So this is just on the year. It's below the record, but in the last 2 days here coming into today, it's kind of towards the end of March, beginning of April. So you got increased activity and some certain fears right now in the market. You can move 40K at Dragonfly. What's that? Is that strip club, man? Why you got... Come on, Christian. Come on, Christian. Why you got to do me like that, Christian? Christian, that's just weird. That's not even a flex. Are you lonely? I'm here for you if you're lonely. But that's not even... That's just like... How do you... You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a specific type of person who winds up doing that. You know, and it's just like, you know, the chat I'll keep it real with you, man. You know, like, I want you have your fun in your own ways, but I don't want you like, that's just like, come on. Like, you spent 40 on that? That's a little weird. Okay? So just take a break. We're going to sub you out here for a second. And then we'll go from there. We'll go from there. Just sub them out. That's all we got to do. Just fine. You know, you go on the bench for a little bit. You'll get back there. I'm more just keeping it. I'm keeping it real too, man. I'm keeping it real. Keeping it real. For sure. But yeah, so here's the credit. What was I going to show you something else after the credit default swaps? Gang stocked everywhere you go. You know about gang stalking? Wow. Welcome. Do they have whale week? They don't. I always miss the buzzer. What'd he say? Missed it. It's okay, man. It's okay. Don't worry. Oh, that's what I was going to check my email. Who's that? Hold on. I know you can read this. You buy options. What Lego set? I didn't buy any Legos this week. I didn't get any new Lego setups. So you're looking at sports betting partnerships, Disney. DraftKings kind of got a pump there, but Disney's not really moving too much off that. The old one, I got the Porsche, the old Porsche. The old Porsche Turbo Lego set. I love you. See how he treat me? I love you. I don't care if you ban me. What's going on, bro? Are you okay? Dude, I'm like looking in between news. I'm checking my email. I'm like answering this genuine question on my Lego set. And then I don't know, like, why is this? Everything is escalating so fast today. Is this just because of Evergrande? Is this like the follow-up of Evergrande? This is crazy. Live stream of La Palma volcano. Damn. So there's a volcano popping off. That's insane. I need to turn on the AC. I feel hot. That's crazy. Volcano. Should we just watch this? I mean, think about it. It kind of reminds me of the Evergrande situation. Is that too, like, philosophical? Is that like, cause look at, that's what's happening with you can see the volcano, but and it's already bursted, but it hasn't like bursted. You know, and that's how the market is right now. It's like the volcano bubbling, but you know, it's like there, but it's not there. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. And then there's a fire at the Superdome. That's crazy. Is it gonna like pop? And what happens if it pops? Is it just like, oh, okay? I don't know. I don't know the consequences. I'm not a volcano expert. Sophie, they were popping earlier. Lava. No politicians or media made mention of the Fed trades. I think, well, that's how. No, CNBC talked. A lot of people talked about the Fed trades. I think Powell buying munis. That one is it's been kind of quiet, but I want to see if he's probably gonna get asked the question tomorrow. I think it's in the cards potentially. I don't know, but somebody could ask Powell during the press conference. They'd be like, "Yo, Powell, what about your boys trading $20 million, all the futures? Do you have anything to say about that?" So here is a market wrap. Stocks fluctuate after biggest drop in 4 months. Dollar is little change. China Evergrande concerns linger. Iron ore rout eases. 10-year Treasury notes are steady. U.S. stocks stuck between gains and losses as traders continue to assess risk from China's crackdown on the real estate sector and looked ahead this week to Federal Reserve meeting. The S&P was whipsawed after investors opened broadly higher, which had initially suggested some improvement in sentiment after concerns about the fallout from Evergrande. But Dip buyers in the last hour of trading helped the S&P pare some losses, though the index still posted the biggest drop since May. The real estate, consumer discretionary, and energy sectors were in the green Tuesday, while materials and industrials weighed on the S&P. There are issues that have been accumulating, said Bob Dahl, chief investment officer at Crossmark Global Investments. We're digesting the fact that the market doubled in the last 18 months. The Stocks Europe 600 climbed about 1%, rebounding the biggest slump in 2 months. Aside from worries over Evergrande's ability to make good on $300 billion of liabilities, investors are also positioning for the two-day Fed meeting starting Tuesday, where policymakers are expected to start laying the groundwork for paring stimulus. Treasury yields ticked higher and the dollar was steady. A Hong Kong gauge of real estate firms steadied after developers disputed a report of pressure from the Chinese government. Evergrande slid deeper into equity and credit markets. Concerns remain about broader contagion after S&P Global Ratings said the developer is on the brink of default. China markets reopen on Wednesday after holidays. China's property sector upheaval, part of President Xi Jinping's broader clampdown under common prosperity, is adding to the risk of confronting investors. These include stretched equity valuations, slower economic reopening due to the Delta virus, and price pressure stoked by commodities. Market is digesting an outlook of reduced central bank support. Meanwhile, or elsewhere, Bitcoin dropped, tumbling as much as 7.6 before trading around 42,000. And then, what was that? Oil. And then iron ore stayed below $100 a ton. And that's it. That's it. Bank of Japan tomorrow. Fed tomorrow. Bank of England Thursday. And then the bond payment on Thursday. And then we're going to hear from, oh, wow, you're going to hear Powell, Bowman, and Clarita on Friday as well, too. Look at that. That is wild. So we're going to hear from Powell 3 other people today, or 3 other people by Friday. Interesting. Very eventful, and we still got an hour 15 left in today. But that is your market wrap as we were at from here. U.S. open and returning to talks with Iran. Oh, we got some sake. So who wants to get mad and yell at each other, huh? Is that what you guys are feeling right now? You know, what? Are you want to yell at the computer screen for a little bit? Oh, yeah. We got something for you. Sake. A little bit of sake. A little bit of sake in my life. The live audio only. Wait, why don't they have her? They don't. They only have audio only?
Said that you should halt deportations of any of the Haitians. Has the White House been in conversation with
she's
him
aboard
at all
Air
on
Force
any of
One.
this?
We're in touch with
Do you guys want to? This is interesting. I've heard there's been a couple of these. It's a gaggle. Saki gaggle aboard Air Force One en route to Joint Base Chafe Andrews. Interesting, yeah.
That Trump,
So there's
Trump's team
no
was
video.
trying, all sorts of ways to overturn the election, and there was very specific new stuff has come out about that. Is he following this? Was he just ignore it?
the president has a few things on his plate, including delivering a major speech to the world, hopefully turning the page from the last 4 years that he delivered this morning, which I think a lot of people in the world heard and as quite a difference from leadership that was turning away from alliances, as the president is turning toward them and looking to work with global leaders to address the challenges we're facing. So I can tell you he hasn't focused on it much.
Is American democracy in threatened?
I think the president has made clear that what we saw on January 6th, what we saw in terms of the former president's engagement is deeply concerning. It was a dark day in our democracy. It's one of the reasons we need to fight so hard to protect our democracy and also send the message to the rest of the world that that is something we are protecting in this day and age.
You talked about doubling the money for developing countries for climate finance and mentioned working with Congress on that. Is there a specific place where you see, what bill do you see that in?
Yeah.
Do you see a path for that actually getting through?
It's really an across-government effort, so not through one particular agency funding, and we're looking at it as an FY22 and FY23 budget cycle process. So the president was sending the message that it will come from a full range of channels, and as the funding has been from the past, and you just wanted to send a clear message to the world, which we think this did, that we are committed to being constructive partners, not just with words, but certainly with some skin in the game on addressing the climate crisis.
But we're talking financially with that doubling down.
If you double, it's about over 11. Yeah.
26 Republican governors signed a letter sent to Biden asking for a meeting in the next 15 days on the border situation. What is the president's response to that? Would he agree to meet with the Republican governors about this?
I haven't seen the letter, so I don't know that we have any direct response.
Okay.
I just have a final follow-up on the climate financing. So for FY22, is that money that's already was in the budget proposal from a couple months ago? Are there going to be additional requests that,
like the Green Climate Fund?
Yeah.
It's additional.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so we might hear what that breaks down to, or where he might want that to come from.
I think that's what we'll have to work through from here. Okay. But it's sending an important message that we're going to continue to set bold, ambitious goals as we lead up to Glasgow and continue to strive to be a leader in the world on climate.
Does he want that approved? I'm sorry, but does he want that approved?
Yeah,
before
big
Glasgow,
spy pop
or
out of nowhere.
But the next two budget cycles, so it's and some of the funding could come from a range of
right back
sources.
to VWAP, big volume.
About Rome and Glasgow, is there any movement on whether has told you he might come and would like to meet the president at one of those meetings?
I don't have any update on the president of China's travel schedule.
What he might have told you.
Again, the president obviously 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, had a constructive 90-minute call. They talked about the importance of engaging and continuing to engage at that high level, but I don't have any scheduling details or projections for you.
In the Morrison meeting this morning, or early this afternoon, was there any discussion of the AUKUS deal and sort of the fallout with France, or was that something that they just kind of skirted around in their conversation?
I don't think I have any more details to read out for you, but I can certainly reiterate for you, and this is something the president conveyed, is that it's important to continue those strong working relationships and partnerships with a range of countries as we address the Indo-Pacific, including France, including members of the AUKUS and members who are not in the AUKUS, given it is such an important security priority for the world. And again, I know he's looking forward to speaking with President Macron in the coming days.
Color on the $10 billion in food aid that Biden mentioned in the speech?
I expect we'll have more on that in the coming days. Let me see if there's more detail we can give you in shorter order, though.
About tomorrow, the climate summit. Yeah. How many leaders are expected to be attending this? Do you have like a ballpark idea?
Yeah, that's a good question. We can get you an exact number of RSVPs and attendees. We can try to get you that shortly after we land.
We expect a call in advance about that, or is that?
I say that one more time.
Is there going to be a call with press about that in advance? Do you know, or how you'll be handling that?
As the president said today, there will certainly be some news about our continued commitment to be the arsenal of vaccines in the world in advance of tomorrow. I will see what detail we have in terms of the rollout of that. All right, great. Thank you, guys.
I should have just asked that later. Do you guys know if you're going to have a caller?
So we have the volcano. That was Jen Psaki from Air Force One. Pretty cool. I forgot where it went. But the market just popped right there. No news on it. Or it doesn't look like there's seemingly a catalyst. But back to VWAP, it looked like volume came in. We're still below where we opened today. But overall green above yesterday's close. So watch this point and watch even the VWAP here. We still got about an hour left. Hour and 7 minutes. Uber, I really, really like. I wish we had our long-term deposit ready to go so we could have grabbed some more. But I was looking at plays this morning. I thought they had premium, but I didn't expect a 15% move. We got a couple of leaps, but overall, I think it's good. The real question is if it continues.
Raj, if you're short this market, you feel bad for me. I don't know, man. It's okay. Most people feel bad for me because I'm like really short, but I'll take it. I only have shorts on like banks and China stuff. Otherwise, you know, I did just go like 15 grand on the leaps on Airbnb, and I'm a big fan of that. I wish I got more Uber, but still waiting. Everything will be good. We do believe in the long term, and we do like our short-term opportunities. So we're going to take it all, baby. We're going to take it all. I hope you're locked in, and I hope you're giving as much care and attention to your portfolio as everybody else is. You know what I'm saying? I got to make sure you're good. Got to make sure you're good, too. Fuse popping. May get some MO. Mins were released? No. They're having the meeting right now, technically. So, like, technically the Fed is meeting, and that's where the minutes come from. But then this is like, so you know when you get the minutes, that's today. So whenever you get the Fed minutes, it's actually the report of the day before the announcement. So tomorrow they're going to announce it, but technically they are making their decision today. Isn't that weird? I'm worried for you, man. That's good, man. I'm worried for you. I'm worried that you're worried for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, I'm just worried for you. Are you okay? It's okay, because I love you. But I hope you're okay. Okay? I hope this isn't like projecting. Because then you're going to be worried that I'm worried, and then we're worried for it. It just gets weird. The Uber News was the CEO. He gave a lot of positive statements, pretty much guided towards saying that Q3 they could be profitable and that they've increased even their market share. When we get the Fed minutes a month from now, but tomorrow we get the decision. But this is why if you ever do get the minutes, you know, it's the minutes come a month delayed, but the minutes is saying what happened on the Tuesday leading before. The Disney News was the CEO in a speech. He was saying stuff, I think, regarding the what they expect with their movie schedule, the like all the stuff they have available, and then even a update on their theme parks, and it just didn't seem good. Is Disney still down? Yeah, they dropped 3-4%. They're holding down. A volcano. I mean, it's pretty wild to think about. We've been here this whole time talking, and then there's just like a volcano. I think lava is just crazy. Like, look, it just touches the mountain and then just like burns everything and then goes away. It's like, it's crazy. Do you recommend selling Uber today or tomorrow? I'm not that good at when to sell them. That depends on you. Maybe if you got an awesome play, if you're on an option versus a share, that's going to bring up different opportunities. It burns the mountain then becomes the mountain. Reminds me of options trading. Amen. Liquid rock, it's what the plants crave. Yeah, so Disney says that COVID production delays lead to slower growth and that they're in inning one of their direct-to-consumer business. Tilray news coming from Congress momentarily. Is there weed stuff? It is moving a little bit. Where's that coming from? When you're looking at options, does it say it's up 40? Does that apply for the day? What about if it's down 70% the day before? It's usually applied to the day, but, I mean, I will take it into context, and I'll usually say if it's on the day or up or down in general. But one thing is that, like, every day that goes by, though, there is a effect on value given theta. So like even the UBS puts, they were up on the day, but they were pretty much the same price they've been going for the days before, or even like a month ago. But the difference is a contract with 1 to 3, 4 less months of time on it, that naturally affects its value. So even though the price is the same or lower than where it has been, since it had so much premium decay off of it, that could be the problem. Why has today been shit? Today's been shit just for well, it's not, today was better than yesterday. It's actually moving nice considering the bounce, but today is just really taking in all the opinions related to Evergrande and now getting ready for Powell. And then the rest of the world, European markets, they chilled out. Pretty much yesterday was a freak out, but everybody woke up today not continuing to freak out. Airbnb 170? Oh, and then it just gets a bunch of sells. Is that what happened last? Dude, I think it did the same thing last time. Remember last time it touched around the same level and then it just sold off right at 170 is a big deal for it. I think you need a lot of demand. Oh, dude, a little bit of a double top at 170. Disney was the subscriber growth, or they're saying that COVID and Delta affected them. That's what the CEO said. He made some comments towards where they're at with growth and what they expect in the future, so it got him clapped. Magnitude 6.4 sways buildings in coastal Chile. Man, where's the volcano at? Relative to Chile. Dude, it's smoky as hell now. No, Powell meeting is going to be at 2:20 tomorrow, not today. La Palma, Spain. The firm running. Palma's Atlantic, Chile's Pacific. Mad Smoky. It looks crazy. Upstart's on the high. Firm running too. And then Tilray I have at the bottom right. Apparently some news is going to come out. Something with Congress shortly. This EM climb. I don't know about the actual EM. I know my play had some steam yesterday until the bounce, and then it went back to being normal. Disney to host Disney Plus Day on November 12th. So now what's Disney Plus Day? McDonald's plans to drastically reduce plastic toys and Happy Meals by 2025. Thanks, McDonald's. Clean energy, and let's see it. Airbnb, I mean, it needs some steam around 170. How do you tell who favors the deal in the M&A? Sometimes it just depends on what kind of deal it is, right? You have to that's why knowledge of the companies and combination, that could let you know. It's like knowing Pokemon, right? Knowing that 2 fire Pokemon or a fire destroys or water destroys fire, stuff like that. But then the next level is looking at the market reaction, because sometimes some deals could be good, but the market in general may not like it at all. Neuro on the high. Man, H on the high. A lot of things are still moving right now. You're still right at VWAP. And notice, kind of what we talked about earlier, like I said, if we do start to trend down, that VWAP is coming down and it's kind of giving us the range. But this previous close line, that's where we opened and closed yesterday. Look at the volcano, man. Look at that thing. That's like me after I eat Takis and I have to go to the bathroom. That's disgusting. DraftKings, Neuro. Yeah, Neuro's really popping up 11. US pay 1.2 billion for 187 million Abbott Celtron test. ABT pop off that? I guess so. Government. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this will be a pop and drop, but Abbott is moving off of that. I'm checking. And Tame confirms DraftKings has made an offer of 2,800 pence per share. Why is that just coming out now? Someone's pretending to be you on Instagram. I know, there's like 5 of them. Be very, very careful. Don't engage with them. I will never ask you. I will never be like, hey, how's your trading going? Okay, send me money on crypto. They're so rude too. Somebody sent me one, and then they were like, someone sent me one, and like they were just like, so one of you guys responded with like a really like nice. You're like, hey Josh, oh yeah, I don't know if you remember me, and then like they just went all like, they're like, yeah, it's hard to talk to all these people now. Do you want to join this group? You should waste their time if you can, honestly, but don't waste your time too. But yeah, sorry about that. It was so sad though, dude. They were hella mean to someone. I was like, bro, why are you doing them like that? Like, they're just hella, they're not even like trying to scam you. Like, they are, but they're not. They're just hella rude, bro. They're just hella rude. But yeah, so don't get caught up in it. Don't get caught up in it. Disney says Disney Plus to debut in Hong Kong, November 16th. Where'd that go? Yeah, to debut in Hong Kong. Blizzard executive in charge of Overwatch is leaving. Yeah. 2,800 Mike Pence. Michael Pence. The Mike Pence. Again, watch MGM related. Neuro keeps going on. I don't know what's going on with that. You sure you don't want to hear the word of Airbnb? VTNR. Vertex Energy. That's popping right now. Where is it? Abbott gone up. Michael. NC halted due to pending news. NC halt. DraftKings, Disney. Sorry, that Disney move's bad. Neuro's still on the high. VTNR is still popping right there. You think Papa Pouch will be dovish? I think he can be as dovish as can be, but given that he's going to have to lead into a taper announcement on November, this will probably sound the most direct, or this will be the most direct, or it'll sound the most hawkish than not. This is going to be the first time he's really going to even discuss, you know, a real life taper coming soon. Record backlog of cargo ships at California ports. This is what Troy just posted. SPY coming down a little bit at VWAP. So again, you saw the Chad pics. You think that they probably just party between the boats, right? That's what I don't know. Anyways, but you guys saw our Chad reporting on this. Is there more than 60 ships? By tonnage, about 70% of all U.S. international trade moves by water through America's ports. The large retailers have relationships with shippers, and they could weather the storm fairly well. We already talked about that. DraftKings selling. Again, VTNR, Neuro, a couple of hype stops moving. You can see ships from your house. Jeez. Twitter handle, Burry's gone. %of all trade is sitting on Long Beach and Los Angeles ports. That's crazy. So then what does that mean for future? Well, the trade is already there and executed. I think the real question. Oh, but that could affect the fucking trade deficit, low key. Yo, that's major tin. Oh, I could give you mad tin on that. Nah. Because you could only, I'm pretty sure you could only recognize trade on your current account once it's delivered. So like your deliverable goods on your like your current account and capital account, I'm pretty sure you cannot recognize something on your economy as goods received until you literally receive it. So essentially, it has to be unloaded. It has to hit the soil, the actual literal soil of the country. So that's crazy. So that means the deficit isn't really, you don't even know what the real deficit is. And they could just, by little, month by month, that will determine it. ATVI, again, was it someone who just left? The Overwatch guy? ATVI again, and it's still down from yesterday. Remember that Charlie called this one out earlier, and it's still getting clapped. Executive in charges. Oh, yeah, that's Blizzard Activision. Uber calls before market close. Yusuf, you were just asking me if you would sell them or not. What the fuck do you own on this play, man? I don't know. I like Uber. I think the question is going to be if it continues or not. It might lead into tomorrow, but that's going to be determined by Jerome Powell and everything else. Abbott selling. Abby came off. Bro, that's good tinfoil. I don't know the reason why, but essentially, if none of that shit hits the soil, then I think it's just, that's it. It's affected something. Damn, so this is the damn fire. This is the damn lava thing. In La Palma. It already clapped houses? Yo, this thing's wild. It already artificially creates demand. Or it could highlight a fat imbalance between a country if the goods are not recorded yet. So pretty much China could be a lot slower than we thought, or America might, the deficit may be 2 times larger than originally suspected. Tilray running. Oh shit, it actually hit.
I got a little bit of a pop. Sketchy rumor. Rumors Congress going to pass banking laws on marijuana. I don't know. I don't know if they want to try to smash that in there given the debt ceiling and everything else. I'm convinced it's all PS5 related. UWMC pop. Now you're just lying. The VIX is dropping, though. That's a big difference. The VIX is hitting a low, even though we're at the middle of the day. The time period is killing the VIX here. Airbnb. 170, baby. We need 170 and some steam. 170 and some steam. I don't know. It's hard out here. Disney updates on their from the CEO regarding COVID, saying it slowed down some of their production for some films and other projects and even the parks, and then how they're planning to move forward with their movies and all of that, and even just selling this growth business. They said they're still at the earlier stages. So SPY's coming back up. You're now pretty much right where we opened at, well above the previous close there, bouncing off the VWAP to the top end, but we will see. We have 45 minutes left. Market just got another second boost. We got one earlier out of nowhere. And again, I'm pretty sure this is the level we came to after European close. So just to give you a full picture of what you're seeing here. Corvus. Tilray calls up 25. There you go. Second leg, and this is off the rumor right now. So nothing's been confirmed, but I don't think is there really, this is just rumor. Somebody's saying it. Let me see if I can find anything else on it. Why there's like articles on why Tilray needs to be bought. Yeah, I think some people are expecting it. There's a couple on it. A psychedelic measure was blocked, though. See, that's fine. That's okay. This is why weed gets a bad rap. It's like a gateway drug. Y'all haven't even got this thing passed federally, and y'all trying to get psychedelics into the party. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's get weed into the party first, and we'll relax with that, and then we'll see if you could bring your boy psychedelics. Why are you trying to get him passed at the same time? Okay, it's been still like 50 years. There's been no progress on this. Man. Yeah, nothing though. I'm not seeing anything else besides that room. There's just one thing that came out a little bit ago or hour ago is saying investors should buy Tilray before Reddit traders take note, and it did bring up some regulation stuff. No, Fed is going to be tomorrow. And then Friday, too, we found out we're going to hear from Powell and 3 other people on Friday. Am I buying the dip? I'm only allowed to buy any sort of dip. I mean, I could look for some calls on certain plays, but other than that, I'm going to have to wait a week to get my deposit in. Schumer calls out McConnell over debt ceiling. It's Trump debt, not Democratic debt. I don't know about that one. Okay. I don't know. I think 4 minus 100 years. I don't know about this. Debt is dead, baby. Hey, man, I'm going to try that one. I was at work with the mortgage lenders. They're like, sir, your debt to income is 99%. I'll be like, that's Trump debt. It's a big difference, sir. Now, this new Biden debt I got going on, I'm at like a 0% DTI. Let's make this deal happen. I'll cover closing costs. I'm that motivated. I'm telling y'all, this is opportunity. FedEx, I think FedEx is today after hours. And apparently Nike at the end of the week. As long as you have your vaccine card. I mean, I found out how to answer every single question. I had this conversation the other day, and someone just kept asking me questions, and I figured out how to answer every question and still be okay and acceptable. My answer to everything from now on is just, I'm pro-vaccines. That's it, though. That's all I have to say to that. Whatever I get at, I'm pro-vaccine. I'm pro-vaccines. That's just all that's it. So I hope you know that. That's it. Amor fati, of course. But that's my answer to everything moving forward. I don't even have to discuss. I don't have to answer any. Just, I'm pro-vaccines. That's all I have to say. I am pro-vaccines. Amen. It's a good combo. No, because you guys know I don't like to answer, and I had somebody really like grill me about this the other day, and that's where I just had to. I noticed the conversation ended after that, or like it allowed me to, and everybody walked away happy. You know what I'm saying? And the question was answered. Well, I'm pro-vaccines. That's it. That's all. And that's just, I am pro-vaccines. Did I take the vaccine? I'm pro-vaccines. Is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm pro-vaccines. I don't get why. See, this is the answer to my question with I'm pro-vaccines. I'm not pro-choice. I mean, I'm pro-vaccines. That's why. I mean, I keep getting asked so many questions, but like I just need to answer it just quite simply. And again, everybody, I don't know who isn't pro-vaccines, but I'm pro-vaccines, and that's my answer. But yeah. That's no, I mean it's good. It's good, but that was to answer. That was connecting it to what somebody else just said. But yeah, like he's pro mushroom. I'm not pro mushrooms. I think y'all are still. Again, I had to ask that today. I'm like, all right, so like if y'all really believe the world is gonna turn to space travel and shit, like you guys are gonna have to deal with the possibility of Airbnb on space. But like, have y'all really thought about the implications of why y'all trying to get psychedelics into the party so soon? Like, why can't we just feel it out with weed? You know what I'm saying? Let's just pass the weed on a federal level. Let's get the bank in. Let's get all the people wrongfully in prison for selling weed. You know what I'm saying? Let's get them back into normal life. Let's see what happens. And then let's see if we get, Mr. Psychedelic into the party. But y'all just trying to get him in there, man. Y'all trying to legalize everything, man. This is crazy. Y'all can't even ban fires, and y'all trying to legalize everything.
So I don't know, but like, what world? Like, have you thought about the world you live in, where the psychedelics are like like I grew up in a world like where people would just smoke a lot of weed. Like eventually, like if you really think about it, you know, and now that it's available, like I could encounter people, they'll be high, I'll be like, all right, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But like, dude, we gonna have to encounter this world of, like, I don't even know what it looks like. I've just never really, I don't even encounter that many people on shrooms on a monthly basis. So like, I don't even know, like, come on. I'm just saying. But that one I'm not pro. I'm not pro psychedelics. I don't think I mean, I feel like if you really need the psychedelics, I know some people, they, you know, that's been like the hardline debate. They're like, nah, you need it for my this and my that. I'm like, okay, you know, that's how weed started too. That's all I'm saying. So, you know, that's between you and God at that point. But other than that, I'm not pro mushrooms. Approved a rule for stopgap and limit bill. The House Rules Committee. Yeah, but that's not passing. It has to pass Senate with the. That's them forwarding the hardline vote from yesterday. We have a ketamine clinic here. What the fuck? What are you doing, man? You have a clinic just hitting people with horse tranquilizers? What's going on? What sort of, that don't sound like a clinic. That sounds like what are you doing, man? What are you doing? The vet? Yeah, are you a vet? Uh-huh. The pro-vax answer. I'm pro-vaccines. I mean, I'm trying to explain that to you. Nah, we just turn this into our next conversation. You know, people like, what else does let's ask Josh other personal questions and stuff he believes in or not. So then the next one naturally brings up mushrooms, because the Chad knows our back and forth with that. But did I take the vaccine? I'm pro-vaccines. Again, I'm trying to explain this I'm pro-vaccines. So, but I think that's just as far as I'm willing to take this conversation with anybody, because that naturally I don't, you know, these are my life's, you know, what I do. Oh, man. You hear that? That was good. 30 minutes left, baby. 30 minutes left. Get ready. My leaps on SPY. I mean, I don't know about leaps. I know the real value. I think the real value is in the shorter terms. They're just dirt cheap. Like, you could get 3 months out, 4 months out for 10% out the money is 20 times cheaper than a put 10% out the money. Bro, I am pro Airbnb, but why didn't this thing break through 170, man? There it is. He heard me. He said, I will arise. This is the first step in getting involved in the secondary market. Becoming like a broker, or getting involved with a dealer, in the sense of you're going to need the licensing and all that. CRM CEO on CNBC. CRM stopped moving the other day after that
that little pop it had, or what? I forgot what the news was. I think it was earnings. I'm not buying anything. Someone just asked me for that one. I'm going to wait until tomorrow. I mean, I've been buying, and again, a lot of people have been doing this. There's been more activity on individual stocks than the indexes. So I think it's like 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 of 2-to-1 people purchasing calls and puts on individual companies as opposed to the actual indexes. So I'm like more individual names. I mean, I have big calls on Airbnb that we got over the last week or two. So that's kind of been riding me on the wave up, and then we've been playing the downside on a couple of other plays. But other than that, I'm not really going after the SPY as much as I'm going to wait to see what the market gives us tomorrow with Powell and everything else. And then UMC actual pop. Are you serious? Kind of. 680 though. 680. This was the last time we got, bro. They did not have a ex-dividend run up at all. How Airbnb? I mean, again, I think it won't go up past 170. I think we're gonna get. I mean, you're gonna hear from Chesky on Bloomberg Television tonight, but I think people have been acquiring it, and you look at some of the purchases, that 140 to 160 range, there's been a lot of either people holding or a lot of people just at that level. So I think it's accumulation, but depending on the earnings report, it did get some of the travel boost. The next earnings will determine everything, and then from there, it's either going to be a whole new stock at a different regime, or it's going to come back down and spend another year in the gutter as we start to acquire. Condors, I don't know. I feel like it could move. That's why I just did the leaps, because then essentially variable leverage, if it shoots up, I got my exposure. If not, I think it'll drop more than, I think it'll move a lot. That's why Strangle, I don't know, or Condors, because it has the ability to move big. APRM. Pull UMC back up. It's on up 1%. 1%. Small pop. And good things for Boeing. Nah, I think the longer Boeing goes on, the better their future looks. It's kind of like a bond when the short, it's like it's an inverted yield curve on Boeing. In the short term, the interest rate is high. In the long term, I think they'll come back. But they have more shorter term problems than longer term problems, I think. Snap, there you go. The long term must come back to us. UVXY hitting a new low. We're coming up. Let's see if TOT comes down on this final move. If it stays at 7, that's a lot. When is the dividend? Wait, when does UWMC pay out? Damn it, man. If they move this stock, I'm going to be October 10th, October 9th. Yeah. The Fed will try to soothe markets Wednesday while preparing investors for it. Yeah, that's where I'm saying I think Powell's going to try to be as bullish or dovish as possible. But then he still is going to have to announce the reality that they are going to taper in a month and a half. This is going to be the first time he will literally verbally say that they're going to pull back stimulus since 2020. Snap volume, UWMC still going. Come on, Airbnb. Just go past 170 or you need a gap up. But if China crashes the currency, will they? Well, we'll see. I mean, China is going to, again, maybe potentially tomorrow, we may actually get to hear from the Chinese reserve requirement. Let me see. Yeah, it usually happens around here. Let me see. Apple Wallet is getting verifiable COVID vaccination cards. Oh, so tonight, yeah, you're going to get an update on the prime rate in China, but we'll see. Gee, China to stop building new coal-fired power projects abroad. Check any of the cold stocks. Coal stocks or anything related to commodities. He says China will never invade or bully others or seek hegemony. Taiwan nervous laughter. Got the play. I think what was the play? I only made one play today. We flipped to Disney. I think Starbucks. That's the only one. That's an earnings play. I mean, that one could be interesting. Then those Airbnbs are down 50% now. Only worth $75, but remember, we sold out 5 of them yesterday for $1.30. Let's go Airbnb. Even maybe UWMC. Who knows? Who knows? But Airbnb 170 is a huge level. You could go for the week. I mean, maybe we should, honestly. I don't know if you want to. You might be able to go for a cheap play on it, but you just need it to break. But remember how cheap Airbnb was yesterday, though. I mean, it's pricing in $2 right now, $3 at the 170. So that means by the current pricing now, by the end of the week, is expected to go to like 172, 173. Yeah, Airbnb rocketed. Airbnb is now higher than before where it was Monday. Recouped. I mean, look at just, you see the trajectory. It just looks like it's just been in buying mode. Buying mode plus economic recovery or reopening revival, essentially. And then we got 20 minutes left. Salesforce CEO is pumping hood. And then Airbnb goes down. SPY's coming down, it looks like. Snap is still going, though. You're going to average up for long-term deposit. Damn, it's at 170. I didn't even think about that. Because, wait, when was our last? We averaged up last time. But that was at 157. So now that's at, like, what? Another $13 higher? This was already $11 higher.
I might want to wait. If it's, I don't know if I'd want to average too high. I would love more Airbnb, but at the same time, there's a couple of other things. I do like Abivai a lot. Uber, 49 call sweep, 3,000 contracts. Abivai, I just like their product offering. I like how long they've been around here. I like their influence in government. I just like how they run as a company. And I mean, they have that pedigree. And again, they're a spinoff from Abbott Labs. So they're just good. SGD is glued to my hat, baby. I love it. That's good. Air it out, though. Air it out a little bit. You know, too much hats will adversely affect hair growth, is what I learned after wearing hats my whole life and wondering where my hairline went. So be very cautious in your hatting decisions. Jim Rogers warns the worst bear market of our lifetime is fast approaching. Was the creatine. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things. Jim Rogers. I mean, again, a lot of people are going back and forth. It's the question if China or not. You know, is this China moment in China getting clapped? Is it really going to have that big effect or not? I mean, could you imagine what would actually happen though if there was a real China failure to a large scope? I mean, who knows the domino effect? But the real question is you know, what is the likelihood of that even happening? Revising GDP down. Again, we're going to get an update on their interest rates tomorrow. So right off of opening, that's a little bit of a thing. And again, Bank of Japan tomorrow. That could have some effect. Bank of England on Thursday. So we're going to get a back-to-back Fed decisions here throughout different global economies. So tying it into everything, again, a lot of stuff globally is having this effect this week, or going to have this effect. APT pop. Oh, wow. Big pop over there. 4% now. APT check news. I'm checking now. Department of Health has posted a notice of intent of procurement of approximately 381 surgical masks. But it doesn't mean it went to them though. Airbnb starting to accept crypto. Oh, they said send it through 170. Again, I don't know. So it's from a job. It's a posting. I don't know if this is the actual news that's causing APT, but this is active. It's for a contract, but it's not it doesn't mean they're going to get it. Original response date, or no, maybe it was published September 21st. It just got published right now. That's it. To issue a limited source of surgical. I don't know who this affects. No, yeah, this is just a job offering.
Airbnb, Liz Cowman status. Looks like the cat ate the canary when asked when Airbnb will beta test Krypton. We got a lot of requests about that. I can't comment, folks. That to me is a yes soon, but we'll see. So it's not quite there. It looks like they want to. The Airbnb, it's like real, but not. It's like someone, again, he's going to have a report at Bloomberg. But it's that, I think in the future. I don't know if it's an imminent announcement. We'll see, though. Again, his report on with Bloomberg today may say something. That's happening after market. Alleged dumb money looks smart in the wake of the plunge. Oh, this is up here. My bad. We got 15 minutes. Market wraps aren't probably the best time to look at your neighbor's portfolio, and yet the moves they made were probably right. The so-called newbie traders, those who are buying 10 contracts or less at a time, scaled their equity call option buying to nearly a 17-month low going into the rout. Option Clearing Corp data analyzed by Susquehanna International. They show that the move is looking smart with S&P down 1.7 on Monday and bearish bets on the market's trajectory on the rise. So here's retail. The small lots of options, they dropped. So pretty much traders were trading, people trading on average 10 or less contracts started to trade a lot less. I guess I'm dumb money too. I don't like to trade more than 10 contracts. I mean, I guess on, like maybe like 100 HSBCs, you know what I'm saying? But like still. Very interesting. That means we're back to what? May 2021. It's like the low of November. Which is like kind of the run up into March. Interesting. SPY is coming down. So again, 15 minutes left. We didn't have this big rally. I think we're probably gonna close either VWAP or around the previous close line this range. So let's see here. But you got 15 minutes left or less. 13. I remember when I was new to your channel and you went off on not having an IRA with Webull. Remember that? Yeah. I mean, I still stand the same. And then, you know what happened? Like 5 months later, China killed everybody. Not really, but kind of. Dave Portnoy apparently bought 1 million a coin. APT still going off of that government contract posting. Coin kind of popping. Dude, APT, why is it moving like that? I think it's still going crazy. APT always moves like that. Walgreens drop in. Portnoy confirmed. I don't know if Portnoy would move again if like Kathy Wood's buying like 20 million. I mean, we'll see though. Let's see if it brings along some hype. But coin, man, the 100-day, at least look at the chart now. Give it like 2 more months, it's gonna look like the stock is moving up from the bottom. But then it's like, dude,
That's not accurate. We know the real story. I've not seen Duolingo since IPO. Duo. All these IPOs, man. Very, very wild to see. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. It's always a pleasure. Got about 10 minutes left, too. T clapped. Oh, wow. And all of this, it led T to get to another low. Very ugly since their little dividend thing. Even Walgreens came down. Altria too. The last couple days, that killed some of the value stocks. It's magical. A and B trying to push. 170, man. We need it. Again, there's that crypto rumor, but hasn't been confirmed, and it didn't seem imminent, but we will see. Disney again, up or down? Coming down. Those plays were crazy, though, earlier. I did not like the prices. I had to get out of that one. Oh, wait. Full text of Xi's statement. Wow, so Xi Jinping, I didn't think Xi Jinping was going to show up at the UN thing. But I think he somehow made a statement. FDA to probably decide on Pfizer booster shots by tomorrow. CRM, Adobe earnings. I know Adobe. I don't know. Does CRM have it or does FedEx today? Yeah, the white line here is prior close. So this is the where we closed yesterday. But what makes it so important is that it's also where we opened yesterday. If you take a look, that's why I think it's a very interesting move that we're getting here. I mean, do you think it's a coincidence that through the last two days you were trading where you ended up? No. I mean, Warren Buffett will tell you something, you know, why you got to be careful with charts sometimes and understand the timing, because if you take this chart and flip it upside down, it's telling you the same exact thing. It means they're starting at the same place and ending at the same place. So that's where we got to take it into account. That's why I'm thinking this close here is holding a lot more importance, and it's kind of showing you how the market reacted to something yesterday, and they're still reacting the same exact way, even though there's been a lot of movement up and down, and in the middle of that, it's getting us ready for tomorrow. And that's why Powell could make a little bit of a move. U.S. states file antitrust against JetBlue and AAL. That was from this morning, but could be double hitting. JetBlue's down 5%. Wow. Casino stocks, I mean, especially now that they're getting China clapped, I don't know. Because that's the one thing. I mean, China exposure to Macau, that's what made a lot of casino stocks attractive, but not quite there yet. UMC pop. Stop lying. 5 minutes left coming to the previous clothesline. JD Chicle. JD through the lows. Baba. Baba's going to close below 150. That's not good. It's right there. Spy coming down. 3-4 minutes left. I'm seeing the premiums and stuff. Let's even see that SPY trade coming into Powell. If you wanted to go 3 months out, 10%, but then again, we've already moved, what, 3% after Friday? So 43 would be 43 would take us down to 390, 380. Jeez. So $600 down, $40 up, 470. Calls are coming up a little bit. I guess you could get it's still 6 times now, but that gap is closing. So interesting. Put premium. So after today, put premiums stayed slightly elevated, and then call premiums went up. I mean, get ready. All of this is just sticking it into gear for volatility, ladies and gentlemen. And on that note. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6:10, 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 88 degrees and sunny. Quite a hot day outside today, but it's looking clear, and it should cool up a little bit later here, but unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines. So please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. And as always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, get that Rapid Rewards. Rapid Rewards, Rapid stay in the game. Get focused. Tomorrow is Jerome Powell live. You're getting China data tonight. By the time you wake up, you're going to get some updates. Hopefully they don't do anything. China's going to open. Oh, man. Oh, then Bank of Japan. Oh, man. And then Bank of Canada. Oh, man. And then Bank of England. Oh, man. Let's get ready the next few days. And now you got to wrap it up. You got about 1 minute left, Chads. 1 minute and 8 seconds. Now it's 1 minute and 5 seconds. Look how time flies, okay? Make your decision. Woo! Yeah, TLT's running up, so that means the market should come down based on what we see here. Very interesting move there at the close. Wrap it up. Less than a minute. Less than 1 minute. Oh, man. Disney's Chapek says production delayed as virus spreads. TLT and SPY, just really how the bonds are operating. 30 seconds left. So usually there's a correlation of bond yields going higher and lower, and as people rush into bonds and rush out of them, it usually gives you an idea of how the market digests it. So that's why it's had more. Look at right at that previous close. That's not a coincidence. About 15 seconds. Oh, I forgot. I totally forgot. 10 seconds! Oh, I forgot. Oh, man, I got too caught up in TLT in the close. Oh, man, that's Ding, 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 ding. Oh, no, hard. Oh. Let's go, baby. GG. Oh, my God. I don't know how I feel. I forgot the 1 minute. I totally forgot that. Wow. GG, I can't even end today, I feel like. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. GG, ladies and gentlemen, we still did it. Oh, my goodness. GG, ladies. Let's go, baby. So, that is it. We forgot our 1 minute, baby, but we made it through 7 hours. That's the day. GG, come on. Hey, if you were here all day, GG in the chat. Come on, it's okay. Don't worry. Oh, 2.5 thousand likes again. The chat came to play. Oh, no, let's go. Amen. Good to see the Chads alive and well. So that's beautiful. So listen, man, even if I forgot the 1 minute, I feel ashamed. I feel ashamed that I forgot the 1 minute. But what I will tell you is I'm not ashamed to be surrounded by beautiful people. And I have to say thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, if you spent this 7 hours with us, even if you gave us 7 minutes, even if you gave us 7 seconds, all that matters is we got an opportunity. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you to all the people who are here. If you put me on your car, your speakers, your work, wherever it was, you started telling people about me. I don't know what you did, but I appreciate you and I appreciate the opportunity. So God bless you, and thank you to all the other Chads. They got an opportunity too. But all the Chads who kept it positive and respectful, they posted plays, they sourced that information, they held it down. God bless you guys as well, and thank you for doing what you have done today. I love you, Chad. That's it. The day's over. But special shout out to the members. Don't forget my members out there. Don't forget my people looking good with the badge. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shout out to the people. If you made it past Elon, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the people who made it past Elon. And if you're at Elon, I hope you know you're at a special stage. You are in Chad puberty right now. And I hope you got to witness 3-4 months before this. And I hope you make it into the next 3-4 months as the market gets crazy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And if you got anything less than the Elon, you still, you learning to crawl, baby. You're going to make it out of Chad puberty. You're going to make it out of Chad puberty, okay? I hope you make it out. Not everybody makes it out of Chad puberty. But we love you. So God bless you and thank you for supporting. And hopefully non-members, I hope you could recognize and appreciate the impact of all of the members as well as the people even on the stream alerts. And shout out to them. They hold it down. We make sure they don't miss anything. So better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. If this was 1 month ago, I would have told you to get the free long-term alerts. But people were sleeping on them, man. They were sleeping on the long-term alerts. So you're going to have to wait, but it will be open soon. And hopefully you got your long-terms kicking it. Second link, nightly watch list. I say shout out to the members. I think we did. Don't forget, second link, nightly watch list and main channel, baby. Okay, so if you missed anything today and coming into tomorrow, it should be straightforward. There's going to be a couple of plays, ideas, and depending on what happens here after hours leading into some of the data, it's pretty much going to have a lot there. But I hope you don't underestimate this close and take a look where we are at this close. I think today's move is that much crazier that we have closed. We have closed right where we closed the day before, which was right where we opened the same day up. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Do you see that? Do you realize this move? This is like, I'm just saying, keep your eyes peeled. So we're going to talk about it here on the watch list. We'll go over the strategy and everything else moving forward. But that's second link, third link for the membership badge, fourth link for the March. And shout out all my Chads in the tank tops looking swole, baby. Shout out all the chats. I'm proud of some of y'all. Some of y'all making the tank tops look good. Some of y'all, even if you're in the gym, even if you're not wearing a Chad tank top, I'm proud of you, baby. So keep taking care of yourselves out there. Keep the body moving. We love to see it. We love to see it. I'm proud of you, Chads. I'm very, very proud of you. Amen. 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 Fourth link for the merch. New channels called Real Estate, called PHILO, called Cars. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I'm not going to message you on there. So if you follow me and get messaged by a fake me and he's really rude, you can mess with him a little bit. But that's it. Then how option pricing works. Probably one of the best tutorials ever. I'm biased because I made it, but a lot of Chads like this one. I would check this out, okay? I would check this out. If you want to learn how to find good options, if you want to learn to understand them like on a real intellectual level, I'm not saying this. Transpose? The transpose clapping. Oh, FedEx. Transports aren't good. Let's see what happens. It's only 2% though. Look like a little Disney candle before they clap me. But how option pricing works, that's a good one. And then finally, how to make the long term. And don't forget the prayer request wall, ladies and gentlemen. So y'all don't feel me, man. I'm saying it before I even say anything. But this is the prayer request wall, okay? So me and my mom, we love y'all. We pray for y'all every day. I know my mama prays real hard for y'all. And I don't care what you believe in, okay? And why I say that is that this isn't that deep. Don't get so intimidated by it. I know maybe you turn to salt or something. It's not that serious, you know? All I'm trying to say is we like to root for everybody. We like to root for people here. We like to even encourage it because if it can't flow through you, it is not going to flow to you, my friend. But we want to put your jersey on our back and pray for you. That's all. So fill it out. Pray for us. Pray for me, too, and my family. Even if you don't fill it out, I'm still going to pray for you. So you can't stop that. Just know, but it's just nice. And this is what we do here. And Chad, I think we're gonna keep the trend going, man. Some of my Chads, I hope you're praying the same prayer with me. You know, asking God to build upon the gifts. I don't know if y'all feel me. They don't feel me. Only some of y'all feel me. You know what I'm saying? You wear my jersey? I hope so, man. I hope you rock it for me. I hope you rooting for me. I hope you are. Because we doing the same, baby. We rooting for all of y'all. That's why we want to make sure good long-term decisions and good decisions are made. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they don't feel me. That's it, man. That's it. So, fill it out. We love y'all. Shout out to everybody who's putting them in there and the people praying for me and my fam. We love you, baby. But I hope you got today's philo. Okay, I'm going to tell you to read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, and also Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. John O., welcome, John O. I hope you make it past Elon. Adobe, another one. Another earnings clapping, ladies and gentlemen. Extended hours is dropping a little bit, too. Pop lock. Hey, a little bit of a pop lock and drop. You can't hold that one in there. Look at that. Wow. Hey, hold on. I'm going to get. Pop lock and drop. Anything can happen. Nigel just came running in the room. That was wild. But listen, I was trying to tell you about the philo. And I hope you got today's philo. I hope the philo makes you think. So I'm not going to drag it on. I'm just going to tell you what I said. You know, in the story in Romeo and Juliet, when she steps on a branch and the branch breaks, is it because of Shakespeare or is it because of the law of nature? Oh, man. I might have you do presentations on this question. I hope y'all feel how deep that is, because this is just one to talk about. Just cause and effect and the law of nature, okay? I want you to think about it. Is it both? I don't know. Just think about it. That's a very simple philo. A very, very, very simple philo. Okay? The law of nature can tell us the effect, but it doesn't tell us the source. So you need to think about that. Just think about it. Again, Romeo and Juliet, when she steps on a branch, is it because of law of nature? Or is it because what? Oh, man. So just think about that. But ladies and gentlemen, that's your day. And I love all of you. And I hope you wake up and drive tomorrow. I hope you're ready for an exciting Powell day. We need to stay locked and loaded. Are you as excited as... You know this is a holiday for us. We waited a month and a half for this. Then we got China data. Then we're getting more China data. Then we're getting Japan data. Then we're getting ECB data. And all of this is tomorrow. We waited a long time for this. This is the second to last meet. Oh, come on. Do you feel me? The second to last of 2021. I think second or third to last. We in the top 3 for now. That's all I'm saying. So tomorrow is going to be hype. I hope you're ready for it. So I need you and drive tomorrow. Okay? So maybe if you're new here, you don't understand why you got to wake up and drive is because a lot of people are chameleons and they wake up in neutral. And in the morning, they wake up, and what determines their day is the first stimulus they receive because they're in neutral. Whichever way the hill and the wind blows, they're going to go with that. So if they wake up, they look at their phone. You know, some people, they just wake up and they open up their cell phone. They go start on Instagram. It's crazy. That's why you shouldn't do that, especially if you're not in drive, because if you wake up in neutral and you see something negative, oh, your attitude's going to be negative the rest of the day. You see someone, you just see that dumb neighbor you had down the street made like $10 million buying, he bought Cisco stock, GameStop, short hedge, the naked shorts. He did all of that, and then he made $20 million, and you're like, oh, it's going to make you in a bad mood all day because you woke up in neutral. You see, so or you may see something, you may see a piece of news. You may see something about the border and people with horses. You're going to get mad because you woke up in neutral. If you wake up and drive, it doesn't matter which way the hill goes. It don't matter which way the stimulus plays out. Oceans, it's moving again. It is moving pretty big. Oh, man. So that's all I'm saying. You need to wake up and drive. You are not a chameleon. You're going to wake up and drive with it. You're going to say, I'm going to wake up with a good attitude. You're going to have a good attitude and say, it's going to be a good day. You're going to say, I receive it. I accept it. I'm ready to go. That's it. That's a different. You're going to wake up in Sport Plus, baby. Amen. 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 That's all you got to do. So, Chad, go and do it. And whatever you got to do for the rest of the day, you got to give it 120% minimum. Whatever you have to do, do it well. You have the rest of the day ahead of you. You think the stock market's over. No, my friend. You have the rest of the day to do it well. Man, even if you're going to relax, do it well. You know what I'm saying? What's the point of spending the rest of the day relaxing if that's what you're going to do and you ain't even going to do it well? You know what I'm saying? Do it well. Do it well, please, okay? And that's it. And let me tell you the final point. I may have to make this a PHILO because I only give it to the people here at the end. I'm just trying to say why you need to handle what you are doing well with your utmost ability, because you got to handle what you have right now. That is divinely for you. That is your test right now. If you can handle everything you got, that's the next level you get to. You got to just show that you can handle it. I'm telling you. Whatever you are having to deal with, you think it's a little, but that's a lot. It's meant for you to handle it. Because once you can handle that, I'm stopping now. I'm stopping now. And I hope you claimed your blessings. I hope you claim it. It's divinely yours. This is your divine. Oof, I need to stop. Okay, I'm going to stop. I need to stop. So listen, I love you all. I hope you take it in, man. I hope you wake up and drive. I hope you're ready to go. I hope you handle what you got. Everything you got is specifically for you at this moment. You got to learn to handle it because that's all you need to take you to the next level is all I'm trying to tell you. Okay? That's all you need. Because if you can handle that, you're in the game, baby. So I hope you're ready. I hope you know you're blessed. And I hope you read the books and then just enjoy the day. I love you. Have a wonderful evening. Peace out.
Oh, hey, wait, Josh. Nah, I want an Ocean's 11 pony. Ha! Okay, love you. See you tomorrow, Jerome.